Chapter 2979. Ghost Blood Curse, Karma Stab. He thrust his sword forward. Man Ji was full of anticipation. After all, this was the sword that Long Chen had used to defeat him. Moreover, it was an eternal-level creator divine weapon. If one wasn't a supreme deity, they would have to dodge the sharp edge of an eternal-level creator divine weapon. But Di Jun reached out and caught it. At that moment, Long Chen noticed that Di Jun's eyes, which were originally illusory and invisible, were now filled with flames and scorching suns. It looked exactly like his other eye. Di Jun had originally been two extremes. Two unrelated powers had merged together, but this time, it was completely different. The power of space on his body had completely disappeared, leaving only the aura of the scorching suns. When the ghost blood curse stabbed into his palm, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He knew that Di Jun wouldn't court death like this, so he must have a way to deal with it. Swoosh. The next moment, Long Chen understood. The sword had stabbed into his palm, but it had pierced into another world. The moment the ghost blood curse touched his palm, a sun mark suddenly appeared on his palm. Although the mark was small, it was extremely hot, like a real sun. Long Chen's sword stabbed into the sun. It looked like it had pierced through Di Jun's arm, but in fact, it was only the ghost blood curse that had entered that world. It was a world of extreme heat. Long Chen even suspected that Di Jun's Tao was related to the original incipient level sun world. At that moment, he felt as if he had stabbed the ghost blood curse into the sun. Arg, Ghost Cheek cried in pain. This was the first time she had suffered a loss. Long Chen could already see the terrifying flames spreading towards his body through the ghost blood curse. If he didn't pull the ghost blood curse out soon, he would be burned to death before he could kill Di Jun. He finally understood the gap between him and Di Jun. At this moment, the wisest choice was, of course, to stop. Long Chen immediately executed his plan, but it seemed to be too late. At that moment, he felt a killing danger behind him. Someone was behind him. But Di Jun was right in front of him. The person behind him was no weaker than him. Who was it? How could he appear behind him without making a sound? Even Man Ji didn't see him. Long Chen did not care about anything else. He took out the ghost blood curse and turned around, using the time sword. Whoosh! Even though the sword of time had forced the other party back, the other party's attack had still made contact with him. In that instant, Long Chen had been heavily injured. He could feel the power of space. The other party's laws had struck him, and the power of space had shattered Long Chen's bones, tendons, and flesh. Long Chen had almost instantly lost the ability to fight. Di Jun, of course, Long Chen saw who attacked him. When the eyes of Di Jun turned into blazing suns, a man with long silver hair and hollow eyes appeared behind Long Chen. He was dressed in a silver dragon robe and looked exactly like Di Jun. Yes, he was also Di Jun. Both of them were him. Of course, Long Chen didn't know what kind of rule this was. How could he divide his strength into two bodies? Moreover, the strength of each body had basically reached the extreme divine emperor realm. Di Jun really had too many tricks up his sleeves. Flame of Life. This injury could still be resolved by the Flame of Life, but the next time, he would probably have to come back from the dead. After trying it out, it turns out that it's still very difficult for me to deal with this guy. However, there will come a time when I succeed. He is the same as me, having also obtained the luck of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. It's normal for him to be difficult to deal with. Although he was defeated, Long Chen was not discouraged, nor was he frightened. He sped through the Flame of Life to avoid being surrounded by these two Di Juns. However, he knew that the silver-haired Di Jun, who was proficient in the law of space, was very close to him no matter how far he was. Since you are convinced, then bow your head. With a swoosh, the silver-haired Dijun disappeared, and no one knew when he would reappear. As for the golden-eyed Dijun, he was engulfed in golden flames and pressed towards Long Chen. Previously, he failed to completely defeat Long Chen. This time, it was the end for Dijun. He had completely lost his patience and did not want to continue being entangled with Long Chen. The bigger the mess, the smaller the possibility of him obtaining the Origin Dragon Palace. It was time. When Dijun thought that Long Chen was at his wit's end, Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate in front of him. Standing in front of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, Long Chen said, "Don't be naive. If I couldn't deal with you, would I appear in front of you so openly? Dijun, it has been a few decades and you still failed to take down a nobody like me. Don't you feel ashamed? This is the last time you will see me. The next time will be a few thousand years later. You are welcome to continue chasing me in the endless starry sky." Actually, when he started talking, he had already flashed into the Death Realm Dragon Gate and closed it. In such a short time, Long Chen disappeared in front of Dijun's. The Death Realm Dragon Gate closed very quickly. When the silver-haired Dijun appeared in front of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, it didn't close. However, it seemed that the two Dijuns could not be separated. Therefore, the silver-haired Dijun did not chase after them and could only watch as Long Chen left. Dijun's expression was cold as he looked at the empty space in front of him. Long Chen's words before he left, that ridicule was something he would never forget. That was one of the few humiliations he had received in his life. Brother Long Chen. Man Ji was also startled for a long time. He finally understood that Long Chen's method was so magical. He was able to disappear in front of an expert proficient in the law of space without anyone noticing. That's the Death Realm. He went back to the Death Realm. Although Dijun looked cold on the outside, he was about to explode in anger. He was the first on the Divine Emperor ranking, but he had let Long Chen slip away from him twice. It felt like he had lost to a 3-year-old. Especially this time. Long Chen had opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate in front of him. Didn't this mean that as long as Long Chen could stay like this, he would never be able to catch him, and he would never get the Origin Dragon Palace? Of course, Dijun couldn't let this happen. The silver-haired Dijun fused with his body, and one of his eyes became illusory. Dijun suddenly turned around and gave Man Ji a cold look. What? What do you think you can do to me? If you dare to touch a single hair of mine on Pangu continent, we ancient gods can turn you into an ant. If he wants to crush you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Man Ji rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. Then you better not leave Pangu continent for the rest of your life. Dijun said the last sentence and disappeared in front of Man Ji. He had to go back to the Death Realm and figure it out. He knew that Long Chen was in there. You scared me. Man Ji had to admit that Dijun's last sentence was a little scary. However, he was too lazy to leave Pangu continent. I didn't expect that Long Chen could open the gate of the Death Realm at any time, and return to it from here. That's amazing. Rumor has it that someone can control the Death Realm. Could it be that he has already controlled it? Then, is that his purpose of coming to the Life Realm? Anyway, the Life Realm belonged to Pangu continent. Man Ji certainly felt that it was not appropriate for Long Chen to take it away. But, that's the ancient gods' business. With the ancient gods around, Long Chen can't take it away. I'll try my best to help my friend. But, now that Long Chen has returned to the Death Realm, what should I do? After thinking for a while, Man Ji decided to go back to the Chief Elect's tribe. He thought that if Long Chen still wanted to go to the Life Realm, he would go to the Chief Elect's tribe to find him. At the thought of this, he set off. Man Ji. At this moment, Long Chen appeared in the same place. The Death Realm Dragon sect had left behind the power of laws here, so Long Chen could easily return through the gate that was not completely closed. This was the power of the Death Realm's core. Let me enter your divine kingdom, then go to Pangu's heart. In this way, he could prevent Di Jun from suddenly appearing and assassinating him. Alright. Man Ji was very straightforward. He opened the divine kingdom and let Long Chen in, then glanced around and walked quickly toward Pangu's heart. As for Di Jun, he did not know that Long Chen could return here, so he missed Long Chen again. At this time, Long Chen had recovered from Di Jun's attack. Presumably, after I attain the realm of the ultimate God King and make some progress in the laws, I will have the confidence to deal with him. Now, let's take a look at the life realm. There's no need to rush. When I have enough confidence, I will lure him into the death realm and kill him. Fortunately, I've tested Di Jun's strength this time. Otherwise, if I rashly lure him into the death realm and fail to kill him, I won't be able to stay in the death realm. While he was reflecting, 5 days passed by quickly. When he arrived here, Long Chen found that the surrounding Pangu spirit energy had reached a terrifying level. From this position, he saw a ring-shaped mountain range in front of him. In the center of the ring-shaped mountain range was a vast bottomless pit. Almost 80% of the Pangu spirit energy on the entire Pangu continent came from this place. This was Pangu's heart. It was the holy land of Pangu continent, the source of the whole world's power. Without Pangu's heart, there would be no barbarians and no Pangu continent. We're here. I'll bring you in. Man Ji stretched and let Long Chen out of the divine kingdom. Here, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and auspicious year of the goat. My zodiac sign is the goat, and this year is also the year of my birth. How many readers of Dragon Blood are in the zodiac sign of the goat? I hope you can read the following words carefully. This year's new year came too late. After waiting for 13 months, I finally have time to return home, reunite with my parents and relatives, and meet my classmates and friends. After a year of hard work, I need a little rest before I set off again. Starting from New Year's Eve, almost all professions have taken a break. All the year round, everyone wants to have a reunion. Those who write novels don't have time to rest all year round, and we don't have the chance to watch the Spring Festival Gala with our parents or chat with our elders about work and life. These days after returning home, Madman has been writing novels in his room. His parents, sister, and grandmother are busy preparing for the new year, cleaning the room, and many other things. Madman has not been able to help them, and he feels very guilty. Throughout the year, he can only stay at home for a few days, but he doesn't have the chance to reunite with his parents. While others have a break from work or study, we can only write novels, day after day, with a splitting headache and no chance to rest. The mental exhaustion is secondary, but the main thing is the deep guilt towards our family. If you're more mature, you should be able to understand. I won't say too many pretentious words. Those who don't write novels will never understand the troubles of an author. The more responsible an author is, the greater the pressure in his heart, and the greater the consumption of youth and years. As an author, you have to be carefree to be carefree. But I'm born to work hard, and I can't stand to be slandered or insulted by others. So, I've always wanted to shut everyone's mouth. But after a few years, Madman also knows that no matter what, it's stupid to waste energy to care about what others say. Those who support him all understand in their hearts that those who don't care, no matter how well they do, will be ridiculed. This year, Madman will adjust his updates and spend as much time as possible with his parents and family, and visit relatives. He will walk out of the darkness of writing novels and bear the responsibility of a family. Sometimes, parents need you to get along and accompany them. I haven't been able to do that, and I'll be leaving after the new year. In these last few days, Madman will first thank everyone for their understanding. Everyone has parents, and filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Parents work hard for their children, and now that I've grown up, I naturally have to repay them. Perhaps everyone has only missed a few chapters, but to Madman, this is a rare opportunity for reunion. After the new year, we will all go our separate ways, and there will be fewer opportunities to be busy. I hope that our brothers and sisters in the dragon's family can spend more time with our parents. I thank everyone for their love. I believe that tolerance will make every family more beautiful and harmonious. Madman leaves home and returns to school on the 9th day of the new year. During the new year, the update schedule is as follows: on the 30th day, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th day of the new year. On the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th day of the new year. The update time will be at 18 p.m. Note, I won't be able to make up for the missing chapters. After all, when school reopens, Madman will have to prepare for his graduation project, graduation thesis, and all sorts of make-up exams. Maintaining 3 chapters is already my limit. Finally, I thank everyone for their understanding. Tomorrow is the 30th day of the new year. To thank everyone, Madman is going to take out 1,000 yuan of royalties and distribute red packets to the readers in various book friend groups. There will be a total of 10 groups, and each group will receive 100 yuan. The 100 yuan red packets will be divided into 5, which means that if you manage to snatch one, you will get about 20 yuan. Normally, there should be 50 readers who will get about 20 yuan red packets. It's mainly a token of my sincerity, so don't think it's too little. Madman will distribute the red packets when the time is right for each group. There will be 5 red packets in each group, and it will depend on everyone's hand speed when the time comes. Below are the groups and numbers: Massacre Dragon City, 308-72429, red packet time, 9 p.m., Devil Star, 297269272, red packet time, 10 p.m., Immemorial Dragons, 2816215556, red packet time, 11 p.m., Evil Dragon Palace, 81213606, 12 p.m., Martial God Palace, 1118270024, 13 p.m., Sky Dragon Star, 318243157, 14 p.m., Divine Star of Destiny, 201166769, 15 p.m., 10,000 Dragon Palace, 2820592111, 16 p.m., Origin Dragon Palace, 231810042, 17 p.m., Supreme Dragons, 59236347, 18 p.m., those who want to participate in the red packet snatching can now join the group, but some groups might be full, so you can only join other groups. Chapter 2980. Looking at the Pangu's heart from such a close distance, Long Chen found it even more terrifying and vast. The Pangu's spiritual energy that was born in it was a kind of power that was even denser than the 3 pure ones' true qi. It was also the birthplace of the most powerful world power that Long Chen had ever seen. Without the heart of Pangu, there would be no countless living beings on Pangu continent. Therefore, this place is the #1 holy land in the hearts of all barbarians. Many barbarians wish to have a look at this place, but they can't, because the Pangu spirit energy in this place is so strong that no one under the God King realm can come here. Long Chen felt it too. The Origin Dragon soul was also absorbing the energy here, and because of it, the divine kingdom inside Long Chen was getting closer and closer to the level of an original incipient world. In fact, after the energy entered the Origin Dragon Palace, it had been transformed into another kind of spirit energy. It was no longer the Pangu spirit energy, but the power of divine dragons. Nourished by the new energy, the whole world was developing rapidly. Standing at the edge and looking down, the heart of Pangu was a mass of khaki-colored mist. Under the strong Pangu spirit energy, nothing could be seen clearly. Let's go in together. I'll take you to the sect master. As soon as Man Ji said that, the mist in the heart of Pangu moved, and someone seemed to come out of it. There were about 1,000 god emperors in the entire heart of Pangu, and all of them were peerless experts of the divine realm of absolute beginning. But at this moment, Long Chen sensed that there were at least 500 god emperors. What's going on? Man Ji was stunned. He was just bringing Long Chen to the heart of Pangu. Why was there such a big commotion? Could it be that Long Chen had something they valued? Boom! 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 Over 500 god emperors rushed out of the heart of Pangu, all of whom were barbarians over 5 meters tall. It was a magnificent scene. It was rare to see 500 god emperors come out at the same time, even on Pangu continent. But, obviously, they did not come for Long Chen. Sect Master. Man Ji saw one of the 500 people and immediately knelt on the ground respectfully. Long Chen did not need to look to know that Divine Venerable Man Huang was among them. Of course, he was the leader. All the top figures on Pangu continent were gathered here. Man Ji. Seeing that the chief-elect was here, the god emperors who were about to leave stopped. That was the Wildlands Sect Master, Hierarch Man Huang. Supreme God. With a tall and burly figure of the barbarian tribe and a cultivation of the Tai divine realm, the barbarian sect leader's chi power almost overshadowed the sum of all the deity emperors behind him. Each of these deity emperors was someone who could crush Long Chen. Of course, now Long Chen was only afraid of a few of them. Hierarch Man Huang glanced at Long Chen and said, "You have mastered the ghost blood curse, so you must be Long Chen. I heard that Emperor Jun is hunting you, but I didn't expect you to come to Pangu's heart. Is there anything I can help you with?" As expected of a supreme god, he could recognize Long Chen at a glance, which saved Long Chen a lot of trouble. This Tai divine realm expert would not target him, but was very friendly. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The Wildlands sect leader was generous, dignified, and awe-inspiring. At the side, Man Ji quickly said, "Sect Master, Long Chen is my good friend. I brought him to Pangu's heart, and I was about to bring him to meet you." The Wildlands sect leader nodded and continued to look at Long Chen. Seeing that the Wildlands sect leader was a straightforward man, Long Chen did not hesitate and said, "Senior, I want to go into the realm of life, so I came to ask if you can help me ask the ancient god of savage wilderness if he can let me into the realm of life." Once these words were spoken, quite a number of berserkers began to discuss it. It seemed that they were not very willing about this matter. Now, the realm of life had gradually become the cultivation ground of the ancient gods of the wilderness. Even they could not see the ancient gods of the wilderness. However, the Wildlands sect leader quickly answered, "You have just risen to prominence recently, so you are not very famous on Pangu continent. Even if I ask my master, he doesn't know you, and I don't think he will let you in. Besides, we are facing the chaos caused by the ancient demons, and are about to disperse the world to kill them. I'm afraid we don't have time to entertain you. I'm sorry, unless what? Senior, just tell me." Long Chen knew in his heart that the Wildlands sect leader would not let him in easily. After all, it was their territory, and if it were him, he would not agree so easily. The Wildlands sect leader was very straightforward. The chaos caused by the ancient demons this time is a little troublesome. Ancient demons who are harming living beings have appeared everywhere on Pangu continent, and we need help, he said. If you can contribute to the barbarians in this chaos, I'll introduce you to my master when the war is over. If he is interested in you, he might agree to help you. At least, I'm very interested in your legend. His eyes were like two chaotic worlds, and he looked at Long Chen with a smile on his face. Long Chen understood. He liked the Wildlands sect leader's way of doing things. It was simple, straightforward, and not wasteful at all. They were about to deal with the ancient demons, and all the god emperors were mobilized. Since Long Chen had a request, he was just asking the ancient god of savage wilderness. Therefore, he could easily add another helper. Of course, no problem. Long Chen will do his best to help the chaos caused by the ancient demons, so that Senior can introduce me to the ancient god of savage wilderness. Long Chen agreed without hesitation. After all, it was not a big loss to him, and it would only delay him a little. Now that he had the core of the death world, he was not afraid of such a delay. Since that's the case, you and Man Ji will team up. You will be in charge of the area around the chief-elect tribe that Man Ji is in charge of. This is an important location, and also a place where the ancient demons are rampant. I hope you can help my barbarian tribe survive this calamity. If my master doesn't agree in the end, I will give you a good gift. Hierarch Manhuang could see that Long Chen's rise was shocking, and his future would definitely be terrifying. He also knew about the grudge between Long Chen and Di Jun. In any case, he wouldn't offend either of them, but he wouldn't please either of them. He wanted Long Chen to kill the ancient demons, but he had no intention of protecting Long Chen. After all, Long Chen wouldn't be able to stay in Panga's heart. Then it's settled. Man Ji was overjoyed. He was more than happy to have Long Chen help him. However, even among the barbarians, there would be different opinions. Man Ji was very happy, but there were also some who were jealous. At this moment, a woman's voice came from behind the sect master. Sect master, I'm not convinced. Long Chen looked over and found that the troublemaker was a woman, a barbarian woman. Generally speaking, it was rare for barbarian women to reach the God-Emperor realm. Pangu continent was born to produce men. The barbarian woman in front of him was 3 meters tall. Compared to the burly barbarian men, barbarian women were actually petite. Their bodies were wild, and their skin was the color of wheat, full of wildness like a black panther. They were also very attractive, especially this one, who was the most outstanding barbarian woman. She was the top few among the countless barbarian tribes. This is Great Empress Hutu, ranked 18th on the Divine Emperor list. She has an eternal fortune divine artifact called Imperial Heaven Hutu. She is very powerful. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was the first to warn Long Chen. Great Emperor Changsheng was ranked 19th on the Divine Emperor list, and also had an eternal fortune divine artifact. This Great Empress Hutu was stronger than him. What's the matter? Asked the Wildlands sect leader lightly. She is the wife of the Wildlands sect leader, the one he loves the most. You'd better not offend her, added Yu Hua. So they were husband and wife. She stared coldly at Long Chen and said, I remember that the ghost blood curse belongs to my people, but it has fallen into the hands of this outsider. That's why I can't accept it. Anyone who takes something from my people is my enemy. How can we let him join our team? And he wants to go to the realm of life? Absolutely not. He has entered the realm of death, and then the realm of life. Who knows what his purpose is? No one dared to say a word when the husband and wife had a conflict. However, Great Empress Hutu did represent the thoughts of some people, so she received some support. Of course, everyone still obeyed the Wildlands sect leader's order. The Wildlands sect leader was not angry. He knew Great Empress Hutu's temper better than anyone. For countless years, she had her own ideas and would not obey him completely. That was one of the joys of life. So, he said, fine, according to the rules of the barbarians, if you don't accept it, you can challenge me and solve the problem with a fight. Okay. Great Empress Hutu did not expect the Wildlands sect leader to listen to her. So, she already knew what to do. At this moment, her black eyes stared at Long Chen and said, I have long wanted to try the power of the ghost blood curse and see if it can suppress my Imperial Heaven Hutu. Today, I will challenge you in the way of the barbarians. Do you have the guts to accept it? You defeated Man Ji, so you are quite ambitious. I am ranked 18th on the Deity Emperor list. Do you have the guts to challenge me? Since she asked such a question, and it was from a woman, even if he did not want to accept it, under the gaze of 500 deity emperors, he would be a coward if he refused. Long Chen wanted to enter the realm of life and make the Wildland sect leader interested in him. The barbarian race gave him the first hurdle. If he could not get past Great Empress Hudu, then there was no need to talk about entering the realm of life. Facing such a challenge, Long Chen was very calm. If he did not take out his ability, he would be envied by the barbarians. Although Great Empress Hudu was challenging him, she was also helping him. Of course, the premise was that he could defeat her. The eternal divine artifact of fortune, the Imperial Heaven Hudu. The fighting spirit in his heart was gradually boiling. Great Empress Hudu is known as Mother Earth on Pangu continent, and also the Mother Goddess of Earth. The law of Hudu is the supreme law of Earth. She was born about the same time as the Wildland sect leader, and is the oldest god on Pangu continent. Before Long Chen accepted the challenge, Divine Emperor Yu Hua told him some details about Great Empress Hudu. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen did not answer, but the ghost blood curse had already appeared in his hand, and a murderous aura spread out. Chapter 2981. It was not Long Chen's murderous aura, but the murderous aura of the ghost blood curse. Eternal grade divine artifacts of fortune were the pinnacle of all divine artifacts of fortune. They were either emperors or supreme among evil weapons. The ghost blood curse was the supreme of divine artifacts of fortune. As soon as it appeared, it made Long Chen look terrible. So far, Long Chen's best achievement was defeating Man Ji, the god of war, and he was ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. However, with an eternal grade divine artifact of fortune, it was clear that his ranking would continue to rise. It all depended on whether Great Empress Hudu could stop his charge. Of course, among the more than 500 divine emperors present, Great Empress Hudu enjoyed a very high status, not only because she was the wife of the sect master of the Wildland sect, but also because of her extraordinary fighting prowess. She was ranked in the top 5 among all 500 divine emperors. If she can't defeat Long Chen, I'm afraid there are very few on Pangu continent who can fight him. Not necessarily. Although he has obtained an eternal grade divine artifact of fortune, it has not been a day or two since Great Empress Hudu took control of the Imperial Heaven and Hudu. Long Chen was ready to fight. The ghost blood curse was the symbol of his battle. Since Great Empress Hudu has given me face, Long Chen will have to accept it, said Long Chen. Facing his challenge, Great Empress Hudu was very calm. She had anticipated what kind of person Long Chen would be. Before the barbarian Hierophant said anything, she said directly, "Come with me. Let's change places. We can't just stand on Pangu's heart." Of course. After getting an affirmative answer from Long Chen, the 18th on the Divine Emperor list passed through the crowd of Divine Emperors and headed in a certain direction. Long Chen followed closely behind her. Behind Long Chen was, of course, the army of Divine Emperors on Pangu continent. There were more than 500 of them, including a supreme god. The scene brought great pressure to everyone. It was normal for one to be nervous when facing a battle. Around half a day later, the God Kings had left Pangu's heart and arrived at a desolate area. It was a desert. The original incipient grade world was very stable. Long Chen didn't have the ability to destroy it. With my current strength, I can totally destroy that world. That's why I feel like I can dominate that world. But, when I'm on Pangu continent, I finally understand how tiny I am. The gap between the 5th and 8th ranks was so huge. Right here. Hudu Great Monarch's expression was indifferent. She stood barefoot on the ground. Long Chen had a strong feeling that when she was in contact with the earth was a part of her. She was connected to the boundless earth. Hudu Great Monarch was definitely the existence who had the deepest understanding of the law of earth among all the people Long Chen had met. Behind her, hundreds of god emperors spread out and formed a huge encirclement. The gazes of 500 god realm experts of absolute beginning were, in fact, an endless pressure. Of course, the barbarians were on the same side. They supported Hutu Great Monarch and hated Long Chen. Therefore, they naturally had to suppress Long Chen. Psychological suppression was also terrible. Opposite Long Chen stood the Wildland sect master. Although he was expressionless and did not deliberately suppress Long Chen, he was, after all, a supreme god in the Tai realm. Just by standing there, he could form a world of his own, and that was still a terrible pressure. Long Chen calmed his mind and focused all his attention on the ghost blood curse. "Humph, I think you're going to lose today. I know that the Imperial Sky Hutu is an unbreakable tortoise shell. If you don't have enough strength, don't even think of attacking your enemy," Gui Qi began to mock him. "If I can't break it, then you can only blame your ghost blood curse," Long Chen said indifferently. "You," Gui Qi was so angry that she stomped her feet. The ghost blood curse also trembled. Of course, even so, when the real battle began, she could only fight with Long Chen. "This Hutu Great Monarch is the limit of my strength. I may win, but I may also lose," Long Chen said. But to him, winning or losing was not important. What was important was still progress and growth. Therefore, he was very open and wild in this challenge. No matter who his opponent was, even if it was the woman of a supreme deity, he would only treat her as an opponent to challenge at this time. Ding! He gripped the ghost blood curse with both hands. The long and sharp blade was filled with killing intent. It complemented Long Chen's cold temperament, making him look like a god of death that had walked out of hell. The Hutu Great Monarch was very cold. However, just like Long Chen, she had summoned her destinable divine weapon before the battle had even begun. Eternal Realm, Imperial Sky Hutu. She floated slightly. Countless grains of sand condensed under her feet to form a piece of yellow land. There wasn't much soil, so only a few people could stand on it. It was like an auspicious cloud under their feet that constantly changed shape. Although it looks simple, the Imperial Sky Hutu actually has a thick earth aura. This small piece of land is comparable to a primordial chaos realm world. There are countless array diagrams in every grain of sand, and when enlarged, they can form a piece of land. It's said that the Imperial Sky Hutu was refined from a primordial chaos realm world. When it unfolds, it can transform into a huge world. Divine Emperor Yu Hua sighed ruefully. Precisely because of this, she was worried that Long Chen would be defeated. The Imperial Sky Hutu could be said to be the perfect counter to the ghost blood curse. It was a transformative and defensive destinable divine weapon. It was like a shapeless mass of water that was difficult to be truly destroyed. When the Imperial Sky Hutu and the ghost blood curse met, the two Eternal Realm destinable divine weapons were evenly matched. The smell of gunpowder between Long Chen and the Hutu Great Monarch gradually intensified. Then, amidst the clamor of the two Eternal Realm destinable divine weapons, both sides did not waste words or be courteous. An extremely fierce battle began. The Hutu Great Monarch was surrounded by yellow earth, and her divine power was vast. The difference between her and Long Chen was that her boundless divine art was at the Eternal Realm, a level higher than Long Chen's power. In terms of power, there was definitely a huge suppression. Mother Earth Sword. The Hutu Great Monarch's figure danced and melted into the boundless land. Under the transformation of her laws, the Imperial Sky Hutu beneath her feet rapidly transformed. It actually condensed into a huge earthen yellow sword that pointed at Long Chen. This was a transformative destinable divine weapon. It could transform into anything. The laws that formed the Mother Earth Sword were even more suitable. Under these laws, the Imperial Sky Hutu and the boundless fertile land beneath her feet were completely connected. In an instant, Long Chen became the one fighting against the boundless land, the two worlds. Boom! The Mother Earth Sword absorbed the power of the land endlessly, becoming stronger and stronger. Under the cold instructions of the Hutu Great Monarch, the Mother Earth sword rushed towards Long Chen. The speed of the land was still unparalleled. The battle was about to start, and it exploded on the spot. Without saying a word, Long Chen turned into a blood shadow and rushed forward. He continuously slashed out with his sword. Every sword was extremely fast, so fast that it surpassed the speed of the Mother Earth sword. The resplendent sword chi from the Sword of Time slashed onto the Mother Earth sword formed by the Imperial Sky Hoodoo. Every impact was a top-notch collision, and it was also the collision of an eternal realm destinable divine weapon. Boom boom boom. A huge storm arose. The land surged like waves, and everything was crushed like duckweed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Every ferocious Sword of Time could slice off a section of the Mother Earth sword. When the Mother Earth sword rushed in front of Long Chen, it was completely torn apart by Long Chen. However, the aftermath still sent Long Chen flying. The Hoodoo Great Monarch's majestic divine power still forced Long Chen to retreat tens of thousands of meters, and he received a huge impact. Of course, Long Chen also dealt with the opponent's laws in a spectacular manner. Not bad. The Hoodoo Great Monarch flipped her palm, and the soil that was torn apart by Long Chen once again gathered under her feet, forming a piece of land. This was the ability of the Imperial Sky Hoodoo. Even if it was torn apart, it was just changing from one state to another. Swoosh. Long Chen returned unscathed. Of course, he knew that the other party was just testing him. What followed was the real killing move. She was confident that she could defeat him in one go. In a battle, unless one had absolute confidence, it was best not to let others seize the initiative. Therefore, after returning, Long Chen was like an arrow that left the bow. The Ghost Blood Curse was unleashed, and he charged toward the Hoodoo Great Monarch. Of course, the Hoodoo Great Monarch was also very fast. She flipped her hand, and the Imperial Sky Hoodoo under her feet turned into a piece of soil. She held it in her hand and instantly threw it toward Long Chen. During this process, a tremendous change occurred. Imperial Sky Mountain. The Hoodoo Great Monarch's divine power exploded. She shouted softly, and under her rule, the Imperial Sky Hoodoo suddenly turned into a golden mountain. It shone with golden light. It wasn't very big, and it quickly pressed down on the top of Long Chen's head. So heavy. Before it got close to him, Long Chen could feel the weight of the Imperial Sky Mountain. It was simply the weight of an entire Chaos Element world. Such a weight could easily squash other ultimate god emperors. Therefore, before the Imperial Sky Mountain could get close to him, the ground that Long Chen was standing on had already collapsed from the pressure. A terrifying weight. Long Chen's attack was forced to turn into defense. The Imperial Sky Mountain arrived in an instant. It descended from the sky, covering the sky as it pressed down. At this juncture, the barbarian god emperors roughly knew that the Hoodoo Great Monarch was indeed stronger than Long Chen. However, what surprised them was that Long Chen was still able to remain calm. Moreover, he didn't give up on attacking at all. It was just that his target had changed to the Imperial Sky Mountain. Karma Stab. Everything has karma. If karma is connected, then there's nothing that can't be broken. Admittedly, the Imperial Sky Mountain would definitely be terrifyingly hard at this moment. However, with his willpower and understanding of the karma stab, Long Chen dared to do so. Standing firmly on the ground, he held his sword with one hand. When the Imperial Sky Mountain was pressing down on his head, he thrust his sword into the sky. If the sky suppresses me, I'll shatter the sky. Karma stab, pierce through heaven and earth. The tip of the Ghost Blood Curse was going against the hardest part of the Imperial Sky Hoodoo. Boom. The outcome of this moment was what all the god emperors were looking forward to the most. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Little Crazy Boy wished everyone a Happy New Year. Congratulations on getting rich. Chapter 2982. This was a clash between two eternal-grade creation divine weapons. In terms of creation divine weapons, there wasn't much of a difference, and they were of different types. Long Chen lost to his opponent in terms of divine power, but he had the upper hand in terms of laws. Karma's laws were ultimately stronger than Huda's laws. In a situation where everything was about the same, all that was left was a clash of wills. Long Chen's sword soared into the sky in accordance with his will. As one, he executed a move, and a blood-colored sword shadow with the ghost blood curse stabbed into the sky. The royal heaven mountain suddenly descended, and the power of the entire world pressed down on Long Chen's head. The thorn of karma was searching for the point where the royal heaven mountain would be destroyed. Ding! Before everyone's anticipation, the sharpest blade of the ghost blood curse stabbed into the center of the royal heaven mountain, and the two forces clashed. The key was revealed at this moment. Without a sound, the golden royal heaven mountain shattered again, turning into a plate of loose sand that vanished into the air, turning into powder. The royal heaven mountain was resolved. It looked simple, but in reality, Long Chen didn't have it easy. At that moment, he had nearly used a heaven-defying power that could change fate before the royal heaven mountain finally crumbled and withstood the attack. Most of the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air, impressed by Long Chen. However, this was only because Long Chen had neutralized his opponent's attack, not because he had defeated his opponent. Therefore, before the outcome of the battle was revealed, everyone still held a deep sense of curiosity as they watched the battle. Not bad. However, you will never be able to do anything to me. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Huda great monarch didn't even frown. After the royal heaven mountain shattered, she casually waved her hand, and the countless grains of sand returned to her side. They condensed into a brownish-yellow fortress that enveloped her completely. In the next moment, she did something that shocked Long Chen. Through the fortress, she abruptly stretched out her hands and pressed them on the ground. Her connection with the earth was extremely intimate, as though she was one with the earth itself. And at this moment, when her hands pressed on the ground, an unprecedented divine might descended. Pangu's possession. It was the barbarian race's trump card. To be able to force out Great Emperor Huda's trump card, Long Chen is quite impressive. With imperial heaven and earth and Pangu's possession, Long Chen doesn't stand a chance. At this moment, a 10,000 zhang tall giant appeared behind the Huda Great Emperor. He spread his thick arms and roared angrily at the sky. His roar was earth-shattering and everything trembled. The boundless Pangu spiritual qi in the surroundings gathered towards the Huda Great Emperor. Rumble. After Pangu possessed her, the Great Emperor of Earth's skin had an additional golden luster. Her entire body shone with an endless amount of light. It was very dazzling, and at the same time, she was terrifyingly powerful. At this time, the Great Emperor of Earth was still surrounding her. With the support of her power, it could be said that the Great Emperor of Earth had become even more sturdy, and the fortress it formed was even more terrifying. All of imperial heaven and earth seemed to be transforming under her control. As expected of someone who was close to becoming an ultimate god. The Great Emperor of Earth that surrounded her made Long Chen depressed. Of course, you can come and see if you can break my imperial heaven and earth with your ghost blood curse. The Great Emperor of Earth's voice was deep, but it was clearly a female voice. Let's try. Long Chen naturally wanted to give it a try since the other party was provoking him. The most uncertain thing is whether the destiny-changing rules can penetrate the imperial heaven and earth. Although he could not be sure, he still turned into a beam of crimson light and charged forward. The ghost blood curse shot out. At the same time, the heaven-defying fate-changing law condensed in his other hand also followed him and charged at the Huda Earth Great Emperor. Karma Thorn. It was the same killer move. Ding! At this moment, when the ghost blood curse stabbed the fortress, it suddenly bent. It was unable to shatter the Imperial Heaven and Earth Queen Earth and hurt Hutu the Great Emperor. Most importantly, although Hutu the Great Emperor had been possessed by Pangu, he was completely blocked by the Imperial Heaven and Earth Queen Earth. Her level of defense and destiny-changing rule could not penetrate it. If she couldn't enter, she couldn't change her state of being possessed by Pangu. She also couldn't destroy the changed Imperial Heaven and Earth and hurt the other party. If that went on, the Great Emperor of Earth would be invincible. I'll give you a few more chances to try. The Great Emperor of Earth smiled faintly and her tone was full of contempt. Without saying a word, Long Chen struck a few more times. Each strike was of an extremely high standard. Unfortunately, even the Ghost Blood Curse couldn't break through the Imperial Heaven and Earth and was ineffective against the Great Emperor of Earth. I'm so angry. You're so useless. You can't even break this. Ghost Chi's face was hurt and he was naturally unhappy. The biggest problem Long Chen faced was that he couldn't break through the destiny-changing rules. He could only use brute force to tear the Imperial Heaven and Earth apart. But as expected, the Great Emperor of Earth's strength increased greatly after Pangu's possession. He couldn't tear the Imperial Heaven and Earth apart anymore. That's enough. Long Chen charged forward a few times, but to no avail. Great Empress Hutu looked down on him and sneered. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, she suddenly sneered and used the power of Pangu's possession to extract power from the ground. At the last moment, the Hutu of Imperial Heaven underwent a huge change under her control. Hutu Holy Prison. The Imperial Heaven Hutu instantly changed from a protective state to a surrounding state. Just as Long Chen's sword was about to slash over, the Imperial Heaven Hutu, which was originally protecting the Hutu Great Emperor, instantly surrounded Long Chen. The Imperial Heaven Hutu spread out rapidly, covering the sky and instantly enveloping Long Chen. Boom! The Hutu Holy Prison descended. Being surrounded by the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth, Long Chen seemed to have entered another world. It was a huge world, one that was filled with endless chaos. He could vaguely feel that the Great Emperor of Earth was outside this world. She was now controlling the Imperial Heaven and Earth, so she naturally wanted to defeat him and win the battle. After all, she didn't want her ranking on the Divine Emperor ranking to drop. She also wanted to stop Long Chen from rising up and destroy the legend he had created. The Hutu Holy Prison will destroy both your body and soul. Tell me when you can't take it anymore. The Great Emperor of Earth was merciful and didn't want Long Chen's life. Of course, Long Chen was a strong opponent to her. Under such circumstances, she had to make Long Chen admit defeat as soon as possible. Therefore, the Hutu Holy Prison changed rapidly. In this endless world, huge earthen yellow walls appeared in all directions. Long Chen was trapped in a fixed space. At this time, the 6 walls around him were shrinking. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for them to shrink to the point where Long Chen would be flattened. Swoosh! Several times swords slashed at the walls, but they couldn't tear them apart. These walls are actually the Imperial Heaven and Earth. They are controlled by the Great Emperor of Earth, Pangu. I can't break through the Imperial Heaven and Earth. If this goes on, I can only lose. Long Chen was very clear. Although losing wasn't a big deal, he didn't want to lose, especially in front of so many divine emperors. However, the Great Emperor of Earth, Pangu, was behind him. He tried a few times, and the Imperial Heaven and Earth was indeed a defensive fortune divine artifact. It specialized in defense, and even the Karma Thorn couldn't tear it apart. Roar! Long Chen turned into a God Dao heart-refining dragon. With the Sword of Judgment, he used the Karma Thorn and pierced one of the walls. Bang! There was a huge commotion on the wall, but it couldn't be broken. The Imperial Heaven and Earth had a strong transformation ability. As long as it wasn't broken in one go, it would recover instantly. There was no chance for Long Chen to rush out. Based on the current situation, as long as Long Chen rushed out, the great Emperor of Earth would be defeated. You're so useless. You're destined to lose this battle. Ghost 7 had finally found an opportunity to mock Long Chen. Of course, he would pout and mock him. Of course, she wasn't the only one. The divine emperors outside also realized that Long Chen was at an absolute disadvantage after the great Emperor of Earth, Pangu. They were just waiting for him to admit defeat. Long Chen returned to his human form and held the ghost blood curse. The surrounding walls had shrunk a lot, and it wouldn't take long for them to crush him. When that happens, the only choice left is to admit defeat. Because the other party wouldn't kill him, he wasn't worried. He just wasn't willing to lose like this. Therefore, he gripped the ghost blood curse's hand tightly. Up, down, left, right, front, back, and back, the walls were all getting closer and closer, shrinking. This feeling was, of course, quite uncomfortable. Watching the moment of defeat arrive, it was a kind of absolute mental suppression, making Long Chen feel very uncomfortable. If I were to lose just like this, it would be really meaningless. This is an opponent that I could have dealt with. Long Chen glared at his surroundings. He did not resist, nor did he attack wildly. All he did was think. If you can't even deal with her, how are you going to deal with Di Jun? You had better hurry back to the Death's world and escape. Guo Qi crossed her arms and laughed mockingly. Death's world. Long Chen thought of an idea. He could return to the Death's world from here and disappear. The other party would definitely open it up and take a look. At that time, he would just have to appear again. That would be a chance for him to defeat the other party. But he wasn't willing. That would mean that he had lost. Death's world, he had the core of the Death's world. Now that he was in constant contact with the Death's world, Long Chen thought of the Death's world in his indignation. It provided him with some ideas. Just as the surroundings were pressing down on him, the core of the Death's world seemed to be transmitting a message to Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes and tried to feel the energy. Just as everything was pushing him closer to the core of the Death's world appeared in his heart. Sensing Long Chen's unyielding fighting spirit, the entire Death's world erupted into an endless tsunami under Long Chen's left and right. Even the heavenly demon era can use the power of the Death's world. Why can't I? Chapter 2983. Actually, this was a set of rules. Under the suppression of the Imperial Heaven Hutu, Long Chen's heart was in line with the ancient blood spiritual dragon's fierce and heaven-defying will. He then thought of the core of the Death Rain and felt its power. Finally, the Slaughter Seal. Numerous impacts condensed into a set of rules. The power of the Death Rain reached the core and gave birth to another set of slaughter rules. It was pure slaughter rules and not the Extermination Dragon Seal. But compared to the Extermination Dragon Seal, this set of rules that directly carried the power of the Death Rain was obviously more terrifying. Long Chen had already walked further and further on the path of rules. His heaven-defying ability was that he could very likely gain enlightenment in any environment and communicate with new rules. Just like at this moment, this set of rules descended into Long Chen's heart. All of a sudden, when he opened his eyes, they were no longer pupils. Instead, they were filled with an endless sea of blood. It was as though the Grim Reaper was right before his eyes. What was even more frightening was that his glabella suddenly split open, revealing a blood-colored eye. Bloody light shot up into the sky, and a murderous aura surged up into the sky. The eyes were a sea of blood, and the blood-colored eyes were filled with killing intent. This was a killing move that displayed the ancient blood spiritual dragon's will to the fullest. Although the Extermination Dragon Seal was a killing move, it did not have such a pure killing intent. This was a kind of resistance against fate, a kind of unyielding, extremely furious resistance. Buzz. Blood dyed Long Chen red. Admit defeat. The Hudu Great Emperor said. At this time, the Imperial Heaven Hudu had already squeezed to Long Chen's side. The Hudu Great Emperor knew that under her Pangu's possession, Long Chen could not break out of the Hudu holy prison with his previous performance. However, just as she finished speaking, an extremely powerful impact erupted. The entire imperial sky and Hudu shook intensely. Even the Hudu Great Emperor's expression changed. The God Emperors looked at each other. What's wrong? What happened? When a faint blood-colored light spread out from the Imperial Heaven Hutu, even the Wildland sect leader looked carefully. His expression was solemn, afraid that he would miss this detail. It was an astonishing turn of events. At this moment, the boundless power of the death world was pouring into Long Chen's body, into the ghost blood curse, causing his body to merge with the death world. Behind him, an illusory image of a 10,000 zhang-wide death rain appeared. The God Emperors were baffled as they saw the boundless death rain appear in front of them. That majestic baleful aura erupted. Under this murderous aura, even the Hudu Great Emperor who had been possessed by Pangu seemed minuscule. Of course, she was the one who bore the brunt of this killing intent. Hence, her face instantly turned pale. Her hands that were controlling the Queen of Earth were also trembling. At that moment, her expression changed drastically. At the same time, the Imperial Sky Hudu had already completely suppressed Long Chen's body. However, at the very last moment, Long Chen unleashed a move that contained the power of the death rain. This burst of power had been suppressed for a long time. When it was unleashed, it was a nightmare for everyone. The sword struck out. Death Rain's Killing Tribulation. This was the name of this rule. It was the power of the primordial blood spiritual dragon's wrath. It was the power that was born after controlling the death rain and merging with it. It was pure killing and pure destructive power. One strike of the sword was the power of the entire death rain. The most obvious thing was that Guiqi did not make a sound. She was enjoying the feeling of being ruthlessly attacked by the power. The ghost blood curse also shone brightly. When the most baleful rule met the most baleful destinable divine weapon, even the Hudu holy prison created by the Hudu Great Emperor behind Pangu could not withstand a single strike of the death rain's killing tribulation. It dissipated once again. The power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas erupted, tearing everything apart. The sword shot out with the power of the death rain. Just as the Hudu Great Emperor was completely defenseless, the ghost blood curse appeared on her neck. A light stroke from Long Chen would be enough to take her life. This time, the Imperial Sky Hudu was severely damaged. Even without the ghost blood curse, just the fact that Long Chen had broken the Imperial Sky Hudu Great Emperor was enough to injure her. Her face was pale, and she took a few steps back. You've lost. Long Chen retreated bravely and suppressed the death rain's chaotic power. After the rule ended, the eye above his head also disappeared. The sea of blood in his eyes disappeared, and they turned back into his eyes. His current amiable appearance seemed to have nothing to do with the extremely ferocious him just now. The Hudu Great Emperor nodded absent-mindedly. Her mind was blank. She was so close to victory, but she was suddenly defeated. It happened too quickly. Her memory was still the death rain's killing tribulation that Long Chen had faced. If he had not restrained his power, she would have been killed by the ghost blood curse. Everyone knew how powerful the ghost blood curse was. Shaking her head, the Hudu Great Emperor came to her senses and said, "Everyone saw that I was defeated. There is nothing more to say. Also, from now on, the 18th place on the Divine Emperor list is yours." This ranking was even higher than the Eternal Monarch. Of course, to be honest, Long Chen was also confident that he could defeat the Eternal Monarch. At least, the Eternal Monarch would not be possessed by Pangu. Impressive. Man Ji was also stunned for a long time before he cheered for Long Chen. As for the other barbarian race deity emperors, most of them were still in shock and awe. This was their defeat, so they had mixed feelings. Clap clap. The Wildlands sect master clapped his hands and said, "We've all witnessed your ability. If you're willing to help us deal with the ancient Fae, you'll be a great help to us. When the ancient Fae chaos is over, I'll definitely keep my promise and tell my master about your request. Of course, whether he agrees or not, that's out of my control." This was the greatest help he could do. "Thank you, Senior. I will do my best for the ancient Fae riot." After this battle, most of the barbarians were convinced by Long Chen. In fact, most of them were not convinced by the ghost blood curse. But seeing how Long Chen used the ghost blood curse, they could vaguely feel that Long Chen was the most suitable person to use the ghost blood curse. Great Empress Hutu returned to the Wildlands sect master's side. She was convinced and said no more. In fact, the reason why she challenged Long Chen was probably the Wildlands sect master's idea. She wanted to see what Long Chen was capable of, but she did not expect that she would help Long Chen trigger the Death World Tribulation. The ancient Fae riot is imminent. We will leave first. You can go with Man Ji. Goodbye. The Wildlands sect master said no more and left with over 500 deity emperors, then went to different places on Pangu continent. Brother Long Chen, it seems like we don't need to enter Pangu's heart anymore. Follow me back to the chief-elect tribe. Man Ji walked up to Long Chen with a smile on his face. He was the one who brought Long Chen here, so he was very proud of him. Thank you for your introduction, Brother Man Ji. It did not take long for them to set off on their way back. Long Chen looked back at the location of the heart of Pangu, and was still amazed by the magnificence of this place. The last rule must be the one you comprehended recently. It's really powerful. With this rule, I think you won't be so passive in the hands of Dijun. Man Ji was happy for Long Chen. I'm still a little far from being able to defeat him. I need to work harder. The previous fight with Dijun had made Long Chen deeply aware of the danger. He knew that Dijun would come often, but he had the Death World. He could not hurt Long Chen, but Long Chen could use him to train himself again and again. In a few days, he and Man Ji returned to the chief-elect tribe. There were many barbarians in this place, and they had to guard against the attacks of ancient Fae. Long Chen did not stay in the chief-elect tribe, but wandered around nearby, subduing any ancient Fae that appeared. If there was any trouble, Man Ji would contact him. In this way, because of his irregular movements, it was not easy for Dijun to find him. After comprehending the Death World's tribulation, my control has improved. Now I can try to make the Spear of Heaven grow. After finding a place in this endless Pangu continent, Long Chen stopped. Originally, Ghost 7 from the Ghost Blood Curse was always mocking Long Chen, but after the Death World's tribulation, she did not dare to talk to Long Chen anymore. Whenever Long Chen asked her, she would stammer, like a little wife who was bullied. Long Chen focused on the Spear of Heaven. He had a feeling that when the Spear of Heaven was completed, it would not be weaker than the Ghost Blood Curse. The fourth sacred deity scepter was soon under his control, and he began to fuse with it. The power of the Spear of Heaven rose again, surpassing the god-slaying sword in all aspects, and began to advance towards becoming a half-eternal grade fortune divine weapon. Long Chen still had some leeway, so he began to control the fifth sacred deity scepter. He did not expect to succeed so quickly. He was stronger than he had imagined. After fusing with the fifth sacred deity scepter, the Spear of Heaven burst out with a stronger light. In fact, it could already be considered as a half-eternal grade fortune divine weapon. Then, the sixth sacred deity scepter. Although it was a little difficult, he still succeeded. By the time he reached the seventh scepter, Long Chen was well aware that this was his limit. After controlling the seventh scepter, he had already reached his limit. Of course, the heaven-sacrificing spear was even more ferocious. The silver spear in Long Chen's hand emitted a sharp light that was infinitely close to an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. In fact, it might not be inferior to an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. Once the ghost blood curse is unleashed, it will definitely kill. Fortunately, this spear of heaven is righteous and strong, and can be used interchangeably. Otherwise, if I use the ghost blood curse for a long time, I will be affected. The final fusion with the sacred deity scepter required a higher level of ability. At that time, he would be able to control 2 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. Long Chen knew that he could not be too hasty, so he planned to wait until he reached the ultimate God-King realm to complete it. Chapter 2984. On the peak of the mountain, the Pangu spirit energy was hovering under his feet. Long Chen looked at the crowd. Nowadays, many barbarian warriors were in contact with each other. Once a strong ancient demon appeared, they would inform Man Ji, and Man Ji would inform Long Chen in turn. For the time being, Long Chen would not be needed to deal with ordinary ancient demons. The barbarians had a large army of god spirits, which could defeat those ancient demons. On Pangu continent, it was always the barbarians who defeated the ancient demons. Even if the ancient demons were resurrected this time, it was basically impossible to defeat the barbarians for the time being. The only thing the barbarians were worried about was that the ancient demons would cause great harm to the weaker barbarians. After all, in the history, there had been ancient demons at the level of divine venerable, who had caused great suffering to the people. That was why the Wildlands sect master was so cautious and sent out all his men. The news that I defeated the great emperor of Hutu and ranked 11th on the divine emperor list must have spread to the higher realms. Di Jun should have known about it long ago. So, since I've been here for so long, he should have come to me by now. In such a vast original incipient realm world, Long Chen was not as easy to find as he was in an ordinary world. Even if Di Jun knew he was nearby, it would not be easy to find him. This was the reason why he came to Pangu continent. I've finally found you. Di Jun's voice came from behind. He had suddenly appeared behind Long Chen. Obviously, he had used the principle of space to move to this position. However, he was not in a hurry to attack. Long Chen spun around abruptly and faced him. At this moment, Di Jun was cold and indifferent, which proved that he was in a very calm state. My biggest mistake was allowing you to enter the Death World, and it seemed that you had even gained control of the legendary Death World's core. Now that you have such abilities, it will be difficult to deal with you. However, even so, I still want to negotiate with you. Di Jun said coldly, his eyes burning with passion and emptiness. With him standing in front of them, the countless spaces around them were all sealed by him. You first. Long Chen was curious. The enmity between the two of them had already reached such a degree. How could he still negotiate with him? In any case, in Long Chen's eyes, they were fated to be mortal enemies. Long Chen had gone through untold hardships, and now he was finally close to finishing him off. His inner desire to kill this person had already reached the peak. Di Jun went straight to the point and said, "It's simple. Give me the Origin Dragon Palace. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. Of course, I won't kill you." It sounded like he was making a concession. Long Chen laughed and said, "So you think that you can kill me this time?" Di Jun said indifferently, "Even if it's not this time, it'll be the next time." What's the difference? It seemed like he still had absolute confidence in himself. The thing that Di Jun feared the most was that he had many unknown trump cards. The unknown meant absolute danger to Long Chen. There are some things that you can't control. Forcefully taking them will only bring you death. This is your last chance to save your life. Of course, Long Chen would not give him the Origin Dragon Palace. He changed the topic and said, "I'm curious. What kind of divine dragon's inheritance blood essence did you inherit?" You weren't this powerful before you left the dragon sacrificial continent. You must have obtained the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul to improve so much. Looks like you'll definitely reach the peak ultimate god realm in the future. Dijun sneered and said, looks like you know quite a lot. Unfortunately, this will make you even less qualified to continue living. I guess you won't agree to this condition. Long Chen still did not answer him. Instead, he asked, do you mind telling me what kind of divine dragon it is? Although Dijun was unlikely to answer, it would be easier for Long Chen to deal with him if he knew which ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence he inherited. Dijun's confidence in himself was beyond Long Chen's imagination. He did not mind at all and said, you must be curious. His name is Sacrificial Dragon. I think the few inheritance blood essences you inherited are similar to mine. Therefore, he still did not know that Long Chen inherited the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. Sacrificial Dragon. Long Chen repeated this name in his heart. He knew the names of most of the ancestral dragons from the 3rd ancestral dragon to the 9th ancestral dragon. The chaotic heaven-devouring dragon symbiotic dragon must still exist, but it was definitely not Dijun. Other than that, there were only the 1st ancestral dragon, Origin, and the 2nd ancestral dragon, Primordial. The 1st ancestral dragon controlled the Origin. The Origin is related to the spirits of all living things. The 2nd ancestral dragon controlled the Primordial. The Primordial is everything. Everything that can be seen and felt is everything. Space is also a part of the Primordial. Therefore, this sacrificial dragon is most likely the 2nd ancestral dragon's symbiotic dragon. What he displayed today is completely the power of a real dragon. I just don't know where he got the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon palace. When he heard this name, Long Chen deduced that Dijun was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The reason why Dijun was standing here waiting for Long Chen to find him was because he wanted to see if Long Chen could defeat Dijun. Now, it seemed that it was impossible. After the previous failure, Dijun was obviously prepared. This time, he must be thinking of ways to stop me from entering the death rain. He might be talking to me to buy time and make arrangements. If I want to escape, I have to take the initiative. This time, it is a great harvest to know about his inheritance blood essence. He has inherited the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul for such a long time. He has a huge advantage. It is not realistic for me to kill him in one go. Haste makes waste. In a short moment, under Dijun's cold gaze, Long Chen thought about many things. Finally, he decided that he could not let the other party delay. He must take action immediately. From a calm state, he reached the peak in an instant. At that moment, the power of the death rain gathered and went berserk. The entire blood sea of the death rain was tumbling. Countless blood fiends were roaring, contributing their strength to Long Chen. At that moment, the blood sea in Long Chen's eyes was tumbling. The surging blood sea in his eyes was the real death rain at this moment. At this moment, the 3rd blood-red eye on his forehead suddenly split open. An earth-shattering killing intent that affected thousands of miles of fertile land swept out. Dijun, who was in front of Long Chen, naturally received a huge impact. Dijun had defeated too many opponents, but he had to admit that this was definitely the strongest killing intent he had ever encountered. The ghost blood curse was raised above his head in an instant. The blood-red sword blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing pierced the sky. After gathering all the power of the blood sea, the ghost blood curse appeared crazily and swam around the sword blade and the space around it. Even though the surrounding space was like a quagmire, or even as tough as steel, it was easily torn apart by Long Chen. From an ordinary person, he became a peerless killing god in an instant. Death rain killing tribulation. The power of the death rain poured out, and the rules slashed down. The sword light turned into a blood-red dragon and rushed towards Dijun. All of this happened in the instant that Long Chen finished thinking. At that moment, the mountains and seas were overturned, and the killing intent occupied thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Di Jun's expression changed. He was the one who had reached Long Chen's limit last time. Therefore, he had focused on setting up the rules that would make Long Chen unable to move. Now that he was almost done, his stalling was very effective. However, he did not expect that Long Chen would erupt with such a level of attack at this moment, completely disrupting his rhythm. Swoosh! Di Jun teleported and crossed over. However, teleportation took time. The reason why the death rain killing tribulation was called a tribulation was that it was like a shadow. As long as Di Jun was not far away, it would catch up. Therefore, Di Jun continuously changed his position hundreds of times in a short period of time. Not only did he not shake off the death rain killing tribulation, but he was also forced to fight it head-on. Empty. Di Jun frowned deeply and shouted in a low voice. He struck out with one hand, bringing with it a void. The death rain killing tribulation collided with this attack. In the blink of an eye, millions of killing intent erupted, dyeing the void that Di Jun had created completely red. Di Jun gritted his teeth and suppressed this power. However, the monstrous power eventually squeezed the void and exploded it. Swish, swish. Di Jun's body was covered with a few more wounds. The ghost blood curse of the swastika extended wildly towards his body. Di Jun was extremely angry. He used all his strength to suppress the ghost blood curse. After all, it would not be so easy to kill him without a real blade. However, it was undeniable that this was the first time he had been injured by Long Chen's attack. This meant that Long Chen was actually quite close to him. After dealing with the death rain killing tribulation, Di Jun looked up. Long Chen had long disappeared before his eyes. It was impossible for him to escape. Obviously, he had returned to the death rain. I've let you escape again. But, this time, I guess you can only reappear here. Di Jun knew very well that if Long Chen did not reappear directly at the place where he disappeared the last time he returned to the death rain, there was no way he could return to Panga continent so quickly. After all, Long Chen was not him. Even though he was furious, Di Jun still stayed here and waited. In fact, his heart was becoming more and more shaken. He could not even count how many times he had let Long Chen escape from his hands. The scariest thing was that every time Long Chen escaped, he would grow stronger, and this time, he could even injure him. If this were to continue, there would come a day when he would defeat him and escape from this place. Perhaps, I only have one last chance. I can no longer underestimate him. From today onwards, I'll treat him as an opponent of the same level. If I don't plan and prepare well, I won't be able to defeat this guy. Next time, I must kill him with one strike. In fact, his plan this time was to buy time so that Long Chen could not return to the death rain. But, Long Chen was too shrewd. He had seen through his plan and attacked him. Chapter 2985. When he arrived at the death rain, he vaguely felt that Di Jun had left. I can't believe he didn't stay where he was. Long Chen pondered for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. He thought to himself, he managed to make me hide in this death rain twice in a row. Even with his arrogance, he still suffered 2 setbacks in a row. Presumably, he now truly views me as a formidable enemy and has gone to prepare carefully. Presumably, the next time he appears, even if I have the death rain, it won't be easy to deal with him. Ordinary people would not fall in the same place thrice, let alone Di Jun. The death world calamity this time was just a surprise to him. However, this kind of accident wouldn't happen every time. The death rain is working on him, but it's not easy to kill him. I have to find a way to reach the ultimate God-King realm as soon as possible. Of course, I can't kill the barbarians, so I can only target Gu Yao. Anyway, he was now on the opposite side of Gu Yao. I have to have the power to fight against Di Jun before he launches his next attack. He could not stay in the death rain forever, as it was too difficult to gain power. The last time I came to the death rain in Pangu continent, the power of principle still exists, but it seems to be disappearing soon. Although Di Jun has left, it might still be lurking around. In the death rain, Long Chen stood on the sea of blood and sensed this. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, and he thought, I've come back to Pangu continent through the Death Realm Dragon Gate twice, and there are still the remnants of the Death Realm Dragon Gate's principles in those two locations. I can use this method to teleport quickly, and the effect should be similar to Lingxi's shifting stars. This was an original incipient realm world, and it was impossible to complete a formation like the Cosmos Teleportation Formation. It was not easy to travel through such a stable world. Therefore, even God Emperors had to hurry. After the battle with the Death Dragon Gate, Long Chen could still return to that place in about 10 days. For example, now, he was worried that Di Jun was still in the same location, so he directly left the Death Rain and appeared on the road from Chief-Elect Tribe to Pangu's heart. Although it will take some time to get back to Chief-Elect Tribe, it's better than encountering Di Jun. Long Chen looked at the towering mountains, the barren land, and the materialized Pangu spiritual energy in the air. Di Jun is like a shadow following me. I have to get a chance to enter the world of life as soon as possible. The most important thing is to increase my strength. If I can't devour the barbarian tribe, then why don't I go and deal with the barbarian tribe's greatest enemy, the ancient demon? The ancient demons do not possess any intellect at all. Killing them is no different from killing beasts that are no different from puppets. Di Jun. This battle made Long Chen even more determined to kill this person, no matter how much he had to pay. His anger and hatred towards him had long since burned like a flame. In the entire Pangu continent, there are hundreds of places where the ancient demons gather. Ordinary barbarian tribe members do not dare to go near these places. The experts and gods of the barbarian tribe often sweep through these places, but every time, there will be some remnants. These places are mostly dangerous places that even gods and devils fear. Instead of waiting for the barbarian tribe to attack, I might as well kill my way in and have a look. After making up his mind, Long Chen first returned to Chief-Elect Tribe to look for Man Ji. He remembered that near Chief-Elect Tribe, there was a place called Stream of Demons, which was a forbidden place for the barbarian tribe and the territory of the ancient demons. Where are you going? No, it's too dangerous there. If it were any other time, and when I'm alone, I wouldn't even dare to go in and take the risk. Not to mention that the ancient demons are wreaking havoc now. They will swarm out soon, and a great war will break out. Man Ji was worried about Long Chen's safety. Don't worry. Even Di Jun can't kill me, let alone Stream of Demons. Now that the ancient demons are in a turbulent situation, I can take this opportunity to find out more about them. Besides, if I don't make a contribution, why would the ancient gods of the barbarian tribe allow me to enter the world of life? Since Long Chen had made up his mind, his heart was naturally calm. Man Ji had seen Long Chen escape with his own eyes, so he naturally believed him. He nodded and said, "Why don't we go together? That way, we can take care of each other." Long Chen shook his head and refused. It's easier for me to hide if I'm alone. Furthermore, the Chief-Elect Tribe needs your protection. If you abandon your duty and cause the Chief-Elect Tribe to be destroyed by the ancient demons, then it will be our responsibility. At this point, Man Ji no longer insisted. He did not know that Long Chen's main purpose was to become stronger, so he was very touched. After pointing out the location of Stream of Demons to Long Chen, he sent Long Chen away respectfully. The Chief-Elect Tribe was relatively peaceful at the moment, with only some small tribes and cities around it being attacked by some ordinary ancient demons. Of course, wars were breaking out frequently in other parts of Pangu continent. The Wildlands sect master and the other 4 divine supremes had been dispatched to destroy the strongholds of the ancient demons to quell the chaos. Facing the 4 divine venerables, the ancient demons could not hold on for long, and for the time being, they did not cause too many casualties to Pangu continent. It seemed that the sect master and the others had taken control of the situation. Long Chen crossed the mountains and rivers, and finally came to the so-called stream of demons. It was the place where the ancient demons were hibernating. Chen, Yenner is moving. Just as he was about to enter the stream of demons, he heard Lingxi's slightly weak voice. Long Chen quickly retreated and stayed away from the place for the time being. How was it? To be honest, he had been waiting all these days. After being pregnant for so many years, Lingxi was about to give birth to her child. Of course, Long Chen had been waiting for the moment to become a father for a very long time. Ever since he learned that Lingxi was pregnant, he had been in a state of anticipation and torment. Therefore, when Lingxi suddenly mentioned that her daughter had some movements, Long Chen was instantly startled. Even though he had prepared for a very long time, he was still a little apprehensive about the matter of becoming a father. After all, this was a little life that he had personally created. No matter how he looked at it, it was a kind of mystical feeling. The magic of life, the crystallization of love. It's not the time to be born yet, but it will be soon. Come and see the changes in her. I can't tell. Lingxi was recuperating most of the time now, and many people were taking care of her. Li Xuanji and Yang Yu were also there. Long Chen's gaze shifted to the god nation. In a palace, everyone was surrounding Lingxi. Of course, Long Chen could see through her belly and see the child inside. When he saw it clearly, Long Chen's entire body trembled in astonishment. Yenner actually turned into a dragon in your belly. That's right, the originally human-shaped fetus had now turned into a red dragon in Lingxi's belly. It was curled up with its eyes still closed. It was very pocket-sized, but also very cute. From the faint aura it exuded, it could be seen that this little dragon had completely inherited the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Her body had a very strong aura of the slaughter ancestral dragon, just like an infant ancient blood spirit dragon. In terms of bloodline, it has completely inherited my ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline, so it's purer than mine. Long Chen was actually looking forward to seeing Long Yen, because the 10 great ancestral dragons had never reproduced, and it seemed impossible for them to do so. They were all too strong, and it was difficult for them to reproduce a bloodline as strong as their own, the bloodline that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. But Long Chen seemed to be different. In the entire myriad worlds, apart from his father, he was the only one who had inherited the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. In fact, he was born after Long Qinglan inherited the essence blood of the void cosmic dragon and his mother. But when Long Chen was born, his starting point was very low, no different from a mortal. So at first, he thought that Long Yen would be the same as him. But now it was obviously different. Long Yen had now taken human form, and had directly transformed into the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Just like a pure ancient blood spirit dragon. This was what puzzled Long Chen. Why was it that she was so weak when she was born, but her child seemed to be very strong? This child made Long Chen feel nervous in his heart. Although she was still in Lingxi's womb, she was destined to be extraordinary. They were both descendants of ancestral dragon warriors. Or maybe it was because of the mysterious dragon Jade. The only difference between him and Long Qinglan was this mysterious dragon Jade, which was the current dragon Jade seal. Until now, Long Chen still did not know what the first ancestral dragon had given him was. When he and Lingxi became one, the dragon Jade had already existed at that time. I can sense that the power of her bloodline is very strong, and very pure. Of course, Lingxi was proud from the bottom of her heart, but she was also a little worried. After all, this was her first child with Long Chen, and she was worried about whether she could be born smoothly. In her womb, the small fetus was changing between a human and a dragon. Yes, it's almost the same feeling as when I inherited the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood essence. It's like she also inherited the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood essence. But shouldn't there be only one ancient blood spirit dragon in the draconic sacrificial continent? He thought that he might be able to create a future ancient blood spirit dragon. However, we all have the inheritance blood, but there seems to be only one origin dragon soul. In this case, if Long Yen grew up, she would only be equivalent to an ancestral dragon with the inheritance blood, but not the origin dragon soul. Although it's a pity, at least she can rush to the Tai immortal realm, it should be not bad. Long Chen thought. Chen, but I feel that her soul doesn't seem to be much different from yours. There is something more that you don't have. At this moment, Lingxi reminded. What? Long Chen was really shocked. In his eyes, the blood-colored little dragon was sleeping. Long Chen could feel that her soul was very weak, but it was indeed different from his. The difference was like the difference between a true dragon with the origin dragon soul and himself. Could it be? Chapter 2986. She even has an origin dragon soul. Long Chen almost cried out. This was too exaggerated. She had already transformed into a dragon before she was even born. This was equivalent to inheriting the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen guessed that this was related to inheriting the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon and the mysterious dragon jade left behind by the first ancestral dragon. However, she already had an origin dragon soul. What was going on? Of course, the origin dragon soul was not the origin dragon soul that Long Chen was looking for. Like Long Yen, it was still in a fetal state and was very weak. However, it was undeniable that in the future, whether it was the origin dragon soul or something else, it would grow along with Long Yen. In other words, the dragon's face right now was that of a newborn primordial spiritual blood dragon. Long Chen was not completely an ancestral dragon yet. His child in Lingxi's womb was already a tiny ancestral dragon. As long as there was time, it was completely possible for her to grow into an ancestral dragon. This, currently, only Long Chen and Lingxi knew about this matter. Of course, they were still not sure if it was really an ancient blood spiritual dragon. After all, if it was really an ancient blood spiritual dragon, the commotion would be slightly smaller. The birth of the 10 great ancestral dragons in the divine dragon origin grounds would definitely be very powerful. No matter what, we must allow her to peacefully arrive in this world and grow up without any worries. As for her potential and so on, we will carefully observe her before making a final decision. In the end, Long Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and spoke calmly. Ling Shi was also shocked. She was still in a daze as she said, I just don't understand. You and she are both descendants of the ancestral dragon. She was conceived when we were still in the true martial imperial domain. At that time, you were far from being as powerful as you are now. How could she have reached such a level now? Long Chen smiled faintly and said, Little Shi, I feel that this is a gift that the first ancestral dragon left for us. Or perhaps it's one of his arrangements. No matter what, it's only good for us. Think about it, if every one of my descendants could be like Yen, then I wouldn't have to do anything in the future. Wouldn't it be enough for us to just have children? It seemed like they had not been in love for a long time. How annoying. You have to be able to afford to have so many babies. Who knows what Yen will need after she's born? That was true. When Yen is born, we can indeed consider it. But I also feel sorry for making you work so hard for so many years. There should not be such a plan for the time being, and it may not be easy. The two temporarily put aside the matter of Long Yen and did not tell the others about the origin dragon soul. After all, it was too exaggerated and they were not completely sure. This child is truly troublesome. You and Jun have already fought to such an extent. Why didn't she be born earlier or later? Why did she have to wait until now? If she coincidentally bumps into your battle with him and distracts you, that would be terrible. Ling, she said worriedly. Don't worry, how can there be such a coincidence? No matter what, I will protect her and let her come to this world with peace of mind. She will grow up in the happiest way. After all, she is my child. Long Chen knew that no matter what happened in this period of time, he would live to welcome the arrival of this new life. In the stream of fiends. Putting aside the matter of Long Yen for the time being, Long Chen crossed the barren mountains and rivers and came to the top of the stream of fiends. In front of him was a boundless abyss, with no end in front and no end at the bottom. Everywhere was filled with grey mist, which was actually Pangu's spirit energy, but after coming here, it had been transformed into a dark and bizarre power. It felt somewhat similar to the power of ancient demons. There are hundreds of places like this where ancient demons are hidden on Pangu continent. I wonder if there are demons comparable to the god realm of absolute beginning in this stream of fiends. If not, I will have come here for nothing. Among the hundreds of places where ancient demons gathered, this stream of fiends was one of the smaller ones. The probability of having god realm of absolute beginning ancient demons was relatively low. The ancient demon killed by Man Ji might have come from here. However, the danger of this place was unpredictable, so Man Ji would not come here rashly. It was possible that this abyss, which seemed to be empty, could hide powerful and terrifying ancient demons. Long Chen passed through the layers of grey mist, entered the state of the Time Dragon, and headed deeper into the stream of fiends. He had already seen many ancient demons moving around. Most of them were not as strong as gods and fiends, while a small number were comparable to gods and fiends. Although it was only a small number, there were still quite a lot of them. Ancient demons above the God-King realm were relatively rare. At least, Long Chen had only seen a few hundred along the way. Of course, this stream of fiends was too big. If all of them were added up, it would be hard to count the number. There were too few that could interest him and make him kill them. It turns out that unknowingly, I have already stood at the peak of the myriad worlds. Even divine emperors are nothing in my eyes. Long Chen felt a little emotional. Now, he was at the peak of the myriad worlds, but in the entire world, there were only a few that were stronger than him. This was the symbol of strength. Since he came to the myriad worlds, he had basically endured the most difficult stage. Now that he could kill Jun, he was already a supreme expert of the myriad worlds. He continued to descend. Occasionally, he would be discovered by the nearby ancient demons. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse in his hand. Once an ancient demon charged at him, he could casually kill it with a sword. It was very convenient and tyrannical. This made the ancient demons fear him, not daring to get close. About half a day later, he finally reached the bottom of the stream of fiends. There were simply too many ancient demons here. However, because Long Chen's ghost blood curse was too powerful, after Long Chen killed many of them, the ancient demons didn't dare to get close. Long Chen stood at the bottom of the stream of fiends. Large numbers of ancient demons were roaring and clamoring. They surrounded him, forming layers of meat shields to prevent him from escaping. There were at least 100,000 of them. How depressing, not a single one of them is at the Divine Emperor realm. Long Chen slashed out with the time sword. The corpses of the ancient demons fell like rain, smashing into the ground. A small portion of them were directly turned into ashes by the ghost blood curse. This way, it would be hard for him to devour them. An ancient demon that alarmed the Wildlands sect leader and made the barbarian race nervous wouldn't be at this level. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse and walked deeper into the stream of fiends. If there were any ancient demons blocking his way, he would directly kill them, carving out a path of blood. Creatures like ancient demons have no intelligence. They only know how to devour and kill. They are more like puppets, similar to the blood beasts in the death rain. It seems like there are some unknown secrets behind these ancient demons. After walking for about an hour and killing a large number of ancient demons, he was suddenly attracted by a strange energy. In the depths of the stream of fiends, he passed through layers of fog and ancient demon corpses. Finally, he saw a huge gray array diagram in the depths of an abyss. The array diagram had a diameter of a few million meters. This array diagram has been set up for a long time. It's actually so complicated. Longchen floated above the array diagram, searching for its core. Something strange. He stopped. In fact, the commotion he caused was relatively huge. Because there were ancient demons attacking him from time to time, he had no choice but to counterattack. Even at this moment, a large number of ancient demon corpses fell into the complex gray array diagram. When the ancient demon's blood dyed the array diagram red, the gray array diagram suddenly exploded with a monstrous murderous aura. Countless symbols on it lit up. There seemed to be a giant beast in the middle of the formation diagram, which let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire demon stream. Even as Longchen lowered his head, a deathly gray, supergiant beast burst out of the millions of meters-long formation diagram. It was the head of a lion. A lion that was completely gray in color was like a rock. It gave Longchen a feeling similar to that of old demon stone. The lion had an extremely lush mane, and each strand of its mane was a long gray snake that was twisting and turning. Roar! That furious roar had come from this super behemoth. It was also an ancient demon. It was a very strong ancient demon, far stronger than the one Man Ji had fought before. Longchen sensed it and knew that in terms of power, this ancient demon had completely surpassed him and Man Ji. However, it was definitely lacking in laws. Without intelligence, it was difficult to have profound laws. Good stuff. Longchen came to Fiend Stream to find an ancient demon of this level. Perhaps there were very few ancient demons of this level in the entire Pangu continent, but only this kind could be of help to Longchen. Rumble. The lion rushed out of the array diagram. Sword of Time. Longchen did not hold back. He held the ghost blood curse in his hand and slashed out with the eternal grade fortune divine weapon. He did not use the ghost blood curse to attack in close range. If the ancient demon was turned into ashes by the ghost blood curse, it would not be worth it. Rumble. The sword of time left numerous sword marks on the ancient demon's body. Longchen retracted the ghost blood curse, and the heaven-sacrificing spear, which was the fusion of 7 sacred god scepters, appeared in his hand. It was an existence that was infinitely close to an eternal grade fortune divine weapon. He held the silver spear with both hands, and as the ancient demon rushed up, he suddenly descended. Karma Thorn. The heaven-sacrificing spear was the most suitable weapon to use in actual combat. The power of karma was also the judgment of justice. The heaven-sacrificing spear could use this power to form a fatal attack. Swoosh! The tip of Longchen's heaven-sacrificing spear slammed fiercely into the ancient demon's forehead. Under Longchen's control, the spear pierced deep into the ancient demon's forehead and flew out from the back of the ancient demon's head. The ancient demon howled miserably. No matter how tough its skin and flesh were, it could only be defeated by Longchen. Of course, Longchen did not stop there. His attacks came wave after wave. Chapter 2987. Wang. The extermination dragon seal was imprinted on the head of the ancient demon. The ancient demon's soul was dispersed and its life was extinguished. It couldn't withstand Longchen's attack. This was the moment that Longchen was waiting for. The ancient demon was actually very strong. However, Long Chen happened to counter it. If it was Man Ji, it wouldn't be so easy. Man Ji might not even be able to do anything to the ancient demon. This ancient demon's blood qi is very vigorous. It's more helpful to me than an ordinary ultimate divine emperor. Long Chen used the primordial blood spirit dragon's blood devour to devour the huge ancient Fei on the gray diagram. The ancient Fei's flesh was vigorous, but there was a lot of impurities. Long Chen spent some effort to completely refine it. I haven't reached the ultimate godly king realm yet. At my current level, it's still a little difficult to raise my cultivation level with just 1 or 2 blood devourers. Fortunately, the ancient Fei are endless. If there were more ancient demons, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the ultimate divine king realm. After the ancient demon appeared, the gray formation diagram became silent. Long Chen couldn't understand anything from the formation diagram, but he felt that the strongest ancient demon in the vicinity should have been killed by him. I should head to the next gathering place of ancient demons. As he thought of this, he prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, the gray diagram beneath his feet lit up once again. Furthermore, the intensity of the light this time was several times or even dozens of times brighter than the last time. What's going on? There are so many powerful ancient demons. Under the bright light, Long Chen couldn't open his eyes to see what was in the formation diagram. As the number of experts was beyond his expectation, he could only rush upwards. When he stood at a high enough position, he was shocked to see more than 30 ancient demons emerging from the formation diagram. Each of them was comparable to an ancient demon in the absolute beginning divine realm and had the power of a divine emperor. Even at this moment, there were still more ancient demons appearing. Some of them looked stronger and bigger than the lion. In just a short time, the number of ancient demons had exceeded 100 and each of them was at the deity emperor realm. Could it be the lair of an ancient demon behind this formation diagram? The Wildlands sect master had brought 500 divine emperors with him. He just came to the demonic demon stream out of a sudden. How could there be more after killing one ancient demon? And the number was still increasing. Before Long Chen could take another look, hundreds of deity emperor ancient demons charged towards him. Although most of them were far weaker than him, there were just too many of them. Moreover, some of them were comparable to ultimate deity emperors. It was indeed troublesome to deal with them all at once. There must be a secret here. I don't have to be in a hurry to leave. If he wanted to leave, he could rely on the Death Realm Dragon Gate at any time. With this, there was no need to be anxious. Therefore, he took out the Ghost Blood Curse and killed his way into the group of ancient demons. Long Chen could basically kill the weaker ones with a single slash. The stronger ones could not stop his nomological killing moves. Those that could provide him with power, he tried his best to attack them with the Extermination Dragon Seal. In a short time, he had killed quite a few blood devourers. However, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the ultimate godly king realm. Rumble. At this moment, even stronger ancient Fei came out of the array diagram. One of the gigantic beasts was 10 times the size of the male lion. Such an ancient Fei was comparable to the Huda Great the Arch. With the appearance of such an existence, the other ancient Fei made way for it to deal with Long Chen. Good stuff. Long Chen sneered. Just as he was about to use the Ghost Blood Curse to execute the Death Rain Calamity to kill this gigantic beast, he was dumbfounded. However, when the gigantic ancient Fei appeared, 4 other ancient Fei of the same size as him appeared in the gray array diagram. At a glance, there were more than 300 God Emperor ancient Fei. This team was comparable to the Wildlands sect leader's team. Something's wrong. These ancient Fei would not appear here because of me. They should have appeared here to attack the barbarian race. It's just that I happen to be here. The ancient Fei that had appeared were difficult for Long Chen to deal with. These 300 God Emperor ancient Fei were enough to take Long Chen's life. Of course, that was under the premise that Long Chen did not have the death reign. If Di Jun encountered so many ancient Fei here, he would probably turn around and leave. I have to inform Man Ji and the rest. Moreover, there are so many ancient Fei gathered here instead of attacking randomly. There must be an intelligent existence controlling the ancient Fei to launch sneak attacks. Moreover, they can appear in this gray array diagram. Does that mean that there are other ancient Fei gathering grounds like this? As the ancient Fei surrounded him, many thoughts flashed through Long Chen's mind. Hundreds of ancient Fei surrounded Long Chen, preventing Long Chen from escaping. It seemed like Long Chen could not escape from the depths of the demonic demon stream. Although he was strong enough, there were a few ancient Fei that could match him. They did not attack for the time being. Perhaps they are afraid of me. Perhaps they are waiting for someone to give the order. Clearly, the possibility of someone giving the order is higher. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the gray array diagram. There seemed to be no ancient Fei coming out. However, most of the ancient Fei were lined up neatly and respectfully around the array diagram, as though they were welcoming something. Who? Long Chen had just guessed that they must be waiting for a stronger expert to descend when two people appeared in front of him. One had black hair and the other had white hair. The two of them looked exactly the same. The only difference was that one was slightly older while the other was slightly younger. The appearance of these two people instantly brought an incomparably huge threat to Long Chen. One of them, the older one with white hair, was definitely a supreme deity, Tai Immortal Realm expert. Even the younger one with black hair, with a creepy smile and chaotic eyes, seemed to be an ultimate deity emperor. Moreover, he was at the pinnacle of the ultimate deity emperor realm. He gave Long Chen the feeling that the black-haired one was infinitely close to Di Jun. The ancient Fei did not have a human form. But they had a human form. They could be humans or demons. In fact, Long Chen was very familiar with them. They were neither humans nor demons. They were primeval troll, pure primeval troll, so pure that they wanted to die. However, they were not primeval heavenly demons. They were definitely another type of primeval troll. Their bodies had an incomparably majestic gray aura, very similar to the ancient Fei. In other words, all the ancient Fei's power and attributes came from these two. This was definitely out of Long Chen's expectation. He never expected that the ancient Fei would be related to the primeval troll. Moreover, he thought that the strongest primeval troll in the myriad worlds was the primeval heavenly demon. He never expected that there would be an ultimate god primeval troll here. Sure enough, the primeval heavenly demon did not lie to him. There were indeed a large number of primeval troll. One had white hair, and the other had black hair. Both looked very similar. They were a type of primeval troll. They were either brothers or father and son. Judging from their demeanor, they should be brothers. The white-haired one was the elder, and the black-haired one was the younger. The low intelligence of the ancient Fei was probably caused by them. As soon as the two super experts appeared, their eyes fell on Long Chen. It was a very strange and demonic feeling. Their eyes contained a power that made one's heart palpitate. Primeval troll. Long Chen did not plan to continue the blood devour for the time being. It was a major event that the barbarians had discovered an enemy of the level of divine realm. There was even a high possibility that the legendary creature that had caused great damage to the barbarians on Pangu continent was this kind of ancient great fiend. I can't believe you know that we are primeval troll. The black-haired one was slightly surprised. He sneered and looked at Long Chen curiously. Then, he turned to the white-haired primeval troll and said, "Brother, this guy is interesting. Leave him to me." The white-haired divine sovereign, or fiend sovereign, glanced at Long Chen and said, "He has an eternal great fortune artifact. Don't waste any more time. We need to move out soon." "All right." The black-haired ancient great devil cackled as he approached Long Chen. His demonic chi soared to the heavens. Although he wasn't from the monster race, he was actually far more monstrous than the monster race. He scrutinized Long Chen and said, "Strange, you're not from the barbarian race, so why did you come so deep into our territory? You just so happened to run into us, your luck really is terrible. In order to prevent you from leaking any information, I can only eat you." Generally speaking, even if the white-haired fiend sovereign behind him was not included, ordinary existences would tremble when they met him, especially when he was surrounded by hundreds of ancient fae. Long Chen was not flustered. He studied the black-haired primeval troll and said, "I've seen some primeval troll. What kind of primeval troll are you, and where are you from? I never kill nameless people." In fact, he was very afraid of the fiend sovereign. Apparently, most of the ancient fae were killed by him. He could fight against the black-haired fiend, but now he wanted to take advantage of this period of time to learn as much as possible about these two existences. "Oh, you've seen other primeval troll? How ingenious." The black-haired primeval troll giggled. He stared into Long Chen's eyes and said word by word, "Remember, my name is Demon Feast, and we are Chaos Demons. Demon Wa, Era Heavenly Fiend, Chaos Demons." Long Chen could vaguely sense that their laws were very strange, and they should be related to the ancient fae. He also had some understanding of their strength, and now was the time to send the news to Man Ji. If Long Chen's guess was right, their sudden appearance and attack this time should be aimed at Man Ji's chief-elect tribe. So many experts had gathered together, and it was clear that their goal was to wipe out the barbarians bit by bit and occupy Pangu continent. Demon Feast must know what Long Chen was thinking. Chapter 2988. The primeval troll relied on the strength of their bodies and laws. For example, the Era Heavenly Demon's time law was terrifying, and Demon Wa's black hole law was also very powerful. Therefore, in Long Chen's impression, the primeval troll did not rely on the creation divine weapons to win. However, if they had a powerful creation divine weapon, it would be a great help to them. They were originally a species that was born after the divine demon beasts devoured the divine dragons. Similar to the divine dragons, their bodies and laws were very terrifying, surpassing the human race, demon clan, and ordinary divine demons. That was their advantage. Long Chen had already asked Divine Emperor Yu Hua to contact Man Ji about the situation. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was a third heaven expert, so he could describe the situation more clearly. Man Ji knew the severity of the situation and believed that Long Chen would naturally report the news to the Wildlands sect master as soon as possible. If everything went according to plan, after killing Long Chen, the hundreds of divine emperors and ancient demons would gather and raise the chief-elect tribe to the ground. Long Chen could not stop the Chaos Fiend Demon Lord, so he had tried his best to spread the news. When Divine Emperor Yu Hua contacted Man Ji, Long Chen was facing the Chaos Fiend Demon Fei. His strength and cultivation level were very close to that of a hierarch. If everything went according to plan, he gave Long Chen the feeling that he had completely surpassed the Ho-Tu Great Monarch. At least, he was equivalent to the top 10 on the Divine Emperor list, or even the top 5. Such a person was a great challenge for Long Chen. Chaos Fiend Blade. Yao Yan did not transform into his primordial giant demon form. Instead, he took out the eternal grade creation divine weapon, the primal Chaos Demon Blade. It was a fiendish weapon comparable to the Ghost Blood Curse. It was a slender and narrow deathly gray demon blade. Its entire body was gray, and it was forged from a kind of crystal. This crystal was divided into billions of tiny crystals, and each of these tiny crystals emitted a deathly gray energy. A deathly gray fog surrounded the primal Chaos Demon Saber. It was comparable to the Ghost Blood Curse's Curse Chi. It was obvious that if the primal Chaos Demon Saber were to hit someone, the effect would be comparable to the ghost blood curse. Although it might not be fatal, the power of the primal chaos demon saber would make one wish they were dead. Looking at the ghost blood curse in Long Chen's hand, Yao Yan stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his slender chaos demon saber. He smiled and said, "Your fortune divine artifact is really attractive. I want to obtain it. What do you think I should do?" Now that Yu Hua had made things clear to Man Ji, Long Chen could focus on the ghost blood curse. He said, "What else can I do? If you want it, come and get it. I am also interested in your chaos demon saber." The one he was truly afraid of was his elder brother. This devil lord was the one who could put Long Chen to death. Although Yao Yan was also tyrannical, and Long Chen didn't have much confidence in defeating him, he wouldn't be killed by him either. Clearly, his role had been fulfilled. He just wanted to test the difference between him and this chaos demon. "Hurry up, stop fooling around." The devil lord had already led the other ancient demons to leave. With Yao Yan holding Long Chen back, the other ancient demons didn't surround Long Chen. Long Chen got a chance to fight Yao Yan alone. "Alright." Yao Yan held the primal chaos demon saber horizontally and sneered. The power of the primal chaos demon saber fused with his own power, posing a huge threat to Long Chen. However, this time, Long Chen was faster than him. With the devil lord around, he had to attack quickly to have a chance to escape. Therefore, he had already prepared the Death World Calamity. The first 2 times he executed it were extremely successful. This time, it was even more so. When the blood sea filled the sky, the core power of the Death World erupted from the third eye. The ghost blood curse was unleashed, and the Death World Calamity was condensed within the sword light, instantly tearing everything apart. Behind Long Chen, there was an illusionary image of the blood sea that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was the surging and invincible energy of the Death World. All the energy was condensed into this sword. It could be said that Long Chen didn't attack. The moment he attacked, Yao Yan was shaken and the Devil Lord turned his head. Primal Chaos Astral Saber. Yao Yan was shocked. He swept his saber horizontally, using the power of Primeval Troll to fight against the Death World Calamity. That saber couldn't block the Death World Calamity. Long Chen made use of the fact that the Devil Lord was looking down on him to use his killer move. Yao Yan was forced to retreat, and the Primal Chaos Demon Saber was sent flying. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, a few more wounds appeared on his body. The ghost blood curse rushed towards his body, suppressing Yao Yan's energy and causing a new round of damage. However, at that moment, a white-haired man appeared behind him. It was the Devil Lord from the Chaos Demon realm. He pressed his palm on Yao Yan's back, and in an instant, the power of the ghost blood curse was completely expelled. If it wasn't for the Devil Lord, Yao Yan would have been seriously injured. This was the result of him underestimating Long Chen. If he had fought cautiously, this wouldn't have happened. "Let me do it," said the Devil Lord coldly. "Let me do it." Yao Yan was furious. He stared at Long Chen who was retreating. With a swoosh, the Primal Chaos Demon Saber appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Long Chen. This time, he displayed his true strength. In an instant, his demonic aura was monstrous, comparable to that of an ultimate god. "Loser, you are not worth mentioning." Long Chen knew that the Devil Lord was a prideful person. A simple sentence from him would provoke Yao Yan half to death. After succeeding in one move, Long Chen smiled coldly. Just as Yao Yan was about to rush towards him, Long Chen flipped his hands. Death World Dragon Gate. A Death World Dragon Gate appeared in front of him. Realizing that Long Chen was about to escape, the Devil Lord stretched out his hand to grab him. However, Yao Yan was blocking his way. Long Chen's speed was too fast. In an instant, Long Chen rushed into the death world and closed it. Where did he go? Yao Yan held the primal chaos demon saber horizontally and looked around furiously. He seems to be in another world. No wonder this guy isn't afraid of me. He has such a trump card. The Devil Lord looked around and pondered. Brother, are we just going to let him go like this? There's no way to drag him out. I wasn't ready to fight just now and let him succeed. Do you know how disgusting it is? In front of this Devil Lord, Yao Yan is like a child. Well, since you underestimated your enemy, you deserve to be humiliated, and you will have to face even more severe consequences. Our target is the Berserkers, so don't forget the plan. Also, as long as he is on Pangu continent, there will always be a chance for us to fight. Next time, I'll give you another chance for a fair fight. Fine, how dare you say I'm a loser? I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. He just ran away. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Yao Yan gnashed his teeth. Oh right, when he found us, he will definitely tell the barbarians. Don't worry. The barbarian divine lords are not nearby. When we come back after wiping out all the barbarian tribes, they will only be able to sense us. Do you think the tunnel I spent millions of years to build will be useless? Long Chen appeared at the place where he used the death world on Dijun Manji. What's the situation? He flew toward the chief-elect tribe. Manji's heavy voice came from the communication device. I've told Sect Master. He and the other divine lords are not nearby. If this divine lord ancient demon attacks, I can only defend with my life. After all, I can't escape in such a short time. Wait for me. Long Chen sped up. His position was not far from the chief-elect tribe, so he arrived in a short while. Most of the barbarians in the chief-elect tribe were evacuating to the north. Manji and a few god emperors were standing in the direction closest to the fiend demon stream, their eyes filled with the determination to face death. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, Manji's eyes turned solemn. He quickly said, Brother, our sect master will come as soon as possible. We have to hold on until he arrives. You should go first. We didn't expect another divine lord ancient demon to appear. You've done us a great service by helping us get this news. That's enough. We thank you. Long Chen turned his head and saw a cloud of dust rising from the direction of the demonic stream. A large number of terrifying ancient demons were approaching. A battle to the death was unavoidable. He said solemnly, You guys can't hold on any longer. Look at the situation, let's see how many of you can escape. Facing hundreds of god emperors and 2 chaos fiend demons, Manji and the rest would only be sending themselves to their deaths. I can't go. I'm a barbarian warrior. I can only fight to the death. I can't retreat, Manji said vehemently. You will only die if you stay here. If you survive today, you can take revenge in the future. Don't waste your life. Long Chen treated him as a friend, so he said so much. No, I'd rather die in battle than retreat, and I definitely can't abandon the people of the chief-elect tribe. Manji's eyes were bloodshot. The enemies were getting closer and closer. He actually couldn't resist this invasion that he had planned for so long. He could only wait for Manhuang's sect master and the others. This was his spirit and also Long Chen's helplessness. Spirit was something that couldn't be shaken. If Long Chen took him away by force, he would hate him. He would feel that he had lost his value. That would hurt him even more. However, the ancient Fae surged over and the barbarians fled in panic. In the face of this planned murder, how many of the barbarians could escape? Manji raised his arm and shouted, Barbarian race, let's sweep the world. All barbarian warriors, follow me to kill this ancient demon. Not only did Manji not retreat, he even led a group of barbarian race warriors towards the ancient demons. Long Chen gritted his teeth and also rushed forward. He could only help the barbarian race kill a few ancient demons. In such a chaotic situation, there was a demon lord on the other side, he could not do anything else. To the barbarian race, this was a catastrophe. Hundreds of deity emperor ancient monsters descended and charged at them. The largest of them was so huge that it could blot out the sky and kill a large number of barbarian deities with a single stomp. Surrounded by a large number of ancient demons, the two Chaos Fiend demons were there. Long Chen had managed to escape from the demon lord once, but it would be difficult for him to do so again. Chapter 2989. This was an attack that the primal chaos fiendish demon supremacy had meticulously planned for many years. Naturally, the speed of his advance was terrifying. All the ancient demons were under his command. Not just the God Emperor ancient demons, all the ancient demons in the demonic demon stream rushed out. Looking over, they had already covered half the sky. The barbarian race's calamity. Long Chen couldn't reverse the situation. After all, the ancient demon's goal was to destroy the barbarian race and cause chaos. The Wildlands sect leader and the others hadn't arrived yet. The ancient demons came too quickly. In an instant, the God Emperors led by Man Ji were drowned by the ancient demons. If Man Ji had listened to Long Chen could have taken him away. But Long Chen knew that Man Ji was fighting for his life. If it was Long Chen, he wouldn't have been able to leave even half a step. Now that he had rushed into the group of ancient demons, trying to stop them from advancing, Long Chen knew that Man Ji would be finished. There was no doubt about it. Kill! The battle cries of the barbarian race could be heard in the chaos. At the same time, the cries of the weak could be heard. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many barbarian warriors had fallen under the onslaught of the ancient demons. Even their corpses were devoured by the ancient demons. A large number of ancient demons had already reached the chief-elect tribe, but there were still a large number of barbarians who had not left the tribe. Obviously, even if Long Chen knew about the existence of the chaos demons in advance, he could only reduce the number of casualties. He definitely couldn't eliminate the number of casualties. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The chief-elect tribe's defensive line was collapsing at an unprecedented speed. For the barbarians here, this was definitely a catastrophe. One by one, the barbarians died and were devoured. The ancient demons attacked and surrounded the barbarians. Their goal was to kill. So you're still here. Long Chen killed a few god emperors and ancient demons. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. That's right, it was the chaos demon, Yao Yan. Black hair fluttered in the wind. Killing intent surged in the chaos demon blade and blood dripped from it. In this short period of time, he should have killed quite a few barbarians. Yao Yan laughed. In the direction he pointed, at the highest point, the white-haired chaos demon was floating in the air, standing above all the ancient demons. The barbarians could see this voice when they raised their heads. At this moment, he carried a bulky barbarian in his hand and his cold voice swept through the world. Barbarians, your doomsday has arrived. Let's start with him. The barbarian in his hand could not resist at all and was thrown away. Guyao, the Wildlands sect master and the other 4 hierarchs will definitely avenge me and take your life. If you continue to cause trouble, the ancient god will personally come out and consign you to eternal damnation. Before the barbarian died, he still shouted loudly. His eyes were resolute, as though he was facing death with equanimity. He did not cower in the slightest and only had hatred for Guyao. He was Man Ji. The barbarians were extremely excited. They raised their heads, their eyes filled with blood. Long Chen was furious and wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, Man Ji was controlled by the Divine Lord and Yao Yan was in front of him. In this situation, his power was limited and he couldn't save Man Ji. Man Ji. Under Long Chen's gaze, the Chaos Demon casually punched Man Ji. Man Ji's soul flew and his life disappeared. But even so, he still looked at Gu Yao proudly and angrily. He showed a disdainful smile. Even though Gu Yao was strong, he wasn't afraid of him at all. Roar! An ancient demon charged over and swallowed Man Ji. This passionate barbarian disappeared from the world just like that. Long Chen still remembered his straightforward smile. It was a pity that he died protecting them. From then on, Long Chen would never see him again. Even though he didn't have a close relationship with the barbarian tribe, Long Chen was still furious to see them being slaughtered like this. Man Ji's death was a huge blow to him. He would never forget the look in Man Ji's eyes. He was looking forward to the barbarian tribe's divine venerables killing this chaos demon to avenge him. Your leader is dead. Don't move and die obediently. The chaos demon's voice reached the ears of all the barbarians. Man Ji, who had protected them for so long, the chief-elect war god, had died in battle. For some of the barbarian race, this was their determination to take revenge. It would only make them crazier. But for the majority of the barbarian race, facing such a tyrannical enemy was a disaster and despair. Especially since they knew that the Wildlands sect leader and the others wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. Boom! Several giant beasts rushed into the chief-elect tribe. Without attacking, they just opened their mouths and swallowed countless barbarians as food. Out of the hundreds of millions of barbarians in the chief-elect tribe, less than a third escaped. Those who were still here were decreasing at a terrifying speed. Those are hundreds of Deity Emperor ancient demons. In the entire Pangu continent, only the heart of Pangu has this level of power. It's too easy to destroy a tribe with this level of power. Although I've grown much stronger, I still can't deal with opponents of this level. Sure enough, no matter what level I reach, I will encounter enemies of the same level. If I could fight a divine emperor, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Man Ji's death had buried anger and hatred in Long Chen's heart. To be honest, he couldn't tell right from wrong in the battle between the ancient demons and the barbarians. The ancient demons were fighting for their survival, but their methods were too brutal. But as an outsider, Long Chen didn't hate the ancient demons too much. But now that Man Ji was dead, of course, he hated it. Try your best to help. Consider it as revenge for Man Ji. Yao Yan let him see how the Fiend Sovereign killed Man Ji. Once again, he stood in front of Long Chen, preventing Long Chen from attacking the ancient demons. He laughed evilly and said, "It's your turn now. Are you ready?" Not only him, even the Fiend Sovereign, who was 1,000 meters away, had his eyes fixed on Wuxia, as if he would launch an attack at any time. If Wuxia and Fiend Sovereign suddenly attacked, Wuxia would be dead for sure. Looking down, it was a horrible scene. At least hundreds of millions of barbarians were killed in the operation of the ancient demons. Countless cries and roars could be heard down below. It was like hell on earth. Long Chen couldn't forget today's anger. If the other barbarians saw this, they would be even more furious. But he knew that for the Fiend Sovereign, who was well prepared, today was just the beginning of the war. Facing Yao Yan, he could still calm down. Before Yao Yan attacked, he had already opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and half of his body was already in it. Yao Yan's overall strength was not much stronger than him, so he couldn't stop him from escaping. However, Long Chen was not in a hurry to leave. "If you have the guts, you can come in and fight me." If he dared to enter the Death Realm, without the threat of the Fiend Sovereign, Long Chen would like to fight him. Even though it would be difficult, he was almost invincible in the Death Realm. One day, he would be able to kill this chaos demon that was as strong as the top 5 on the Divine Emperor list. You think I don't dare to? Yao Yen roared with laughter. He raised the primal chaos demon blade and was about to charge forward. Long Chen was surprised that Yao Yen was so straightforward. If he could take revenge for Man Ji today, it would naturally be for the best, and he would not let down Man Ji's spirit in heaven. Yao Yen. White Hair Sovereign said coldly. Yao Yen stopped in his tracks. Seeing that the Fiend Sovereign was about to take action, Long Chen closed the Death Realm Dragon Gate and returned to the Death Realm. At that moment, the entire Death Realm shook. It should be the Fiend Sovereign attacking. Luckily, I closed it quickly. Through the traces left behind by the Death Realm Dragon Gate, Long Chen could roughly feel the situation outside the Death Realm. At this moment, the Fiend Sovereign and Yao Yen met up. This is such a great opportunity. Why didn't you let me go in and kill him? Yao Yen was a little angry. The other party's hierarch is here. Retreat to the next location. Under the demon's command, all the ancient demons stopped and started running back towards the direction of the demonic demon stream without hesitation. Of course, only the god emperors and ancient demons left. The ordinary ancient demons were endless and were still rushing out from the demonic stream. Only, even though the divine emperor and Gu Yao had left, the chief-elect tribe was already finished. There were very few people who could truly escape. Right now, the people here were in a terrible state, a tragic sight to behold. If the Wildlands sect master and the others came and saw this kind of tragedy, just a little bit more and I would have finished that guy. Don't be anxious. Don't spoil our plan. After saying this, the two chaos demons returned. They were too cautious. They left immediately after accomplishing their goal. It seemed like they didn't want to fight with the Wildlands sect leader and the others at all. After they left, Long Chen came out of the Death Realm. After the god emperors and ancient demons left, there were still many ancient demons fighting with the remaining barbarians. They were devouring their corpses. The scene was extremely tragic. Weeping Blood Dragon Soul. The ordinary ancient demons were easy to deal with. Long Chen created countless slaughter dragons, each dealing with an ordinary ancient demon. Under the slaughter of the slaughter dragons, no matter how many there were, they couldn't get close to the chief-elect tribe. Only then did the remaining barbarians escape danger. But looking at the blood-stained ground, at the countless barbarian corpses, and at their comrades, they couldn't help but cry and howl. This desolate scene made Long Chen feel helpless. If he could defeat the two chaos demons, he wouldn't be in this state. Boom! A tall figure appeared in the sky above the chief-elect tribe. It was the Wildlands sect leader. Seeing the scene below, his eyes were bloodshot. When he heard Long Chen's news, he had already rushed here. Damn it! The Wildlands sect leader didn't stop. With a loud roar, he rushed towards the demonic stream. Long Chen was using his life force to heal the injured barbarians. Seeing the Wildlands sect leader chase after him, he also rushed up. Chapter 2990. The Demon Venerable and Yao Yen are still on the diagram. When Long Chen appeared, almost all the god emperors and ancient demons had entered. You again. Yao Yen was angry. Long Chen met the gaze of the white-haired demon Venerable. The Wildlands sect leader had not appeared yet. He was still hiding in the death rain. However, the two demons only looked at Long Chen and did not attack. Kid, the next time I see you, you better be prepared to be eaten by my ancient demons. Yao Yen and the demon Venerable had also entered the diagram. Rumble. Up above, the Wildlands sect leader suddenly appeared and punched down. All the ancient demons along the way were smashed into smithereens. That huge fist imprint was even bigger than the entire gray array diagram. When that fist landed on the gray array diagram, everything within a radius of tens of millions of meters was destroyed. The entire demonic demon stream was on the verge of collapse. You are the Wildlands sect leader. Next time, I will fight with you. The voice of the Chaos Demon reverberated throughout the entire demonic crevice. From his calm tone, one could tell that they had successfully escaped. Long Chen could see that the gray diagram below had been completely destroyed by the Wildlands sect leader. They escaped. The Wildlands sect leader appeared before Long Chen. He clenched his fists and looked calm, but Long Chen could clearly feel the rage in his heart. I thought it was just a simple ancient demon riot. I did not expect a godly venerable ancient demon king to appear. The history of our barbarian race is about to repeat itself. This time, they actually have such a hiding place. It will be even more troublesome. If we do not take measures quickly, the consequences will be disastrous. The Wildlands sect leader turned and looked at Long Chen. He was curious about Long Chen's sudden appearance, but this was not the time to worry. He said, if you did not discover them in advance, the consequences would be even worse. I thank you on behalf of the barbarian race. However, the situation is urgent and I cannot thank you properly. I have to meet up with Heavenly the Arch-Yin Yang and Hierarch High Sun to discuss how to deal with the ancient demon king and set up the barbarian defensive line. The few ultimate gods had to deal with the chaos fiendish demon. Long Chen's current goal was to improve himself. Senior, if you need any help, just let me know. Man Ji is my friend and now that he has died, I have to do something. Alright, no problem. We don't know where Guyao is now. Let's go up first. The Wildlands sect leader had the demeanor of an expert. Although he was tyrannical, he was amiable and approachable. Long Chen had just followed him out of the demonic demon stream when he suddenly frowned. They actually appeared in the sun-chasing tribe in the south and are massacring. The great sun sovereign is nearby, so how could they move so quickly? The Wildlands sect leader knew how far he was from the sun-chasing tribe in the south. However, he did not have time to hesitate here. Shrinking earth to inches. Without bidding farewell to Long Chen, the Wildlands sect master directly used his divinity rule, a rule similar to spatial teleportation. In an instant, he disappeared before Long Chen's eyes, heading towards the sun-chasing tribe in the south. Long Chen was left alone here. I can't believe he has gone to such a faraway place in such a short period of time. Clearly, the chaos fiendish demon has most likely laid out something similar to the cosmic teleportation formation across the entire Pangu continent, and built a passage that allows him to travel across the continent. His goal should be to kill the weaker barbarians as much as possible, wiping them out and causing panic across the entire Pangu continent. Only the two of them are capable of such despicable acts. This was a big problem. If I want to enter the realm of life, only when Pangu continent is at peace will the ancient god allow me to enter. Now that the two chaos fiendish demons have created such a great chaos, there will never be peace in the long run. Pangu continent will be plunged into a catastrophe. Not only will hundreds of millions of people die, it is possible that trillions of people will die, or even more. A war between races of such a scale is rare in the myriad of worlds. Fortunately, from what the Wildlands sect leader said, apart from the ancient god, he and the other four ultimate gods have probably reached an agreement to deal with this chaos demon together. However, how could the chaos demon not know about this since he has made such a detailed plan? He must have a way to move crazily and slaughter the barbarians while the other five ultimate gods can't do anything to him, causing unprecedented panic among the barbarians. Although it was the barbarians who died, Long Chen could feel the depression and anger of the Bodhisattva sect master and the others. Back when he was fighting against the primordial great demon on the dragon sacrificial continent, wasn't he the same as the Bodhisattva sect master today? Racial hatred. The cunning chaos fiendish demon was much more difficult to deal with than the epic heavenly devil. The latter was a reasonable primeval troll with dreams and thoughts, while the chaos fiendish demon was a ferocious demon who slaughtered for the sake of killing. An idea suddenly occurred to Long Chen. In that case, it is very likely that the chaos fiendish demon has built interconnected passageways in hundreds of ancient demon colonies, allowing him to travel freely. Although the Wildlands sect leader has 5 divine venerables, he can't block all the passageways, and it is not easy to destroy them one by one. That's why the chaos fiendish demon has decided to end the battle as soon as possible. I suppose there are more barbarians now. If I have a way to let the Wildlands sect leader and the other divine venerables surround the chaos fiendish demon, he will not be able to escape even if he has wings. Without the fastest means of teleportation, it is impossible for such a situation to happen. But my death rain is special. Generally, after using it, there will be more than 10 days, or even a month, for me to reappear. This is equivalent to Lingxi's shifting stars. Moreover, the location was even more accurate than the shifting stars. Now that Lingxi was at the most crucial moment, he definitely could not let Lingxi relocate the Wildlands sect leader and the others. Then, if I go to most of the ancient demon colonies and leave the Death Rain Dragon Gates rules there, the 2 chaos fiendish demon will definitely appear at the place where I leave the rules. At that time, I will contact the Wildlands sect leader and the others and let them appear there through the Death Rain. Then, the chaos fiendish demon will be in danger. Although I can't stop the chaos fiendish demon from slaughtering the barbarians now, there is a high possibility that I can stop him. At the thought of this, Long Chen knew that he had to act quickly. At the same time, he had to communicate his thoughts to the Wildlands sect leader. Not for anything else, but at least to avenge Man Ji. For this fearless warrior, he had to fulfill his wish and help him protect his home. Long Chen came from the dragon sacrificial continent, so he had a deeper understanding of protecting his home. After listening to Long Chen's narration, the Wildlands sect leader said, "You try it first. I will meet up with the Great Sun Hierarch and try to hunt him down." Of course, he would not place all his hopes on Long Chen. After all, he had a great responsibility. All right. Long Chen immediately embarked on his journey. The closer Lingxi was to giving birth, the weaker her body became. Right now, let alone stellar transposition, it was difficult for her to even cast a single nomological law. Long Chen could only use his own speed to travel to these places and plant his own coordinates to make it easier for him to move. His goal was naturally to plant as many positions as possible within half a month as he could. As for Lingxi's womb, as Long Yan grew, Long Chen could see that Long Yan's origin dragon soul was becoming more and more different from his own. Perhaps, once she was born, she would really be the true ancestral dragon. Primordial blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen was looking forward to the birth of his precious daughter. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. He returned to the chief-elect tribe, found a map marked with the locations of all the ancient demons, and began his journey. His goal was all the ancient demon settlements near the tribe. This time, Long Chen ran at full speed. In the past, it had taken him months to travel from the south to the north of Pangu continent. But this time, he ran at full speed, reaching his destination one by one. If only I could slow down a little. Over the past month, Long Chen had traveled to a large number of places. He had planted at least 50 coordinates, but by now, most of them had begun to disappear. And over the past month, the Chaos Demons had moved more than a dozen locations, appearing every 2 or 3 days. Every time they appeared, they would kill a large number of barbarians. So far, tens of billions of barbarians had died in the chaos. Soon, he will appear in my coordinates. Long Chen already had a hunch. The Chaos Demons had been very far away from here the last few times, and each time he changed his location, it had been a long time since he came to Long Chen's place. So, Long Chen guessed that he would come here. The loss of tens of billions of barbarians had caused panic among the barbarians. In fact, it was not just the hundreds of divine emperors and ancient demons. At this time, all the ancient demons on Pangu continent had been mobilized to fight all the barbarians. However, the teams led by the two chaos demons were the most lethal, and the ordinary barbarians could not resist them. Moreover, they had been playing a game of hide-and-seek with the few divine venerables. The Wildlands sect leader wanted to destroy all the chaos demons' spirit designs first. However, before the spirit designs were activated, they had no idea where the spirit designs were located in the massive ancient demon assembly grounds. Hence, they couldn't destroy them. The chaos demons weren't that stupid. During the chase, the Wildlands sect leader had already fought them head-on. Usually, as soon as a godly venerable came near, the chaos fiendish demons would quickly flee. The few times they fought, the chaos fiendish demons were not in the mood to fight. However, the Wildlands sect leader told Long Chen that the demon did have the combat prowess of the top 5 in the Divine Emperor list. After failing to kill the chaos demons several times, the 5 divine venerables did not split up, but gathered together and came to Long Chen's place. "We have no other choice," said the Wildlands sect leader. "We can only rely on you this time. Your ability is beyond our expectation. Long Chen, if you succeed, we will reward you handsomely." Long Chen took a deep breath. Chapter 2991. However, before that, Long Chen wanted to lure the demon banquet into the death rain and fight him. His goal, of course, was to challenge his limits, and at the same time, he regarded the demon banquet as an opportunity for him to become a divine king. It required skill and ability. The 5 divine venerables were the sect master of the barbaric wilderness, divine sun, yin and yang celestial emperor, and immortal divine phoenix. Although the 5 of them usually had disputes, when the ancient demon was wreaking havoc, they naturally joined forces. No matter what, the strongest expert on Pangu continent was the ancient god of the barbaric wilderness. Under his suppression, if the other 4 wanted to survive on Pangu continent, they had to cooperate with the barbaric wilderness sect in matters of this level. The 5 divine venerables were the top figures in the myriad of worlds. Each of them was extraordinary, and each of them had the power to crush Long Chen. Because of the urgency of the matter, Long Chen did not have the chance to get to know them or talk to them. The 5 divine venerables were waiting with their eyes closed. They now knew that Long Chen controlled the death rain and had the method to move out of it. They did take a few more glances at this legendary young man. "If they show up, I'll lure the demon banquet into the death rain first. I'll trap the fiend sovereign's brother in there, and he won't be able to escape," said Long Chen. The divine venerable's goal was to kill the chaos fiend. Therefore, even if the 5 of them attacked together, they might not be able to kill the fiend sovereign. After all, their realms were roughly the same. They would definitely be defeated. Therefore, if Long Chen could succeed, there was no doubt that their chances of success would be very high. However, the sect master of the barbaric wilderness sect asked that one's overall strength is at least equal to the top 5 on the divine emperor list. "Are you sure you can deal with him?" Long Chen said, "Even if I can't deal with him, he doesn't know about the death rain. I just need to trap him in there, and he won't be able to get out. When you're done with the ancient demon king, you can help me." The sect master nodded and said, "If you succeed, you will have made a great contribution, and you will even be the benefactor of all the barbarians on Pangu continent." Time passed slowly. Following that, the chaos demons appeared in 2 other places, neither of which were marked by Long Chen. Therefore, they were helpless. A large number of barbarians were slaughtered there. The 5 divine venerables also refrained from chasing after the chaos demons because they had tried countless times to catch up with the chaos demons who had the passageway. Therefore, the atmosphere among the 5 ultimate gods was quite solemn. These 5 Tai deity realm experts stood in 5 different positions. Their auras were thick and heavy, and their divine power towered into the sky. They were all terrifying rulers. Among the myriad worlds, there were not many worlds that could withstand their destruction. Flying Star Tribe. The Wildlands hierarch suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen excitedly. This was one of the tribes that Long Chen had marked. For a moment, the 5 hierarchs widened their eyes and looked at Long Chen. The moment of the decisive battle had arrived. Chaos demons were cautious, so there was only one chance. Don't worry, everyone. If I can lure the demon feast here, I will send you there immediately. Even if I can't, I will still send you there. It won't take long. Long Chen entered the death rain and headed towards the place he had marked in the Flying Star Tribe. It was in a forest, and not far ahead was the Flying Star Tribe. At this moment, hundreds of god emperors and ancient demons arrived and began to slaughter the barbarians. Sure enough, the 2 chaos demons were there. In front of him, it was another tragic scene. The barbarian race's losses were too severe. Such a bloody battle had shaken the very foundations of the myriad worlds. It should have ended long ago. Long Chen gripped the ghost blood curse tightly and charged out. Wherever the ghost blood curse went, the god emperors and ancient demons were engulfed by it and turned to ashes. You are finally willing to appear. When Long Chen killed the god emperors and ancient demons, Yao Yan appeared in front of Long Chen with the chaos demon saber in his hand. He remembered that he was injured by Long Chen's death rain. It was just that every time Long Chen used the death rain to escape, he would not be able to restrain his anger. Loser, what can you do to me? Long Chen laughed coldly. The ghost blood curse did not stop. The sword of time erupted and thousands of sword chi swept out. Just Long Chen alone could deal with a large number of god emperors and ancient demons. His ghost blood curse was simply a killing weapon. In terms of killing speed, it was even slower than god emperors. You say I am a loser? Yao Yan laughed coldly. He chased after Long Chen with the chaos demon saber. Long Chen killed 2 more ancient demons before escaping. He sneered, if not for that, how would you dare to fight me alone? In my opinion, you are just a coward relying on your elder brother's strength. He glanced at the white-haired devil sovereign. The white-haired devil sovereign was in the sky, and his gaze was fixed on Long Chen. If Yao Yan hadn't insisted on defeating Long Chen, the white-haired devil sovereign would have already attacked. This entire tribe would not be able to hold on for long. Once the barbarians were all killed, the primal chaos demons would leave immediately. In his anger, Yao Yan's killing intent surged. But at this moment, what made him angry was that Long Chen did not even want to fight him head-on. Instead, he opened the Death Rain Dragon Gate and entered. I don't believe that I can't kill your ancient demons. Loser, if you want to defeat me, catch up to me first. Do you really think that I will be afraid of you in this mere space? Yao Yan did not hesitate this time. With a slash of his saber, he forced Long Chen into the death rain. He had prepared for this for a long time. This time, he could not allow Long Chen to close the death rain. Hence, he rushed in. Brother, wait for me. After I finish him off, I will come out immediately. In the blink of an eye, Yao Yan was lured into the death rain by Long Chen. He was a conceited person. Long Chen had grasped his weakness and dragged him into the death rain. The moment Yao Yan entered the death rain, he immediately closed the exit. Rumble. Within the blood sea, Yao Yan slashed down with his saber. Where are you hiding? Trash. Long Chen could not be bothered with him. He opened the Death Rain Dragon Gate and returned to the Wildland sect leader and the others. The Death Rain Dragon Gate opened and the 5 hierarchs did not hesitate. They rushed in directly. Yao Yan, who was clamoring, was stunned when he saw the 5 hierarchs above him. At this moment, Long Chen opened the passage to the other side. The 5 hierarchs glanced at Yao Yan and left immediately. They did not believe that Long Chen could finish him off. At least this place was under Long Chen's control. Anyway, as long as the Chaos Demon could not kill Long Chen, it would be fine. Their main target was the ancient Demon King. Long Chen opened the Flying Star Tribe's gate in front of them. The Death Rain Dragon Gate opened again. Up in the sky, the Chaos Demon had almost finished off the barbarians here and slaughtered many of them. At this moment, he was preparing to upgrade the Demon Feast. However, he did not expect that at this moment, the Death World Dragon Gate would open and a suffocating aura would descend. 5 godly venerables suddenly appeared and surrounded him. You! White-Hair Demon Venerable's expression changed. He knew that the place where the 5 hierarchs came out was where Long Chen had disappeared. At this moment, he finally understood Long Chen's plan. So it was that young man who was helping you. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him quickly. It was too late to regret now. The Death Rain Dragon Gate closed and only Long Chen and Yao Yan were left in the boundless Blood Sea. Long Chen could not interfere with how the 5 hierarchs surrounded the Demon Venerable. He had completed his mission and played his role to the fullest. Whether the Demon Venerable could survive or not would depend on the 5 hierarchs' capabilities. Yao Yan understood. So you had already prepared for this. You used this trick to surround my brother. How cunning. Long Chen laughed and said, in order to exterminate the barbarians, you killed the weak and small creatures and fled everywhere. Speaking of cunning, you are the most cunning. It's a pity that you will be defeated today. Although it has only been a month, the damage you have done to the barbarians is too great. Today, it was no less than the damage caused by the hierarch ancient demon to the barbarians. Even the Phoenix race was attacked by the ancient demon. Yao Yan hovered above the Blood Sea. Of course, he was worried about his brother. At this moment, he glanced at Long Chen coldly and suddenly laughed sinisterly. After defeating you, I can go out and help. It won't be that easy for them to kill us Chaos Fiends. We Chaos Fiends won't die so easily. Moreover, you can only use your tricks once. He had already made his decision. He would kill Long Chen quickly. It's a pity that I did not use my true strength in the past few encounters with you. Today, I will let you experience it. He was a primeval troll. At this moment, he held the Chaos Fiend saber with both hands. His demonic aura soared to the sky and suppressed the boundless Blood Sea, causing the grey mist to fill the endless sky. Duel. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He had never brought an enemy to the Blood Sea to fight. Back then, the Era Heavenly Demon was already this strong in the Death Rain. To him, it was a huge advance. The simplest thing was that he could appear anywhere in the Blood Sea. If Long Chen wanted to, he could make the Chaos Fiend Demon unable to find him for millions of years. The Death Rain was huge. Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse with one hand and pointed the Eternal Grade Destinable Divine Weapon at Yao Yan. At this moment, the entire Death Rain was under his control. Countless Blood Sea formed a vortex and gathered around him. It was as though the entire Death Rain was a part of his body. If he wanted to control the Death Rain, it would be as easy as controlling his arm. As long as he was in the Death Rain, he would have endless power. Moreover, everything in the Death Rain had not been fully excavated. You can even use this world to assist you in your attacks. It seems like you are the one you can rely on. The Chaos Fiend Demon was disdainful. He couldn't care less and was in a hurry to go out and help. Therefore, the moment Long Chen mobilized the power of the Death Rain, he attacked. Sky Saber Sacred Snow. Chapter 2992. The Chaos Demon Saber and the Ghost Blood Curse collided. However, Long Chen didn't have to be anxious. Therefore, when the Chaos Demon blade attacked and the endless snowflakes descended, Long Chen disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was about to be drowned by the sky sword sacred snow. Yao Yan could not sense Long Chen's presence at all, and all his attacks missed. That was because, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had moved to another location in the Death Rain. His speed was even faster than spatial teleportation. Only after Yao Yan's attack was over did Long Chen reappear in front of him. Yao Yan was unable to conceal the anger and sullenness in his heart. Based on Long Chen's performance, as long as he was still in the Death World, he would not be able to defeat Long Chen. No matter what kind of attack it was, Long Chen would be able to dodge it instantly. Then what was the point of fighting? If you want to be a coward, then there's no point. Yao Yan sneered. Who said so? In this Death World, even a casual attack would be much more tyrannical. Long Chen didn't just dodge his opponent's attack. When he reappeared, the ghost blood curse in his hand had already activated its killer move. Karmic Stab. A sword pierced. He was right in front of Yao Yan. The blood-red sword light pierced through the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in front of Yao Yan. You have guts. Seeing that Long Chen finally had the guts to fight him, Yao Yan used all his strength and slashed down with his Chaos Demon Saber. Boundless Secular World. This time, in almost all the space around Long Chen, countless demonic banquets appeared. Countless chaos demonic sabers, numbering in the billions, slashed down at the same time. Countless sword chi condensed into the boundless secular world. The surging secular world seemed beautiful, but it was actually a terrifying law. In the secular world, blade light and sword shadows swept out, and demonic chi swept out. The boundless secular world pierced towards Long Chen's Karma Stab. Compared to the boundless secular world, the Karma Stab sword light was too insignificant. Die. Beneath the boundless secular world, the entire Death World was shaking. The Demon Banquet already had the power to fight against Di Jun. However, this was Long Chen's death reign, Long Chen's territory. Swoosh. Under the annihilation of the boundless secular world, Long Chen disappeared in an instant. However, he didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he appeared behind Yao Yan. At the moment when Yao Yan's violent blade slashed down, the sword chi of the Karma Thorn pierced through his body. Clang! Yao Yan was taken aback. He turned around and used the Chaos Demon Blade to deflect Long Chen's ghost blood curse. Just a little bit more and Long Chen would have taken his life. One had to admit that Yao Yan's strength was great and he managed to stop Long Chen's killer move. But even so, Long Chen's Karma Thorn still pierced through his body, causing him damage. It wasn't that Yao Yan wasn't strong enough, but this was Long Chen's territory. Yao Yan's attacks were completely useless here. Yao Yan fled and stared at Long Chen. Gray mist swirled in his eyes as his killing intent soared to the heavens. You are a primeval troll. If you continue to fight with me like this, I think you will die very quickly. Long Chen said indifferently. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. A primeval troll was still the strongest in his primeval troll form. Yao Yan borrowed the power of the creation divine weapon to fight with Long Chen. But after being continuously suppressed by Long Chen, Yao Yan finally flew into a rage and transformed. In front of Long Chen, a giant beast that was completely gray in color appeared. It flew above the blood sea and had gray dragon scales. On its wolf-like head, there were a total of 6 gray eyes. On its slender body, there were a total of 4 thick arms and sharp claws. On its back, on both sides of its sharp spine, there were a total of 4 pairs of huge and sinister-looking wings, and a long and sharp tail. This was a chaos demon. His body was constantly emanating a gray aura. That was an aura that came from the ancient era. It was primitive and heavy. It was the origin of all living things, but it was also the aura of the evil part of the origin. Indeed, after transforming into a chaos demon, he was much stronger. Then I'll come too. Long Chen charged into the blood sea. When he charged out again, he was a blood-colored mystical dragon. This was the ancestor of Massacre, the primordial bloodline dragon. When the mystical dragon and primeval troll met, one above and one below, the primordial bloodline dragon's eyes met the 6 eyes, the battle erupted once again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Long Chen borrowed the power of the death world to fight against this slightly stronger primeval troll. He still had a slight upper hand. All sorts of Massacre nomological laws were unleashed. Coupled with the death world, the primeval troll was still unable to move. What are you? Are you Ji Kuang's mystical dragons? The chaos demon was shocked. Long Chen did not reply. The extermination dragon seal appeared in his claws. At this moment, he directly broke through the other party's defenses, and the extermination dragon seal shook the other party's essence spirit. Roar! The chaos demon let out a terrifying cry. Ancient demons! Large amounts of chaos aura erupted from his body and rapidly gathered. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ancient demons appeared in front of Long Chen, protecting the chaos demon. Blood fiends. This was the death world, and most of the creatures here were blood fiends. When those ancient demons charged towards Long Chen, the blood fiends in the blood sea rushed towards the sky. They had the momentum to crush the ancient demons. Using the power of the death world, Long Chen crushed his opponent once again. Chaos manifestation. After withstanding Long Chen's attack, the chaos demon unleashed his rule of primal chaos. In an instant, his strength skyrocketed. Even in this death reign, he was still able to draw upon the power of his bloodline. In the midst of the primal chaos transformation, he grew a pair of wings, a pair of arms, and a pair of eyes. Defy the heavens and change fate. Long Chen passed through the group of ancient demons and used the primal chaos fate dragon's nomological laws. Under the nomological laws, the chaos demon that just used the chaos manifestation was stunned. The chaos manifestation actually disappeared, and he was beaten back to his original state. This was the first time he saw such nomological laws. However, this did not stop his determination to kill Long Chen. Now that things had come to this, he was forced to this extent by Long Chen. He could only use his final trump card. To think that you would be the first person to make me use this thing. I thought that only hierarchs were qualified to make me use this destinable divine treasure. Even though he did not have the upper hand, the chaos demon laughed loudly. Sky-burying coffin. Rumble. In the sky, a huge bronze coffin condensed. There were billions of skeletal carvings on it, and a murderous aura filled the sky. The chaos demon's chaos aura engulfed the coffin. Suddenly, the bronze coffin opened, and within it was a huge world of death. After the bronze coffin opened, the tragic cries of billions of vengeful spirits filled the air. Long Chen was right under this bronze coffin. Before he moved, the bronze coffin had already stunned him. This was the chaos demon's final trump card. Naturally, it would not be easy to deal with. Rumble. The sky-burying coffin flipped and descended from the sky. This sky-burying coffin was incomparably huge. This time, the chaos demon naturally wanted to suppress Long Chen within. As long as he entered the sky-burying coffin, he would have the absolute confidence to kill Long Chen. This is an eternal grade destinable divine treasure. To think that he actually controlled 2 eternal grade destinable divine treasures. In the myriad worlds, eternal grade destinable divine treasures were extremely precious. Generally speaking, only supreme deities could possess them. Only God Emperors could possess them, and only those on the God Emperor ranking could possess them. Before Long Chen could react, the heaven-burying coffin had already sealed him inside. With a rumbling sound, the heaven-burying coffin flipped over once again. This time, it faced the sky and was completely closed. A large amount of seawater soared into the sky and fell back down. It was like a rain of blood. The chaos demon descended from the sky, and his huge body landed on the sky-burying coffin. His thick hind limbs pressed down on the sky-burying coffin, and his 4 arms hugged the sky-burying coffin. This way, Long Chen will not be able to break out of the sky-burying coffin. He succeeded. Going against me, saying that I was defeated by you? How is that possible? Ever since my brother awakened, I have never lost to anyone other than my brother. The chaos demon laughed loudly 3 times. It's time to end this. His laughter stopped. 6 beams of light shot out from his 6 eyes, and all of them were cast on the sky-burying coffin. At this moment, he was using his full strength, and all of it was channeled into the sky-burying coffin. On the sky-burying coffin, the eyes of the billions of skulls on the coffin lit up, and turned blood red. It was as though the sky-burying coffin had grown countless eyes. You can go and die now. The chaos demon let out an earth-shattering roar. Return to chaos, chaos. 1. The rule was activated. This was the most suitable rule to be used on the sky-burying coffin, and it was also the strongest rule that Yao Yen had control over. As long as one was imprisoned in the sky-burying coffin, no matter what it would be refined and converted into the chaotic energy that he needed. He would then devour it to make him stronger. When the rule was activated, the world within the sky-burying coffin would undoubtedly undergo a huge change. Within it, Long Chen, who could not come out at all, could not resist at all. Just stay in there obediently and be refined into the most primitive mist by me. I want to have a taste of how delicious you taste. While laughing, the chaos demon continued to channel energy into the sky-burying coffin. Even though the sky-burying coffin was shaking violently, it was still a long way from breaking. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. My brother can't hold on any longer either. From the start, Yao Yen had set his goal as an ultimate god. Who would have thought that a mere brat would always treat him as his opponent? Boom boom boom. Yao Yen could feel that within the sky-burying coffin, Long Chen was attacking again and again. However, he could clearly feel that the attacks were getting weaker and weaker. It's working. He can't hold on any longer. The chaos demon grinned. He had the utmost confidence in his ability to return to the chaos rule. After a while, there was no more movement within the sky-burying coffin. Yao Yen waited for a while. After checking, everything within the sky-burying coffin seemed to have disappeared. He was overjoyed. Chapter 2993. After confirming that there were no more movements in the sky-burying coffin, Yao Yen prepared to open it. After all, he wanted to absorb the power that returned to the primordial state after Long Chen's death. He had already confirmed with the heroic spirits in the sky-burying coffin that Long Chen had already been reduced to ashes. What a joke. Although he is the controller of this place, this is no longer his territory in my sky-burying coffin. Even if he controls this world, he will be cut off by me. The Chaos Demon Blade and the sky-burying coffin were both his supreme treasures. Usually, he would use the sky-burying coffin to catch his opponent off guard. This way, he would have a higher chance of success. As expected, it was effective against Long Chen. Before the sky-burying coffin was used, he was still being suppressed by Long Chen. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, my brother will be in danger. Realizing this, Yao Yen was extremely anxious. The huge sky-burying coffin floated above the blood sea. He spread his huge wings and flew above the coffin. Under his control, the sky-burying coffin suddenly opened. In order to prevent the chaotic energy from seeping out, he dashed into the coffin without a word. Get stronger. I have to get stronger. Yao Yan laughed out loud. But after the sky-burying coffin opened, he did not feel any power. Logically speaking, Long Chen should not be this weak after being disintegrated since he can fight me. In that instant, Yao Yan had just thought of this. But before that, he had already felt a fatal killing intent. Death World Massacre. In that instant, Long Chen appeared above the Chaos Demon's head. He should have been at another location in the Death Rain and teleported here. When he was at another location, he had already prepared for the Death Rain calamity. When the Chaos Demon was least prepared, Long Chen struck with his sword. At such a close distance, it naturally hit the demon's back. Within the Death World, using the Death World's killing tribulations laws could gather the entire Death World's power, forming this blood-red sword light. Within this sword light were countless blood-red divine dragons. The entire Death World's blood sea suddenly surged, condensing into Long Chen's world-shaking sword strike. The thick blood-red sword light pierced into his heart from the back even though the Chaos Demons were blocking it. The great power of the Death World formed a fatal killing intent. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered from the Chaos Demon's body. The death tribulations punched a huge hole in his back. In just a short moment, the World Tree's core was destroyed. Why aren't you dead? Quite a number of remnant souls managed to escape, circling around Long Chen and howling madly, unwilling to accept their fate. However, defeat and death in battle was already a fact. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Wherever the ghost blood curse went, the remnant souls were devoured. In just a short moment, the Chaos Demon was completely wiped out, leaving behind only his massive body. I can't accept this. Yao Yan was still screaming as he was engulfed by the ghost blood curse. Although the ghost blood curse didn't pierce the Chaos Demon, many of it spread and destroyed his corpse. Without further ado, Long Chen transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon and wrapped around the Chaos Demon, activating the Blood Devour. His chance to become an ultimate godly monarch had finally arrived. Rumble. He sank into the blood sea with the Chaos Demon. The creation heroic spirits of the sky-burying coffin and the Chaos Demon saber were fleeing, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't leave the Death World, nor could they leave Long Chen's palm. Actually, it was very simple how Long Chen had managed to escape from the sky-burying coffin. Right from the start, he had realized how terrifying the sky-burying coffin was and how powerful the nomological law of returning to the primal chaos was. If he had chosen to persist, even if he didn't lose his life, he would have been severely injured. Actually, the sky-burying coffin was no longer the territory of the Death World. Long Chen had tried opening the Death World's Dragon Gate from the start, but he hadn't expected the Death World to be so heaven-defying. Even if he was trapped in the sky-burying coffin, he could return to the Death World. In theory, as long as he could open the Death World's Dragon Gate, he could return to the Death World. Therefore, he had easily escaped from the sky-burying coffin. Of course, in order to find a chance to kill the Chaos Demon, Long Chen pretended to be weaker and weaker, creating the illusion that he had been killed by the primal chaos. Then, he appeared behind the Chaos Demon at a suitable opportunity and successfully killed him. The main reason he could complete this step was because this was the Death World. This was his territory. If he had fought one-on-one outside, he might not have been able to kill the Chaos Demon. At most, he could only return to the Death World. Of course, because of the existence of the Death World's core, there was basically no possibility of Yao Yan dying in battle. Now, the victor was revealed. Long Chen was anxiously trying to break through to a higher realm, to possess even greater strength. This was his desire. Now that his precious daughter was about to be born into this world, he had to ensure that she would be able to arrive safely and grow up safely. The future little ancestral dragon, Long Chen, was looking forward to her growth. Therefore, he had to deal with Di Jun first. Only then could he have a peaceful life. Taking the risk to fight Yao Yan, who was comparable to the top 5 on the Divine Emperor board, was naturally to deal with Di Jun in the future. Undeniably, his combat strength was closer to Di Jun's, even if Di Jun had the blood essence of the dragon sacrifice. A period of time passed. In the Blood Sea, Long Chen had devoured all the chaos demons and turned them into his own strength. Previously, he had devoured many ancient demons. At this moment, he had finally reached his limit and reached a new realm. No matter in which aspect, he had achieved a surge in strength. I've finally reached the ultimate God-King realm. In terms of cultivation level, I'm about to catch up to Xiao Lang and the rest. Long Chen was very satisfied with his current strength. The only flaw is that the opponents I'm facing now basically all possess the eternal grade boundless divine technique. My primeval chaos scripture is no longer sufficient. I have to think of a way to obtain a new boundless divine technique. Every increase in cultivation level brought about the greatest effect. After all, every time he fought with an opponent, his weakest point was still in terms of strength. In terms of nomological laws, he basically had the upper hand, especially in terms of the death world's murderous calamity and resurrection. It's time to fuse with the last holy deity scepter. He was in no hurry to go out. Di Jun definitely had more than one eternal grade treasure. Moreover, Hierarch Taihao's gate of the universe was in his hands. He should have more. If he only relied on the ghost blood curse, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Di Jun. Therefore, the sacrificial spear had to truly become an eternal grade fortune divine weapon. This was the first time this lost fortune divine weapon was fused after countless years. Long Chen easily controlled the primeval chaos holy deity scepter. Then, he took out the sacrificial spear. In the middle of the Blood Sea, endless whirlpools formed with him as the center. He placed the sacrificial spear vertically above the Blood Sea. Under his control, the holy deity scepter opened the path of fusion. He stood guard around the sacrificial spear as he watched the snow-white holy deity scepter slowly fuse with the sacrificial spear. Gradually, an eighth core formed on the silver handle of the sacrificial spear. Rumble. A sharp silver light shot out from the tip of the spear, rushing into the blood-colored clouds and piercing through heaven and earth. The sacrificial spear let out a shrill cry, and the surrounding Blood Sea was suppressed. This is the power of justice and judgment. The special characteristics of the sacrificial spear were very similar to the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. It was an absolute positive force. As the heaven's sacrificial spear erupted with light, a gigantic unicorn appeared, circling around the heaven's sacrificial spear. That was the divine creation heroic spirit of the heaven's sacrificial spear. When all the holy deity scepters fused, the divine creation heroic spirit also fused. With a neigh, the Blood Sea churned. At this moment, the 8 cores burst out with a silver light. This is the light of punishment. It is the nomological power of the sacrificial spear. Just like the ghost blood curse, the light of punishment of the sacrificial spear is specially used against evil beings. Using the sacrificial spear against evil beings, it will cause at least 50% of the damage. The unicorn said proudly to Long Chen. Indeed, under the blinding light of punishment of the sacrificial spear, even the water of the Blood Sea didn't dare to rush. It was evident that the light was so strong that it could obscure Long Chen's vision. When Long Chen held the sacrificial spear in his hand, the surging power of justice was also mobilizing the blood of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. Of course, he still had the ghost blood curse in his right hand, which divided his body into 2 halves. It was as if justice and blood had occupied each other, but they were not perfectly fused into one. On the left was the dragon scale of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, and on the right was the dragon scale of the ancient blood spirit dragon. The two eternal divine artifacts of fortune brought Long Chen more power. After experiencing the ordeal in the death world and coming to Pangu continent, Long Chen had gradually left Mo Xiaolang and the others behind. It was easy for Mo Xiaolang to catch up, but it was not so easy for others. When he was done, he put away the sacrificial spear and the ghost blood curse. It was time to check out the situation outside. The heavens burying coffin and the chaos demon saber were fleeing in the death world, but they could not get out no matter how hard they tried. I'll imprison them here first, and I'll control them in a few days. It's not a bad thing to have more eternal divine artifacts of fortune. The chaos demon saber's power is no less than the ghost blood curse and the sacrificial spear, but it's similar to the ghost blood curse. I can give it to Xiaolang, and I can refine the heavens burying coffin first. Of course, it would take some time. He could not complete it in a short time, so he opened the Death World Dragon Gate and was ready to go out to see how the Chaos Demon Fiend's supremacy was faring under the siege of 5 divine venerables. If they can't defeat this fiend's supremacy, the chaos of the ancient demons will not end. Most importantly, I've killed Yao Yan, so this fiend's supremacy will definitely hate me. Chapter 2994. When he emerged from the Flying Star tribe, what Long Chen saw was a devastated Pangu continent. Everywhere he could see, life and everything else had disappeared. This place had become a land of death. All kinds of power of law were wreaking havoc here, and even Pangu's spirit energy could not enter. Rumble. A loud rumble broke out in the endless starry sky above Pangu continent. When he looked up, the starry sky was extremely bright. It's not over yet. It seems they have forced that chaos demon to the starry sky. He did not expect the chaos fiendish demon venerable to still be alive under the siege of 5 ultimate gods. He and Yao Yan had been fighting for a long time. It could only mean that this fiend's sovereign was much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. If it were a one-on-one fight, none of the 5 divine venerables would be his match. Fortunately, I don't have to face this chaos demon. Given the scale of their battle, all the barbarians, and even all the living beings on Pangu continent must be watching. Of course, the battle was still raging. A large number of divine emperors were fighting with divine emperors and ancient demons near Long Chen. This was where the divine emperors and ancient demons had gathered. Even though they were in the starry sky, some distance away from Pangu continent, their battle still deeply affected Pangu continent. Long Chen could vaguely see them in the power of law. This chaos fiendish demon is at least 3 times the size of the Yao banquet. A giant grey beast, dripping with blood, was surrounded by 5 terrifying existences and fighting fiercely. He could no longer return to the passage he had built. Even from a distance, Long Chen could still see that among the 5 divine venerables, 2 of them were tiny, but there were 2 huge giants behind them. They should be the barbaric sect master and the primitive sect master, who had cast Pangu's possession. There was also a huge flaming giant, who was fiercely attacking the chaos demon at the forefront. He should be Divine Sunday. There were also 2 other people who stood together at all times. They looked exactly the same, but they were black and white. They were extremely strange, appearing and disappearing in the starry sky like ghosts. They should be the Yin-Yang Heavenly Emperor. The last divine bird was as huge as a chaotic demon. She looked exactly the same as Zhu Shi after she transformed, except that she was much bigger. She covered the sky above the starry sky. That was the last ultimate god, the immortal phoenix. It seems like they are suppressing the chaos demon in an orderly manner. None of the 5 of them are injured, while the chaos demon is at the end of his rope. Killing him shouldn't be a problem. When Long Chen thought of this and saw that the ancient Fei was still wreaking havoc, he took out the sacrificial heaven spear. The ancient demons were created by the chaos demons. They have no intelligence and are not much different from the blood fiends. Seeing many barbarian deity emperors dying in battle, Long Chen decided to lend a helping hand. His heaven's sacrificial spear had produced an unparalleled effect against ancient Fei. Although it wasn't the ghost blood curse, Long Chen only needed one move to annihilate an ancient Fei. With his help, the deity emperors and ancient demons were exterminated at a much faster rate. Soon, they scattered and fled. Among them, the strongest ancient demons were still resisting stubbornly, but they wouldn't last long. All of a sudden, a deafening roar was heard in the starry sky. It was a fatal suppression. He looked up and saw the 3 pairs of blood-red eyes of the Chaos Fiendish Demon Lord staring at him furiously. The Chaos Fiendish Demon Lord broke free from the encirclement of the 5 ultimate gods and rushed towards Long Chen while roaring. "You killed my younger brother." Rumble. The Chaos Demon's fatal killing intent descended from the sky like a piece of land crashing down. Long Chen was locked on to. Under the opponent's rage, he would die if he was a little slower. Under such circumstances, he could only choose to return to the death rain as soon as possible. As for the barbarian deity emperors around him, Long Chen couldn't care less about the impact of the opponent's rage. He ignored the attacks of the ultimate gods and insisted on killing me. Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and quickly walked in. Just as he was about to close the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he suddenly saw 3 elders in Daoist robes appear below the Chaos Fiendish Demon. 3 swords stabbed towards the Chaos Fiendish Demon. The ultimate gods appeared. They were Dao ancestors Yu Qing, Tai Qing, and Shang Qing of the Third Heaven. 3 divine swords pierced towards the Chaos Fiendish Demon. Behind the Chaos Fiendish Demon, the 5 ultimate gods also took the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. At that moment, 8 ultimate gods besieged 1 Chaos Fiendish Demon at the same time. It was an overwhelming massacre. In the end, the Chaos Demon wasn't that far ahead of them. Moreover, the appearance of the 3 Dao ancestors was purely a sneak attack. Most importantly, the Chaos Demon wanted to kill Long Chen, so he had forgotten everything. Long Chen didn't close the death rain. He saw with his own eyes that the Chaos Demon looked at all the divine venerables with the most hateful eyes. In the end, it turned into ashes under the attacks of the 8 divine venerables. A strong power of law swept across, preventing the people on Pangu continent from seeing the starry sky for a long time. In the end, the power of law dissipated. When people looked up at the sky, they found that the ultimate gods had disappeared as well. In fact, they had already come down. The Chaos Demon was dead. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't enter the death rain. With the Chaos Demon dead, the chaos of the ancient demons was finally over. In terms of contribution, of course, he was the first. Without his death rain, it would have been difficult for the ultimate gods to form such a situation of besieging the Chaos Demon. Of course, the appearance of the 3 Dao ancestors was also beyond Long Chen's expectation. From this, it could be seen that most of the 3 Dao ancestors were actually listening to the orders of the ancient god of the wilderness. Now that the ancient god was not here, it was naturally the sect master of the wilderness who spoke on his behalf. Even the fiend lords had appeared among the ancient demons. Of course, the 3 Dao ancestors would come when they received the invitation of the sect master of the wilderness. However, Long Chen's heart was still echoing with the last words of the Chaos Demon before he died. "Do you think it's over? One day, I will return from the demonic dragon tomb again." After saying that, he was completely annihilated in the bombardment of the 8 ultimate gods. The demonic dragon tomb must be the place where the Era Demon once slept, the place where the giant fiend god beasts sealed the primeval troll. Although there were many experts there, comparable to the myriad worlds, when he thought about it carefully, the sky-devouring clan would definitely not let them do as they pleased. Therefore, the myriad worlds should not worry about being attacked by the primeval troll for the time being. As for the Era Demon and the Chaos Demon, it should be considered as individual actions. The sky-devouring clan did not even bother to look at them. Now that the disaster was over, the ultimate gods quickly cleaned up the surrounding ancient demons. The chaos demon was dead, and all the ancient demons, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, fled in panic. It was estimated that they would not appear again for a long time. Pangu continent was finally peaceful. Finally, it's peaceful. Long Chen stayed where he was. After the barbarian deity emperors celebrated the victory, they began to deal with the aftermath and appease the people. At this time, the 8 ultimate gods appeared in front of Long Chen. The Wildland sect master gave Long Chen a look, a rare smile on his face, and said, "It's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, the barbarians and Pangu continent would have suffered more losses, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, I'll bring you back to Pangu's heart later, and I'll fulfill all the promises I've made to you." Next to him, the 3 Dao ancestors gave Long Chen a few more glances, then one of them said to the Wildland sect master, "Now that the ancient demon king has been killed, the 3 of us will take our leave." The Wildland sect leader thanked the 3 of them and sent them off. Long Chen chatted with the other 4 ultimate gods, mainly because they were curious about him. "So, you've defeated another chaos demon," said the Wildland sect master. The 2 bodies of the Yin-Yang celestial emperor had fused together. He was somewhat similar to the eternal god clan. When they fused together, they had no gender, but when they were split into 2, they were male and female, with 1 consciousness and 2 bodies. The Yin-Yang clan he belonged to could produce offspring, and the offspring could also be split into 2. "You've really surprised us. No matter what, you're our friend from now on. If you have any trouble, just ask us for help," said Great Sun with a smile. It was also a kind of luck to be able to befriend these ultimate gods. At this time, Great Sun and the others were about to leave and return to their territories, especially the Wildland sect master, who had suffered some serious losses this time. The immortal phoenix looked at Long Chen suspiciously and said, "Why do I feel the traces of my people on you?" Long Chen didn't expect that. Zhu Shi, who was in the divine kingdom, heard her and said immediately, "Don't tell her, I don't want to talk to someone I don't know." After all, this was Zhu Shi's wish, and he respected it. But before he could say anything, the immortal phoenix suddenly became a little excited and said, "It's the bloodline of the divine phoenix, and the level of the bloodline is actually the same as mine. There is no such bloodline in the Phoenix clan. It seems that she's not the Phoenix clan of Pangu continent, but in the myriad of worlds, there is no Phoenix clan other than Pangu continent." At this point, Long Chen couldn't hide it anymore. He grabbed Zhu Shi and said, "Her hometown is in the Builder Tree sacred tree in the northern starry domain. It's an order-level world. Senior, have you been there?" At the sight of Zhu Shi, the immortal phoenix's eyes widened. What a clever and adorable girl. She shook her head in disbelief and said, "To be honest, I seem to have been to that world, but the Phoenix clan there isn't pure-blooded, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I just didn't expect that such a pure-blooded divine phoenix could be born there. With such limitless potential, she will definitely become a supreme god in the future, and may even surpass me. Any senior would be filled with joy upon seeing such a junior. No, I don't want to follow you. I want to play with my boss and the others. It's so interesting. It's so boring to play with old guys like you." Zhu Shi stared at the immortal phoenix with wide eyes, not afraid at all. His words made everyone laugh. Huh. Chapter 2995. From the expression of the Supreme God, immortal divine Phoenix, one could tell that she liked Zhu Shi very much, but Zhu Shi did not want to stay with a stranger like her. What a pity. If you were willing to return to the Phoenix clan, would definitely help you achieve greater things, said the immortal divine Phoenix earnestly. Zhu Shi could probably feel the deep love in her eyes. After all, they shared the same bloodline, and the feeling of familiarity could not be fake. However, Zhu Shi was playful by nature, and she knew that as long as she followed her, it would be no different from returning to the modeling sacred tree. She did not want to stay on Pangu continent forever. I don't want to. At worst, we can talk about it when we are more familiar with each other, said Zhu Shi, pouting. Alright, I won't force you. But, if you are bullied, you can tell me at any time. The Phoenix clan on Pangu continent will be your home. You will stay on Pangu continent for some time, right? Long Chen would not leave anytime soon. He could understand how much the immortal divine Phoenix valued Zhu Shi, which was a good thing for her. However, the immortal divine Phoenix did not force her. Knowing that Long Chen would stay on Pangu continent for some time, she said, "Alright, little Zhu Shi, remember to contact me at any time, and let me know when you leave Pangu continent." It wasn't easy for the immortal godly Phoenix to meet such a pure-blooded godly Phoenix. Of course, she would try her best to keep Zhu Shi by her side so that she could groom a future successor. Of course, she also knew Long Chen's future potential, and that was why she was relieved to let Zhu Shi follow Long Chen. In the future, all the worlds will change because of this man. Of course, the premise is that he can overcome Di Jun. Even on Pangu continent, we can't protect him at all times. The immortal divine Phoenix left a way to contact Zhu Shi, and then returned to the territory of the Phoenix clan. After defeating the Chaos Demons, only Long Chen and the Wildlands sect master were left. Come with me. I'll take you to Pangu's heart first. The other god emperors would naturally clean up the aftermath of the battle, and there was no need for him, a supreme god. Alright. The Wildlands sect leader moved with incredible speed. Before long, he arrived at Pangu's heart. Below them was Pangu's heart, which was spewing out countless streams of Pangu energy. It was the place where the power of the entire Pangu continent was the most concentrated, and it was the place where almost all the super holy lands who had their hearts fulfilled could never set foot in. Following the Wildlands sect leader, Long Chen went deeper into Pangu's heart. The Origin Dragon Palace had quietly taken in the Pangu spirit chi in this area and changed the spiritual chi in the Divine Nation. After staying here for a while, the spiritual chi in the Divine Nation would be similar to an original incipient grade world. When they arrived at Pangu's heart, the surroundings looked like a blood-red heart, as if it was still beating. Every time it beat, Pangu's spiritual energy would surge into the sky. If it was a divine king, there was no way he could survive in Pangu's heart. Here, they would be crushed by the Pangu spirit chi. But for the divine emperor, this was indeed heaven. The surrounding walls looked like the inside of the heart. It was huge, and there were thousands of caves of different sizes, each of which contained the most magnificent Pangu spirit energy. These cave abodes are the cultivation places of the divine emperors of our Wildlands sect, and also the place where the power of the entire Pangu continent is the most concentrated. I'm in one of these cave abodes, but it's deep down. Some of them are too deep for the divine emperors to bear. As they passed by the cave abodes on the inner walls, the Wildlands sect leader introduced them to Long Chen with great enthusiasm. After all, Long Chen was someone who had helped him a lot. The entrance to the realm of life is in the deepest part of Pangu's heart. You can only enter after my master opens it. Wait a moment, I'll contact my master and report what happened between you and Guyao to him. Long Chen nodded. He had indeed benefited a lot from helping them quell the chaos of the ancient demons. Otherwise, the Wildlands sect leader would not know how to introduce himself to the ancient gods of the Wildlands. The Wildlands sect leader disappeared into the darkness. He must have gone to contact the ancient gods. While the divine emperors were quelling the last of the chaos of the ancient demons, the heart of Pangu was strangely quiet. There was almost no one here except for the two of them. At the thought that he might be able to enter the realm of life soon, Long Chen was a little excited. However, the Wildlands sect leader appeared very quickly. As soon as he appeared, he said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Long Chen felt depressed and asked, could it be that the ancient gods refused? The Wildlands sect leader shook his head and said, "That's not the case. It's just that he seems to have fallen into a deep sleep, or perhaps in a deep state of cultivation. He didn't respond to my call. In fact, he has been like this for some time. I've reported to him about the chaos of the ancient demons, especially after the appearance of the ancient demon king. But, he didn't respond. Of course, he should know that I can solve it. What I mean is, it will take some time for him to awaken. When the time is up, I'll report to him about your situation. You've helped the barbarians so much, I don't think he will refuse." So that's how it is. As long as there was hope, Long Chen was willing to wait for some time. Anyway, it was better than being refused directly. "It doesn't matter. I'll wait for some time then. I'll have to trouble you to say a few more words for me when the ancient god responds. I'll be very grateful." The Wildlands sect leader smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. You've helped us a lot this time, and I can't thank you enough. You can stay in the heart of Pangu for the time being. I'll arrange a cave abode for you, where you can cultivate in peace. I can assure you that as long as you are in the heart of Pangu, I won't let Di Jun get close to you. He doesn't have the guts to break into the heart of Pangu." "Thank you, sect leader." Next, the Wildlands sect leader arranged a first-class cave abode for Long Chen. A cave abode of this level was desired by any god emperor. As long as he could absorb this energy, it was normal for him to make rapid progress. With the protection of the Wildlands sect, at least I'll be absolutely safe in the heart of Pangu for the time being. I can cultivate in peace here and wait for Yenner to be born. When everything is stable, I'll enter the realm of life and have enough confidence to face Di Jun. It doesn't seem too late to kill him. That was his future plan. During this long period of time, he cultivated, grew, and accompanied his family at all times. His life had stabilized. In the starry sky, Pangu continent was right under his feet. On that day, Di Jun witnessed the Chaos Demon being crushed by the 8 Divine Venerables, and saw Long Chen appear on Pangu continent. But, he held back from attacking. Even that Chaos Demon was defeated by him. It seems his ability is close to the level of a Divine Venerable. Di Jun looked down at the place where the clouds were the thickest. That was the heart of Pangu. Protected by the heart of Pangu, it seems I won't have a chance for a long time. If he appears openly next time, he must be confident that he can defeat me. At that time, he might have the strength of the first or second on the Divine Emperor list. He is not someone to be underestimated. With such great progress, anything is possible. Di Jun calmly analyzed the situation. From these few exchanges, he was certain that once Long Chen came out again, his strength would definitely be heaven-defying. He might even be able to severely injure the current him. He would most likely lose the chance to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace and might even be killed by Long Chen. This is my last chance. I must make the best use of it. Even though he knew that Long Chen would be very powerful the next time he appeared, Di Jun still grinned. He stretched out his palm and played with a few shadows. Although they were only shadows, they gave off a terrifying aura. The Eternal Opal. The Gate of the Universe. These are things I just got. The Eternal Opal isn't that useful. The Gate of the Universe can give him some trouble, but it can't be fatal. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. In his other hand, there was an illusory sword. It was terrifying and mysterious. Under normal circumstances, this sword can probably kill him. After all, this is a semi-primordial incipient grade divine weapon, one of the top divine weapons in the myriad worlds. But in the end, he picked up all the weapons, put his hands together, and revealed a crazed expression. At this time, he opened his hands and looked at them with incomparable enthusiasm. What could be seen was that in his hands, it gradually condensed and finally formed an illusory pagoda. One could vaguely see that there were transparent divine dragons swimming around the pagoda. It was a supreme among the creator divine weapons. As soon as it appeared, it directly suppressed the aura of all Di Jun's items. Looking at the pagoda, Di Jun's eyes turned red with passion. So, I still have to rely on it. This was the most important thing he had obtained in the dragon sacrificial continent. Everything he had today came from this thing. Because of the similarity between the Origin Dragon Palace and this pagoda, he wanted to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace so much. In the past, all the information about the Origin Dragon Palace came from this pagoda. This was the reason why Di Jun was different from the other gods of the dragon sacrificial continent. How many years has it been since I fused with you, my baby? Di Jun gently stroked the pagoda as if he was caressing his lover. This time, to deal with Long Chen, he was prepared. He had even used his ultimate technique. The next time you meet me, you will definitely think that you can defeat me. But you definitely won't expect that I have this thing. Moreover, I'm going to use it to kill you in one blow. I won't give you any chance. In the starry sky, Di Jun spread his arms and the transparent pagoda entered his chest. Fuse, primordial dragon pagoda. At that moment, Long Chen felt a throb in Panga's heart. It was a familiar feeling. Even the Origin Dragon Palace had some movements. At that moment, he raised his head. What is it? Chapter 2996. It seems to be something related to the divine dragon. But, when I carefully sensed it, I found that there was nothing. It should be Di Jun. He is still on Pangu continent, inheriting the legacy of the dragon sacrifice. I wonder what he is doing this time. Now, the situation had evolved into a life-and-death battle between the two of them. In order to resist him, Long Chen was also making a final push, which was the realm of life. If he could get something similar to the death realm in the realm of life, his chances would be greatly increased. Now, he just had to wait for the dragon to come to this world. Long Chen was eager to see a miracle happen to his daughter. If it was really an ancient blood spirit dragon, it seemed he could work hard to have a few more children. Ancient god Wildlands hasn't woken up yet? In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi was living a leisurely life. I'm afraid it will take some time. Long Chen accompanied her almost all the time. He even let Lingxi come to the cave abode of Panga's heart. After all, the Divine Kingdom was not as good as the core of this original incipient world. In this cave abode, even Yen seems to be devouring the power of Panga's heart. In this way, her growth speed seems to have accelerated again. Now that she moves a lot, she should know that you and I are here. Ling Shi's smile was filled with happiness as she gently caressed her smooth abdomen. Long Chen was the same. He was a little nervous. He was completely quiet, waiting for time to pass. He accompanied Ling Shi at all times, and his gaze never left her. He quietly accompanied her like this, and in reality, it was a rare moment of peace. Long Chen knew that this was his responsibility as a husband. Not only did he have to fight outside, he also had the responsibility to accompany the mother and daughter. You haven't talked to Sister Xuanji lately, said Lingxi suddenly. I just don't think it's appropriate for you to do that with a child. That means, if I don't have one, you can do whatever you want. Lingxi's bright eyes flickered. Long Chen thought about it and said, she told me that it's good for her to follow us like this. At least she can be at ease and not worry about my safety. I can also be at ease and not worry about her safety. She's very satisfied. That's Sister Xuanji's personality. Ling Shi nodded slowly. She nestled in Long Chen's arms and felt the movements of the child in her womb. She suddenly said, "If we really give birth to an ancient blood spiritual dragon, you can give it a try. At least we'll have more experts in the war against the sky-devouring clan in the future. However, I'm already very satisfied with having Yen-Er. You can give it a try with Sister Xuanji, otherwise, Yen-Er's growth will be quite lonely." Ah! Long Chen was shocked. He had never thought of having a child with Li Xuanji, but he remembered that when they were in the dragon sacrificial continent, she had promised that if she became a god, she would travel the world. Long Chen had seen countless women, but the ones that truly moved him and made him desire them were only Lingxi and Li Xuanji. It wasn't a physical desire, but a desire to hold the other party in his arms. If he didn't have feelings for her and didn't have many memories of being together, no matter how beautiful a woman was, no matter how noble her status was, it would be difficult for her to arouse Long Chen's interest. As for what he could do with Li Xuanji, he naturally desired it. Lingxi pursed her lips and said, "Since you were young, there have been many girls who have fallen for you. But as time went on, their love for you gradually became a kind of respect, a kind of faith in God. It seems that only Sister Xuanji and I have been by your side until now, but she is unwilling to disturb us, and also unwilling to let me share you with her. I don't know what to say either. We are both women, I only hope that you do not let her down." Long Chen thought about it. During this period of time, he had indeed neglected her. It seemed that ever since he took her away from the god-fiend Buzhou Mountain, he had not interacted much with her. Li Xuanji had also been quietly cultivating and growing. He said, "Everything is still too unstable now. I do owe her a lot. When I settle down with Di Jun and settle down, I will talk to her more." Lingxi looked at him with a smile. She would only have such a peaceful smile when she was by Long Chen's side. "You are all my most precious treasures, grow up together." Long Chen leaned on Lingxi's lower abdomen, listening to the baby's voice. The miracle of life was unfolding in front of him. The only regret was that after a long time, there was no movement from the ancient god of the wilderness. Long Chen could only wait silently. It seemed that for a long time, he had not experienced the passage of time so calmly. He saw with his own eyes, as time passed, like a river slipping away little by little. Little dragon Yen grew up slowly. Every time she grew up, even if it was just a little, Long Chen could see it. At this moment, life and time were intertwined. Watching the growth of this little life, Long Chen had a wonderful experience. He actually understood that everything in the world was made up of extremely complicated rules, such as cause and effect. The countless threads connected by cause and effect were also a part of the world. Time and life were also a part of the world. This child will definitely be very beautiful when she grows up. Lingxi followed him, growing from a slightly unruly and mischievous girl to a motherly mother. Her every look and every move made Long Chen immersed and amazed. Unknowingly, he watched the little dragon grow up and fell into the world of rules. Beautiful, immersed in the world of rules, Long Chen, who hadn't felt so peaceful in a long time, heard the two words Lingxi said. As he wandered in the world of rules, many wonderful ideas came to him. He suddenly thought of the era Sky Fiend. In terms of the temporal laws, Epic Sky Fiend is a genius. Temporal prison. Bones of beauties, these were probably the two strongest rules of the era Sky Fiend. Time passed in front of him, and the little dragon grew up bit by bit. In the death world, countless pillars of time descended. It seemed like everything was still, but in fact, it was only him that was still. In his arms, Divine Emperor Yuhua dissipated bit by bit among the bones of the beauty. These images constantly bombarded Long Chen's quiet mind. When Lingxi looked up, she suddenly saw that Long Chen's eyes were blank and illusory. His eyes seemed to contain a boundless world, and there was only one thing in them, and that was the flow of time. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was still, sometimes it was explosive. She knew that Long Chen had reached a critical state, so she didn't disturb him and maintained her current state. She enjoyed the look in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at her, enjoying the tranquility and warmth at this moment. However, she also understood that peace was to prepare for a new battle. After Yen is born, I will also work hard to help Chen. Recently, she felt that even if she didn't cultivate, she seemed to have made a huge leap. Perhaps it was because of the 3 lives love thread. Anyway, she was growing very fast and knew almost all the 18 heavenly rules and spirit techniques. She was about to reach the perfect realm of Divine Emperor or even the ultimate realm of Divine Emperor. She might even become an ultimate god in the future. Chen, we must defeat all enemies. Di Jun. Primeval Troll, and the Sky-Swallowing Clan. Divine Demon Giant Beast, Chaotic Sky-Swallowing Dragon. Lingxi murmured in her heart. She also knew that there was a devouring dragon servant who killed Long Chen's father. As Lingxi waited quietly, the days passed one after another. One day, Long Chen's eyes suddenly regained their luster. The power of time gradually faded from his eyes, and it was as if nothing had happened. However, upon closer inspection, it was possible to see that there was something different about him. He was even more mysterious. Time would change and twist as it flowed through his body as if time had become his child. How is it? Lingxi dared to disturb him and asked. I've comprehended a new rule of time that's more powerful than the sword of time. It's a little similar to the Era Demon's white bones of beauty, but also like a time prison. It's more like a mixture of the two, a mixture of time acceleration and time stillness. Because of this disorder, it's formed a time lethality that surpasses the sword of time. Its effect should be no less than the death rain, or even stronger. White bones of beauty, Lingxi remembered that this rule was very powerful. I have to thank Yen. It's her growth that gave me such a deep understanding of time. It's been so long since we met, and so much has happened. She is the result of the 10 years of pursuit, the battle of the imperial domain, the eternal rebellion, the killing of the primeval troll, and the defeat of the gods. Everything has come together to make her who she is. Time, karma, fate. All of these things seem to be connected. In fact, even death and life were connected to all of these things. They had accompanied Long Chen the entire time, never once disappearing. Alright, I won't lament anymore. There's still a long way to go. If we want to talk about the future, we have to get rid of Di Jun first. We're all people who have inherited the destiny of the dragon sacrificial continent. Since we've been in a stalemate for so long, it's already time to decide who lives and who dies. He just didn't know whether the birth of Xiao Longyan or the battle with Di Jun came first. What's the name of this rule of time? Lingxi asked. It's called, the Heart of the Great Void. It wasn't just the rule of the Great Void Cosmic Dragon, but also Long Chen's. At this moment, the Wildlands sect leader suddenly appeared outside the cave abode. His arrival made Long Chen nervous. Long Chen, there's a result, the Wildlands sect leader said from outside. The Wildlands ancient god had probably woken up from his slumber. Since Long Chen had Lingxi returned to the god nation, she came out and stood in front of the Wildlands sect leader. Chapter 2997. Senior, has the ancient god of desolation woken up? Long Chen couldn't wait to ask. He couldn't wait any longer. The sect master nodded slightly. In fact, it was hard to tell the answer from his expression. After all, at the level of a supreme god, it was hard to show any expression. He was very direct and said, "Congratulations. I have told my teacher about your contribution during the chaos of the ancient demons and your request. My teacher has agreed to let you enter the realm of life. I can now lead the way for you. The gate to the realm of life has been opened for you." Although this result came slowly, as long as it was a definite answer, it would make Long Chen excited. Thank you, ancient god. Thank you, sect master. Long Chen would always remember the generosity of others, especially the hierarch of desolation and the ancient god of desolation. Both of them were the supreme existences of Pangu continent, and also the supreme existences of the entire Western stellar region. They were the top supreme existences in the myriad of worlds. Their willingness to help him was worthy of his respect. After all, Long Chen wasn't qualified to ask the sect master for help. It's okay. You deserve it. If there is no problem, I will take you there now. Thank you. Long Chen knew about the existence of the realm of life from the death rain. Now that he had the death rain, it was easier to enter the realm of life. In the death rain, there were strong enemies like the epic divine demon. In the realm of life, there were no enemies, but there was the ancient god of desolation. The strongest person in the Western Star region. Even with the death rain and the dragon gate, Long Chen was still a little nervous when facing him. Following the sect master, Long Chen went deeper into Pangu's heart. Sure enough, the deeper they went, the denser the Pangu's spiritual energy was. When they reached the deepest part, even Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore. One should know that after comprehending the death rain, becoming a divine king, and finally obtaining the heart of great void, his current battle prowess should be in the top 3 of the divine emperor list. He might even surpass the second on the list. However, he didn't know if he could defeat Di Jun. Nevertheless, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he was one of the 2 strongest divine emperors in the myriad of worlds. Even if he was facing the savage sect leader, Long Chen was still able to somewhat contend against him. At this moment, he was already one of the super powerhouses of the myriad worlds. He didn't feel much about it himself, but in fact, his fame had already shaken the myriad worlds. Even in a place like the fiend celestial Mount Buzhou, he had already turned the heavens upside down. We're here. A green, vigorous swirl appeared in the deepest part of Pangu's heart. It looked similar to the swirl in Blood Spirit's abyss, but was completely different. This was a swirl that could create miracles. It seemed that a perfect world would be born in this swirl, and countless lives would be born. Pangu's heart was filled with a green, vigorous swirl. This is the gate of life, and it is already open. As long as you have my master's permission, you can enter. You should have heard that the Great Desolate School also has a gate of life, but not now. Although there is a gate of life, without my master's permission, it cannot be opened. There is basically no difference between having it and not having it. So that's how it is. Long Chen actually had a premonition in his heart. The ancient god of desolation wouldn't stay in the realm of life for no reason. As expected, he could actually control the realm of life. He should be able to control the realm of life like how he controlled the death world. Moreover, in terms of degree of control, he surpassed the epic heavenly devil. The epic heavenly devil still had to rely on the death world blood bead to leave. He mused, the ancient god of desolation isn't the epic heavenly devil. If he controls it, it's basically impossible for me to obtain the realm of life. However, I still have to enter and take a look. The important thing is that no matter what, I can't offend this ancient god of desolation. Even if the realm of life is important to me, I have to wait until I can contend against him in the future. Please enter. The savage sect leader was extremely polite. The green swirl had already opened. Inside was a jade-green world filled with life energy. Standing outside, it was basically impossible to sense what was inside. Since that was the case, Long Chen didn't hold back. After thanking the savage sect leader, he descended into the swirl of the realm of life. The moment he entered the realm of life, the door to the realm of life closed, leaving only the savage sect leader outside. Master actually agreed after hearing his name. How strange. I was about to talk about the chaos demon. The savage sect leader mumbled. After a few words of doubt, he left. After the chaos of the ancient demons, there were many things that he had to deal with personally. Blue sky, white clouds, clear mountains, and green water. Long Chen stood above a dense forest. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was filled with jade-green trees and colorful flowers. It was a beautiful sight. However, it's completely different from the death world. It looks like an ordinary world. It doesn't even have the dense Pangu spiritual energy of Pangu continent. The level of spiritual energy here is only equivalent to a world of order. This made Long Chen wonder if he had come to the wrong place. He had randomly brought him to a world of order. The ancient god of desolation and the savage sect leader shouldn't have done such a thing. Man Ji had been to the realm of life before. According to his description, the realm of life should be like this. Long Chen sensed it carefully. He could roughly sense that even the tiniest speck of green and insignificant sand seemed to be hiding a majestic life force. This life force made the sand speck seem to be alive. They were communicating and whispering to each other. Boom! The entire world changed. The dust in the air, the dewdrops on the leaves, and the wildflowers by the roadside all seemed to be alive. It was just that Long Chen couldn't understand their level of life. A strange world. This was Long Chen's definition of this place. After I came in, the ancient god of desolation didn't show any interest. Why didn't he appear? Or is it that he's not interested in me? At least ask me why I came in. Some time had passed. Long Chen walked in this boundless realm of life, but he didn't see any information about the ancient god of desolation. It was as if other than him, there was no normal living person in this world. He calmly walked forward. He wanted to know if the realm of life was related to the Taiji lifeform's dragon. After all, if this world was controlled by the ancient god of desolation, he couldn't take anything away. He walked to many places. 1 day, 2 days, and the last 10 days. He didn't see the ancient god of desolation, but the biggest discovery was that no matter where he went, every flower, tree, sand, and water seemed to be alive. Even if a drop of water was divided into two, it seemed to be alive. What are you talking to me about? Long Chen put a grain of sand in his hand. It was real sand. It couldn't move, but it hid a powerful life force. It seemed to have intelligence. He could even vaguely feel that it was trying to communicate with Long Chen. Crack! Long Chen used a little strength and crushed the sand. In an instant, a majestic life force rippled out, almost flipping him over. This made him extremely shocked. Such a grain of sand has such life force. Then how much power does this boundless and seemingly ordinary world have? He was almost certain that this miraculous world was related to the Taiji lifeform's dragon. His bloodline is always connected to this place. Let's walk over there. There seems to be something different. One day, Long Chen suddenly felt something. He quickly walked forward. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang's feeling to be stronger than his. He was still quietly cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Big brother, something is attracting me. It's a strange flame. Long Chen rushed quickly. Since the ancient god of desolation hadn't appeared, he didn't need to be polite. Not long after, he saw a green mountain. It was like a sword piercing the clouds. Ancestral fire. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang exclaimed. He didn't expect to see the ancestral fire here. When Mo Xiaolang shouted, Long Chen hadn't seen it yet. He thought it was at the top of the mountain. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to tell him that the mountain was the ancestral fire. It's this green mountain. Long Chen looked carefully and found that there were many trees on the mountain. It didn't look big from afar, but when he got closer, he found that the mountain was boundlessly huge. It was just that, there were no flames at all. Big brother, let me out. Long Chen looked around and found no danger. he let Mo Xiaolang out. When he opened his divine country, he found that it was distorted. It was exactly like the Death Realm. From this, it was clear that this was the Taiji Lifeform's dragon's life realm. Then if this was the ancestral fire, it should be the Taiji Lifeform's dragon's companion ancestral fire. The Hadal Demon ancestral fire was the 9th ancestral dragon's companion ancestral fire. The Firmament Emperor ancestral fire was the Chaos Destiny dragon's companion ancestral fire. And this green mountain, it's the Chaos Green fire. Mo Xiaolang said without hesitation, his eyes wide. There was a kind of mystical dragon called the Chaos Green Fire Dragon. They were born around the Chaos Green Fire and fed on it. But in truth, they could only devour a very small portion of the Chaos Green Fire. The might of the ancestral fire was earth-shaking, but very little of it had been passed down. Let's wait and see. After all, the Chaos Green Fire was in the realm of life, and now that it was occupied by the ancient god of desolation, it was his. Of course, he couldn't just let Mo Xiaolang devour it. Although Mo Xiaolang would definitely want it. I understand. Mo Xiaolang nodded. But we have to stimulate it and make it take shape first. He went to the foot of the mountain, and a flame appeared in each of his hands. They were the Hadal Demon ancestral fire and the Firmament Emperor ancestral fire. He threw them at the foot of the mountain. Under his nurturing, the 2 flame seeds were very strong now. Chapter 2998. The chaotic green fire appeared. It used to be a towering green mountain, but under the stimulation of the 2 ancestral fires, what appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang was a huge green fire. When the fire was born, the surrounding flowers, trees, mountains, and sand didn't burn. Instead, they burned even more vigorously. Long Chen was surprised. I didn't expect the chaotic green fire to be so similar to my fire of life. Or, it's the ancestral fire of the ancestral dragon. Of course, the 9 Serenities Demon ancestral fire and the Heavenly Emperor ancestral fire have little to do with their respective ancestral dragons. The chaotic green fire was neither hot nor cold. Although it was similar to the fire of life, it was also different. Obviously, the chaotic green fire had healing effects, but it was also an ancestral fire that could attack. At least, when Long Chen stood in front of the seed of the ancestral fire, he felt threatened. If he wasn't wrong, the other effect of the chaotic green fire should be purification. Perfect. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but praise. He couldn't resist this kind of fire at all, so his eyes were burning with desire. If Long Chen didn't stop him, he would have already rushed towards the chaotic green fire. How is it? Long Chen asked. The chaotic green fire is much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor ancestral fire when I was on the divine planet of destiny, even stronger than the 9 Serenities Demon ancestral fire and the Heavenly Emperor ancestral fire. But it's just a seed of the ancestral fire, and it needs me to nourish it so that it can return to its peak state. If nothing goes wrong, should be able to devour it. Obviously, if Mo Xiaolang could control the chaotic green fire, he would definitely become much stronger. Mo Xiaolang was not lacking in offensive power, but his resistance was not as good as Long Chen's, and he would die easily. However, if he had the chaos green fire, he would be like Long Chen, a monster that could not be killed. The Sky-Swallowing clan had heaven-defying talents, but their lives were fragile. This was their fatal weakness, so many of them would die when they were growing. If Mo Xiaolang had this primal chaos green flame, he could basically solve this fatal flaw. Big brother, what should I do? After all, Mo Xiaolang also knew that this was the territory of the Wildlands ancient god. They hadn't greeted the Wildlands ancient god yet, so it was definitely not appropriate for them to take away someone else's things. Long Chen looked around and said, "Take your time to devour. If the ancient god isn't willing, he will naturally appear and stop us. This was also a way for Long Chen to get the Wildlands ancient god to come out and meet them. After all, since they were already here, they had to inform the owner of this place. Long Chen guessed that if the Wildlands ancient god wasn't anxious, he probably wouldn't appear. However, Long Chen was sure that the ancient god was probably watching them in the dark. I understand. Mo Xiaolang nodded. He had just retreated a little, and now he turned into a sun-devouring demon wolf and advanced step by step. In front of this natural flame killer, even the ancestral flame seed seemed to be trembling in fear of his existence. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and the firmament emperor ancestral flame were completely under his control. They spread out and surrounded the primal chaos green flame. The 3 kinds of ancestral flames gathered here, and the resulting collision was simply shocking. Mo Xiaolang wasn't in a hurry to devour it, but he had already shown that he was going to devour it. This was a test. If the Wildlands ancient god cared, he would naturally appear. If he didn't, he could only devour the primal chaos green flame. Senior ancient god, this flame is very important to us brothers, but it belongs to Senior, so we can't just take it away. If Senior wants it, please show yourself and let us know. Long Chen said a few words. However, after a quarter of an hour, there was still no response. That's enough. Long Chen could roughly see that the Wildlands ancient god was more curious about them. He probably couldn't control the primal chaos green flame, so he wanted to see how Mo Xiaolang would devour it. Alright. Mo Xiaolang had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With Long Chen's approval, he roared and charged into the primal chaos green flame. Using his sky-swallowing race's instincts, he devoured the primal chaos green flame. This process wasn't difficult. In the end, it depended on whether or not Mo Xiaolang could digest and suppress the primal chaos green flame. If he failed, he would naturally explode and die. Now, within his body, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and the firmament emperor ancestral flame formed a firm fortress. A huge amount of the primal chaos green flame was devoured into his body. With the sky-swallowing race's digestion, this process was slightly slow, but Long Chen was full of confidence in Mo Xiaolang. After about a day, the Green Mountain had completely disappeared. Now, all of it had been devoured by the sun-devouring fiend wolf. The sun-devouring fiend wolf's body was now occupied by 3 kinds of flames. Among them, the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame and the heavenly emperor ancestral flame, 2 opposing flames, took up more than half, while the primal chaos green flame itself took up nearly half. At this time, the black and white flames were working together to attack the primal chaos green flame. Hoo. As the core, the sun-devouring fiend wolf was already surrounded by the 3 colored flames. Long Chen had no choice but to retreat and let him digest the primal chaos green flame. Thank you for your generosity, Senior. Ancient God Savage Wilderness hadn't said a word. He was probably willing to give the primal chaos green flame to Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen thanked him. Although this method was a little shameless, he felt that Ancient God Savage Wilderness wouldn't mind. Time passed bit by bit. Just like when he devoured the Firmament Emperor ancestral flame, it wasn't very smooth. He encountered some problems, but Mo Xiaolang solved them one by one. The Firmament Emperor ancestral flame and the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame were working together rapidly to occupy more territory to curb the primal chaos green flame's arrogance. After about another day, one could see that the 3 flames had grasped a balance, each occupying 1/3 of the space. Success. The primal chaos green flame seemed to have submitted to Mo Xiaolang. Even the other 2 ancestral flames had submitted. If the primal chaos green flame had a mind of its own, it would have quickly sensed that Mo Xiaolang was different. Whoosh! Surrounded by the 3 ancestral fires, Mo Xiaolang grew rapidly. He even made a breakthrough in his realm and broke through to a new realm. That was the realm of perfection, realm divine emperor. Now, Mo Xiaolang should have no problem fighting against ultimate realm divine emperors alone. It was just unknown if he could make it to the divine emperor list. Long Chen fought alone in the death world, increasing the distance between him and Mo Xiaolang. However, with Mo Xiaolang's talent in breaking through to the next realm, he believed that he would catch up soon. The sky-swallowing clan didn't lack speed. Big brother, it's done. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with excitement. Three-colored flames, cold, hot, and purifying. Different flames had different effects, but they were all extremely powerful. In the future, I will collect more ancestral flame inheritance blood essence. Who knows, maybe Xiaolang will be able to collect more ancestral flames too. If he can collect 10, he will definitely be stronger. He has already grown to such a level, his future is limitless. From the beginning of the battle until now, no matter how fiercely Long Chen charged, Mo Xiaolang could always follow closely behind him. The green mountain behind him had already disappeared. Big brother, I'd better go back to the God Nation and adjust myself, said Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen let him adjust himself while he looked at the endless world, deep in thought. Since the savage wilderness ancient god hadn't appeared yet, he might as well explore this world boldly. Let's go. He stepped forward and continued forward. This was an extremely peaceful world. It seemed to be filled with life, but at the same time, it seemed to be lifeless. There seems to be something over there. After walking for another day, Long Chen looked to the far east. In the depths of the clouds, there seemed to be a huge thing similar to the green mountain he had seen earlier. Could it be another ancestral flame? That shouldn't be possible. Furthermore, what was being transmitted over wasn't the feeling of the ancestral flame. Regardless, Long Chen quickly approached it. When he got closer, he realized that it was a tree. Of course, it wasn't as big as the builder tree, but for this world, this tree that reached the clouds was considered big enough. A huge ancient tree stood proudly in this world of life. There was unimaginable life energy in this ancient tree. It was more majestic than anything else Long Chen had seen. This majesty had exceeded a limit. That limit was that when Long Chen approached it, he realized that the tree actually moved. This was actually a tree, different from the life tree of the human race on the model sacred tree. But this seemingly lifeless thing really moved. Its branches and leaves danced, sending a murderous intent. Roar! Suddenly, a large number of branches rushed out from the crown of the tree. Long Chen was shocked to find that these branches were actually in the shape of a divine dragon. The dragon's tail was inserted into the trunk, while its body and head were left outside. It was clearly a branch, but it completely looked like a divine dragon. This reminded Long Chen of the blood fiends in the death realm. Looks like the tree that grew the divine dragon is the blood fiends of the realm of life. They are also strange creatures. The blood fiends of the realm of death are formed from the sea of blood, but this tree is formed from the power of life. Just as this thought formed in Long Chen's mind, the ancient tree with the bodies of tens of thousands of divine dragons attacked Long Chen. As expected, the attacking power of this ancient god was relatively strong. It was even stronger than the death world's blood fiends. It's probably because there are too many blood fiends, so their power is scattered. I've only encountered such an ancient tree after being in the life realm for so long. This ancient tree is simply the amalgamation of a large number of blood fiends. No wonder it's so strong. It seems that I have to deal with it seriously. Swoosh. Chapter 2999. The death world's blood fiends were condensed from the blood sea, so they were almost immortal. The majestic ancient tree before him was naturally the same. This ancient tree was at least equivalent to the aggregation of hundreds of blood fiends, which was basically equivalent to the aggregation of hundreds of deity emperors. If the army of the life and death worlds could leave, it would be a terrifying force for Long Chen. Boom! What appeared in front of Long Chen was a large number of divine dragons. Rumble! Countless divine dragons blotted out the sky and bombarded Long Chen. As the divine dragons moved, the entire realm of life trembled. Every divine dragon possessed the power of rules. It was a unique life rule. Under this rule, all divine dragons possessed boundless vitality and the ability to recover. At the same time, they also possessed the ability to plunder the lives of others, similar to the source of life. Thousands of laws enveloped him. Even if the other party had not completely approached, Long Chen could only rely on the fire of life to preserve his own life. He did not expect that such a simple ancient tree would be so difficult to deal with. It was even close to the Chaos Fiend Feast. If it was before Long Chen reached the ultimate godly king realm, he would definitely have a headache. But now, he was completely confident. He was only slightly surprised. At this moment, he grasped the eternal grade creation divine weapon, the heaven-sacrificing spear, and immersed himself in the sea of time. At this moment, his eyes were illusory, and his temperament was transcendent, very similar to Long Qinglan. The power of time. The heaven-sacrificing spear's light of punishment erupted with blinding light. The surrounding territory of millions of meters was completely enveloped by the light of punishment. The intense light completely obscured all vision, and even burned all things. However, because the surrounding things were created by the power of life, and not evil, they were not directly attacked by the light of punishment. But Long Chen's focus was not on the light of punishment. He turned into a phantom of time and charged at the ancient tree. At this moment, the scene of him interacting with Lingxi surfaced in his mind. The many thoughts about time appeared at this moment, and they gathered on the heaven-sacrificing spear. The current Long Chen's entire body became illusory. When he collided with the countless divine dragons, the heaven-sacrificing spear lightly pierced out. This was the first time he had used the newly comprehended rules. Even Long Chen himself didn't know how powerful this time law would be. The heart of the Great Void. The heart of the Great Void could be used in any way. Both the ghost blood curse and the sacrificial spear could be used. It was just that the sacrificial spear was not as bloody. As he stabbed with his spear, an endless vortex of time erupted. The vortex of time instantly enveloped the ancient tree. Under this vortex, the ancient tree was completely still. All the branches maintained their current state until Long Chen rushed near the trunk of the ancient tree. The sacrificial spear pierced directly into the trunk. Ding! There was a crisp sound. When the sacrificial spear pierced the ancient tree, it only moved. However, just as it could move, it began to age from the spot where Long Chen's attack had struck. This was a rapid aging under the influence of time. It was a kind of collapse under the passage of time. In that instant, the ancient tree suffered from time acceleration that was billions of times faster. No matter how vigorous its vitality was, under the merciless passage of time, it still collapsed and disappeared. The ancient tree that had just regained its movement was turned into ashes by Long Chen's heart of the Great Void. This was the power of the heart of the Great Void. This was something that Long Chen had learned from the Era Demon. It was a chaotic fusion of time acceleration and time freezing. The power of the heart of the Great Void naturally surpassed that of the white bones of beauty and the prison of time. It was even faster than the combination of these two. Under the attack of the heart of the Great Void by Long Chen, there was no chance for the opponent to show mercy. By the time Long Chen put away the heaven-sacrificing spear, the huge ancient tree had already turned into countless jade-green motes of light that scattered down. They were like raindrops that swept through heaven and earth. After receiving these motes of light, the surrounding trees and sand became even more majestic. This creature with such a strong vitality is still like this under the heart of the Great Void. It seems that this move may be able to take away Di Jun's life. Other than Di Jun, Long Chen did not believe that any other god kings in the infinite worlds could withstand this move of his. It was simply impossible. After obtaining the heart of the Great Void, Long Chen actually had the ability to truly fight with Di Jun. It was just that before this, he wanted to figure out the death reign. It's done. He looked down at the vast land below and looked around. He was puzzled. Ancient God Savage Wilderness let me in because he wants to see me. Is it really just to let me come to the realm of life to take a look? Even when I took away the chaos green fire and destroyed this ancient tree, there was no reaction at all. There was definitely something wrong with him. Ancient God Savage Wilderness should have come out to take a look at him. Just as he was thinking about this, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of him. He was not even as tall as Long Chen. He was stooped and wore a tattered linen robe. His eyes were dull and his head was bald. There were only a few strands of white hair on his head. His wrinkles were deep and he even trembled. He was completely an old man with one foot in the grave. There was not the slightest trace of energy coming from him, and he was extremely withered. Presumably, with a light push from Long Chen, he would be reduced to ashes. For such an old man to appear here was naturally an eye-opener for him. After all, ancient God Savage Wilderness was a barbarian. Every barbarian was tall and mighty. It was very common for their bodies to be 4 to 5 meters tall. He had guessed that ancient God Savage Wilderness would be an indomitable person. He would never have thought that it would be this old man in front of him who looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any time. Of course, no matter how surprised he was, he still said respectfully, "Junior Long Chen greets Senior Ancient God." No matter what, this person in front of him was one of the top experts in the myriad realms. He was the #1 person in the Western Star region. He was a supreme existence in the myriad realms. He was even more famous than Northern Sky God Luya. Of course, this old man did not have any savage wilderness aura. Facing such a terrifying expert, Long Chen naturally respected him. He was also a god who had existed before the epoch. It was just that he had been changed by the giant demon god beast and lost his memories of that period of time. Long Chen really wanted to see what this ancient God Savage Wilderness's attitude was. His eyes were cloudy and he looked like a man with one foot in the grave. He was sizing up Long Chen. Suddenly, he shook his head helplessly and said, "The things I can remember are very limited. I can only guess. Perhaps you are the successor of the first world, the world that was destroyed by the sky-devouring clan. That powerful creature is called the Divine Dragon." Boom! These words were like a bolt from the blue to Long Chen. In the myriad realms, the gods had changed the sky-devouring clan, causing them to lose their memories before the epoch. Especially regarding the dragon sacrificial continent, they had completely lost their memories. Even the records had disappeared. Instead, primeval Troll knew about those things. Long Chen really did not expect that this ancient God Savage Wilderness in front of him would say such a thing. He knew about the dragon sacrificial continent and the divine dragon. Before Long Chen could speak in shock, he looked in the direction where the ancient tree had disappeared and said, "I've forgotten too many things. It was only when I came to this realm of life, saw the divine dragon on the tree, and fused with the core of the realm of life here that I remembered that before the epoch, there used to be a creature called the divine dragon, who lived in a world that was countless times more terrifying than Pangu continent. It was called the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. But now, the divine dragon has wiped out the sky-devouring clan, and we are just tools for them to devour the myriad realms. This was the realm of life, the former territory of the Taiji spirit dragon, and also a secret place. Therefore, when the ancient God Savage Wilderness said these things, Long Chen was not worried at all. Instead, he was excited. Perhaps this powerful ancient God Savage Wilderness, who was almost as powerful as the real divine dragon, could become his helper. Because, he was more or less awake. This was the thing that had excited Long Chen the most recently. "Senior, you're right. I'm from the dragon sacrificial continent." Even now, Long Chen still found it hard to believe. "I've already expected this. I've actually asked around about you and heard others describe your form after your transformation. Therefore, I also expected you to come to the realm of life. It's just that when you came in, I discovered something strange. As the last inheritor of the dragon sacrificial continent, you're actually together with your enemy, the sky-swallowing clan. This really surprised me." He was talking about Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Senior, every race has different existences. Even in the sky-swallowing clan, there are people who can destroy worlds, but there are also people who are kind. That brother of mine grew up with me, and we helped each other to get to where we are today. It's not easy. He's not my enemy, but my best helper." Ancient God Savage Wilderness was someone who had seen the world, so he didn't really care about this matter. He said, "It's not easy for you to have such a generous heart and to be able to distinguish right from wrong. However, the sky-swallowing clan is ever-changing, and they are people who can devour worlds. This is their instinct. All living beings have instincts, such as eating and breeding. Sometimes, emotions can't win over instincts." Ancient God Savage Wilderness's words were vague, but Long Chen understood that he was reminding him that Mo Xiaolang was originally from the sky-swallowing clan, and his instinct was to devour. It was hard to guarantee that after he obtained terrifying power, he wouldn't walk the same path as the demonic gods and beasts. Of course, he was just reminding him. Long Chen didn't want to talk about this problem because he had great confidence in Mo Xiaolang. He firmly believed that all living beings were different from inanimate objects, and their biggest characteristic was emotions. Because of emotions, he had brothers, loved ones, parents, children, and countless others. These were all emotions, love, and it surpassed instincts. He and Ancient God Savage Wilderness stared at each other. Ancient God Savage Wilderness actually didn't have many memories. Chapter 3000. To be able to meet such a powerhouse who knew about the dragon sacrificial continent and the myriad worlds was truly too rare. Long Chen looked at him with hope. Ancient God Savage Wilderness had a huge influence in the entire myriad realms. He had at least 8 ultimate gods under his command. In fact, there were more than a dozen ultimate gods in the entire Western Starfield who were under his command. Gaining his help was equivalent to gaining a quarter of the power of the myriad realms. This was an incomparably great power. If Ancient God Savage Wilderness could cooperate with him, even Dijun would be a small matter. Ancient God Savage Wilderness wouldn't even need Long Chen to do it himself. He could easily take care of Dijun. Such an existence must have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Long Chen's eyes were filled with urgency. Unexpectedly, Ancient God Savage Wilderness shook his head calmly. There was a hint of sadness and even mockery in his eyes as he said, "You are very young and naive. This is indeed within reason. However, I am different from you. I know that there are some things that cannot be accomplished by all the gods and devils in the myriad worlds. Therefore, I will not blindly participate." Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned. "Senior, you mean, to let the sky-swallowing clan devour us, let the myriad worlds be destroyed, and let everything be buried in their stomachs?" He said it hurriedly and sorrowfully. Ancient God Savage Wilderness's face was indifferent. He extended a skinny finger and pointed at a lake that was around 100 meters in diameter. "Do you see this lake?" Long Chen nodded. Ancient God Savage Wilderness said, "Maybe in your eyes, I'm very powerful and control a quarter of the myriad worlds. But in fact, we're just mayflies. I'm just a little bigger than you, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm a mayfly. As for the sky-swallowing clan, they're this lake. Tell me, no matter how much we struggle, can we overturn this lake? Even if we give up our lives to struggle, we can only create insignificant ripples on the lake's surface. Don't deny that this is the current situation of the myriad worlds. No matter how hard it was for Long Chen to accept it, he was still rational. He could understand that ancient god Savage Desolation was right. The sky-swallowing race was at its peak. They were like a lake, while he and ancient god Savage Desolation were just mayflies. From the very beginning, he was like a mayfly struggling, but no matter how much he struggled, he could not overturn this lake. At that moment, Long Chen felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He finally understood why there was such despair and pain in the ancient god's eyes. His eyes were lifeless as he hid in the realm of life. He had no interest in going out even when the ancient demons were rampaging, for he had long known that one day, the entire Pangu continent would be destroyed. Pangu continent was one of the original grade worlds before the epoch. Ancient god Savage Desolation said with nostalgia. Perhaps, he was lonely. As one of the supreme experts, he should have been high and mighty. But unknowingly, he recalled the events of the past epoch and found out about the current situation of the myriad worlds. He didn't tell anyone about this news and hid in the world of life alone. It seemed like he was cultivating, but in reality, he had long lost his direction. Senior, I don't believe that you don't want to fight. You are just desperate. Long Chen could understand him, so he wouldn't force him. When he fully understood ancient god Savage Desolation's thoughts, he sympathized with him. To him, he was already the supreme expert of heaven and earth. But he also understood that heaven existed, and it was the heaven-devouring clan, the lake in the eyes of the mayfly. Yes, I am desperate. In a world that is destined to be destroyed, all my lofty sentiments are nothing but meaningless struggles in the eyes of heaven and earth, ancient god Savage Desolation said indifferently. Therefore, he didn't care about the chaotic green flame or anything else. He stayed in the realm of life, silently experiencing the passage of time and the destruction of the world. Long Chen smiled inexplicably. He knew that no matter what he said, ancient god Savage Desolation would not change his mind. After all, this was the current situation. Long Chen still had a long way to go in the future, and actions were always more effective than words. He silently went to the lake. Senior. Long Chen landed in the lake, his body completely submerged in it. Ancient god Savage Desolation looked at him with his cloudy eyes. You are right. You and I are both mayflies now. Long Chen took a deep breath. After saying this, he transformed into a divine dragon. When the primordial blood spirit dragon appeared in the middle of the lake was too small for him. In an instant, all the water in the lake was blasted into the sky, completely overturned, and shattered, turning into life force that dissipated. In ancient god Savage Desolation's eyes, the lake had already disappeared. He squinted his eyes. This was the first time he saw a real divine dragon. Long Chen said in his dragon form, overturning isn't without fear. It just depends on whether you're a mayfly or a divine dragon. Perhaps I'm a mayfly now, insignificant to the heaven-devouring clan, but it doesn't mean that I can't become a divine dragon. I'm just a mayfly now, so I won't say too much. Right now, I still can't convince you. I can only say that in the future, if I really become a dragon, I hope you won't be as pessimistic as you are today. Ancient god Savage Desolation closed his eyes and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Because of this laughter, his face even glowed. It's a miracle. Very well, I'll wait for you to become a dragon and overturn all the worlds. If that day comes, I'll pay with my life to pave the way for you, ancient god Savage Desolation said firmly. However, before you become a dragon, for the sake of Pangu continent, I won't help you at all, let alone get close to you. I belong to Pangu continent first, and then to all the worlds. I want Pangu continent to exist longer, and I want more people to reach the end of their lives. This is my selfishness, but it's also my mission. So, I still won't help you. I won't even help you against Dijun. If you have such a great ambition, you should step over this insignificant hurdle yourself. Dijun was indeed an insignificant hurdle to the heaven-devouring clan. He was just another mayfly. To tell you the truth, I knew he came from Dragon Sacrificial Continent. I thought he would be its successor, but I didn't expect it to be you. Between you and him, it's a battle of destiny, a battle of destiny. Life and death are all up to you. Long Chen had never thought of letting ancient god Savage Desolation kill Dijun for him. He smiled and said, "Rest assured, Senior. This is my private matter, and I'll handle it myself." He understood ancient god Savage Desolation. What he was about to do now was too dangerous. Once exposed, he would be implicated if he got too close to him. If that happened, before all the worlds were destroyed, Pangu continent would be destroyed first. Ancient god Savage Desolation would not take such a risk. Even if he was now one of the strongest experts in all the worlds. This short exchange had changed Long Chen's state of mind. He wasn't frightened, but his fighting spirit surged. This was the mission Long Qinglan had given him, the mission given to him by countless descendants of the dragon, and the mission given to him by the myriad worlds. Young man, everything is up to you. Fight for it. You have nothing to worry about. Just don't die an ugly death. Ancient god Savage Desolation sighed. If he didn't have Pangu continent, he could also do whatever he wanted like Long Chen. But he didn't know that Long Chen had more things to worry about than him. It was just that Long Chen didn't want to tell him. It seemed that it was time to leave the realm of life. If he talked too much with ancient god Savage Desolation, he was worried that he would be swayed. However, at this moment, ancient god Savage Desolation suddenly said, "How should I put it? As a senior, I have to give you a gift. Actually, I know what you are looking for in the realm of life." He looked around and said, "This place used to be the world of a supreme being of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. It was the world of a divine dragon. I've forgotten what kind of divine dragon he was, but you definitely know that he was one of the rulers of the past. This world he left behind, and as his successor, you definitely have to obtain this world of life, just like the world of death." Long Chen nodded. "However, the core of the realm of life is in my hands." A green light flashed from the center of ancient god Savage Desolation's brows. He murmured, "When I first came to the realm of life and found this core, I didn't expect it to make me remember so many things. I thought I could use this realm of life to become the #1 overlord of myriad worlds, but I didn't expect to find out the truth." This was a huge blow to him. He thought he could become the #1 in myriad worlds, but he didn't expect that the #1 he wanted was just a puppet. At that moment, he lost all fighting spirit and began to walk like a walking corpse. He smiled helplessly and said, "Later on, I studied this core and found that I can only control the gate of the death realm at most and wander around in this place. I believe that without the bloodline of the divine dragon race, it is impossible to truly control the realm of life. I've seen how you use the death realm during this period of time, and I'm very moved by your fighting spirit. The only thing I can do is to give you the core of the realm of life, the realm of life." Long Chen had already guessed it. He certainly didn't expect that the realm of life, which he wanted the most, would be in his hands so easily. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. But compared to the desolation and regret in ancient god Savage Wilderness's heart, the core of the realm of life didn't seem like much. If he hadn't lost his fighting spirit, he definitely wouldn't have been willing to give it away. It was the entire wondrous realm of life. "From now on, your realm of life is your territory. I've been here for a long time, and it's time for me to leave," ancient god Savage Wilderness indifferently said. "Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely make use of this realm of life and bring it to greater heights, Long Chen sincerely thanked him. Up to you. In any case, it was originally yours. Ancient God Savage Wilderness took out the core of the realm of life from his forehead. Similar to the core of the death realm, it was also in the shape of an eye, a dark green eye. The dark green eye gradually arrived in front of Long Chen and landed in Long Chen's hand. Goodbye. If there's anything else, you can talk to me. Ancient God Savage Wilderness didn't linger. He headed toward the gate of the realm of life and quickly vanished from Long Chen's vision. Chapter 3001. When Ancient God Savage Wilderness left, Long Chen became the only living being in the realm of life. As long as he fused with the realm of life's core, he would be able to control the realm of life like he controlled the realm of death. The realms of life and death were actually full of mysteries. What Long Chen could control now was only a small part of it. After Ancient God Savage Wilderness left, Long Chen looked around at the lush green world. This place is much more comfortable than the realm of death. The realm of life and death was even safer than his divine kingdom. If Long Chen died in battle, his divine kingdom would be exposed, and everything inside would be controlled by his enemies. However, the realm of life and death was not opened. Without the permission of its master, even supreme deities could not enter. Since Long Chen had become the master of the realm of life and death, as long as he did not want the realm of life and death to open, it would not open. Therefore, the people in Divine Kingdom were safer in the realm of life and death than in Divine Kingdom. Of course, the environment of the realm of death was harsh and not suitable for living. However, the realm of life was different. Long Chen had plans to move some people to the realm of life. However, the premise is to fuse with the realm of life's core. With the experience of fusing with the realm of death's core, Long Chen's only worry was that the realm of life's core would clash with the realm of death's core. He needed to try. After a long time, he settled everyone and sat cross-legged in the realm of life. Surrounding him was a lush forest. Long Chen held the realm of life's core in his hand and slowly approached his forehead. He was sure that this was the place. The realm of death's core was also in this position. When the aquamarine eye approached, the blood-red eye on Long Chen's forehead opened involuntarily. There was no hostility, only warmth. In fact, Long Chen did not even need to control it himself. The core of the life realm and the core of the death realm fused together. In the end, they formed a pupil with two colors, blood red and aquamarine. The blood occupied one side, and the emerald occupied the other. The two did not interfere with each other at all, as if they were perfectly fused together. Long Chen also quickly learned a lot of information about the realm of life. It was just like the dead world. He could control more and more places. After careful pondering and exploration, after about 10 days, due to the advantage of his bloodline, Long Chen could already enter and exit the realm of life at will. He found quite a few exits from the realm of life, but the others were all in a completely sealed state. He could also leave the realm of life, open the gate to the realm of life from the outside, and come in at any time. If the function of the death world was to allow Long Chen to possess a stronger combat strength, then the function of the life world should be a kind of life force. Within the life world, he could control the life force of the entire world. Even if there were no rules that could bring the dead back to life, within the life world, his recovery ability was still terrifying. Not only him, he could also allow this boundless life force to descend upon the head of anyone. Compared to the fire of life, it was even more effective than Mo Xiaolang's primal chaos green flame at the current stage. Even if it was a law of resurrection, because he possessed the realm of life, he would definitely recover faster after using it once. Once he had complete control over the realms of life and death, Long Chen first moved some people out of the Divine Kingdom. The realm of life does not have the vast power of Pangu continent. The divine kingdom can connect with Pangu continent, but not the realm of life. Therefore, those who came to the realm of life were those who did not need Pangu's spirit energy. For Lingxi, for her, the vast life force here was a better environment for her to recuperate, and it was the same for Mo Xiaolang. As for Kitten, he did not need to cultivate at all. All he needed to do was to find his true form. The others could also move between the divine kingdom and the realm of life at any time. Most of the dragon warriors still needed the vast energy, so it was not suitable for them to come to the realm of life, which was just safer for them. When everything was settled, Long Chen had to stop and think about what he needed to do next. Big brother, if you are asked to fight Di Jun now, do you think you can win? Mo Xiaolang was making rapid progress under the nourishment of the chaotic green flame. Long Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, I still feel a little lacking. I'd better stay here for a while and see if there are any new developments. After all, we have the realm of life and death, and we have the upper hand. The main thing is that if I don't want to go out, Di Jun can't do anything to me. I can even leave Pangu continent directly and let him continue to chase me. But I can't help but want to kill him. Then rest for a while. He is the one who is anxious when he can't find you anyway, said Lingxi. When he saw her, Long Chen smiled happily and said, You're right. At least, I'll wait until Yen is born before I go out. Of course, I'll definitely go out, but this time, I must have the determination to kill him, once and for all. Going out from this place meant the final battle of destiny. What followed was a period of peace. Kitten, Zhu Shi, Yang Lingqing, and the others were playing in the realm of life, while Li Xuanji had been making progress in the divine kingdom. Even without the dragon soul, her progress was still very fast. The realm of life, after Lingxi fell asleep peacefully, Long Chen stood at the highest point of the realm of life, looking down at the vast world of life. Even a speck of dust here was full of life force, as if it was missing a soul, and that was the life. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt the flow of the endless life force through the core of the realm of life. In fact, the realm of life is also an ocean of life force. It's just that it has materialized into mountains, rivers, trees, and all living things, but its essence is pure life force. Through the core of the realm of life, in Long Chen's eyes, the whole world had turned into an endless ocean, and the life force was flowing in it. That was to say, the ocean was flowing in the whole world. In fact, Long Chen could control every ocean current. He needed to think about the rules. He suddenly had an idea and said, I can control the power and killing intent of the realm of death to form the realm of death and kill my enemies with the power of the realm of death. Then, since the realm of life is also an ocean, and I can control the power of the realm of life, why can't I use the power of the realm of life to form a new rule of life? The most important thing about the rules was the idea. Especially for Long Chen, there were all kinds of rules in his bloodline. After having an idea, he closed his eyes and controlled the life force of the whole realm of life, letting them move, and then trying all kinds of possibilities. The killing power of the rule of life might be to take away life, the source of life. This rule was very powerful. In fact, life is more like a kind of bestowment, a kind of salvation. In terms of killing power, it's definitely not as powerful as the ancient blood spiritual dragon, but the Tai Chi spiritual dragon definitely has its own attacking rule. He was thinking about how to use this boundless life force to attack. Life force could make him stronger, and it could also make his enemies stronger, so it was not the best attack. But it had to be used. Perhaps, just like the source of life, I can use the life force of the whole realm of life to form a vortex and absorb the enemy's life force. That's not a bad idea. Finally, after a long time, Long Chen had a rough idea of what to do. He began to try. With the experience of the death realm's killing tribulation, it's actually just a change, a flexible application. The difference is that the death realm's killing tribulation is a chaotic output, while the life realm's killing tribulation he wants to condense is a kind of violent devouring and deprivation. The life force of the life realm will eventually be used up, and the fundamental way to replenish it should be deprivation. Deprivation, taking away life force. The Tai Chi spiritual dragon can create life, give life force, and also take away life force. This kind of taking away is its attack. The jade-green eye between his eyebrows lit up. Long Chen closed his eyes, leaving only his jade-green eyes. The Heaven's Sacrifice spear appeared in his hand. He unconsciously brandished the Heaven's Sacrifice spear. The people in the realm of life all raised their heads to look at him. Suddenly, Long Chen reached out his hand and pressed down. Instantly, the entire realm of life changed violently. Rumble. Everything in the realm of life suddenly collapsed and disappeared. A perfectly intact world instantly turned into a jade-green ocean. Only the place where Ling Shi and the others were standing on was still a complete piece of land. From a boundless continent to a boundless green ocean, the scene was too exaggerated and miraculous. Even Mo Xiaolang and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. The realm of life's slaughter. Long Chen uttered these 4 words in a very relaxed manner. Whoosh! The entire ocean of life suddenly rotated violently, forming a huge vortex that covered the entire world, and Long Chen was at the center of it. The vortex was too huge. Although Mo Xiaolang and the others were in a quiet area, just looking at it gave them a soul-stirring feeling. The realm of death's slaughter was pure. And the realm of life's slaughter was strange and terrifying. In Long Chen's hand, the Heaven's Sacrificial spear had completely turned dark green. Even the light of punishment was dyed a deep green. This massive life vortex had already connected with the Heaven's Sacrificial spear. At this moment, Long Chen stabbed out with his Heaven's Sacrificial spear. Buzz! The space in front of him deeply caved in. Of course, there was no enemy in front of Long Chen, as if nothing had happened. But in fact, if there was an enemy, they should have died immediately. It could be imagined that the realm of life's slaughter was as destructive as being hit by the ghost blood curse. The difference was that the ghost blood curse destroyed lives, while the realm of life's slaughter deprived lives and swallowed them into the realm of life, becoming a part of its power. Boom! While everyone's scalp was numb, Long Chen withdrew the sacrificial spear and casually flipped his hand. Suddenly, the entire ocean of life stopped, and the vortex disappeared. In just a short moment, the ocean of life became solid again, and became a quiet and vibrant world. Ancient trees, flowers, and everything grew. It was as if nothing had happened just now. At this moment, Long Chen quietly landed and came to everyone's side. Although the rules had passed, everyone could still feel how terrifying he was. Chapter 3002. The Killing Tribulation of the World of Life, the Killing Tribulation of the World of Death, and the Heart of the Great Void. The Ghost Blood Curse and the Heaven Sacrificing Spear. Be it in terms of nomological laws or creation divine artifacts, Long Chen was top-notch. It was already heaven-defying for an ordinary god-emperor to have an eternal-grade creation divine artifact, but Long Chen had 2. However, he was not very satisfied. In the death reign, there were still 2 treasures. Perhaps in the end, they would become an important thing for him to rely on in the final battle with Di Jun. The Chaos Devil Blade was meant for Mo Xiaolang. In this period of time, Mo Xiaolang had already familiarized himself with it. With the nature of the sky-swallowing race, it was not particularly difficult to control the Chaos Devil Blade. This was because the primeval troll was created by the sky-swallowing race. The Chaos Devil Blade's original owner was actually the sky-swallowing race. Once Mo Xiaolang mastered the Chaos Fiend Blade, his combat prowess would increase rapidly, and he would be comparable to many figures on the Divine Emperor list. Below the eternal grade destinable divine artifact, Daoist Duobao and the others would not be his match. Long Chen had come to the death realm from the realm of life to retrieve the sky-burying coffin. During this period of time, the sky-burying coffin and the Chaos Demon Saber had been trying to leave the death world, but unfortunately, they failed. Later, the Chaos Demon Saber almost surrendered under Mo Xiaolang's attacks, leaving only the sky-burying coffin to sink into the depths of the Blood Sea. But it knew that it was useless even if it sank. The Death Rain was a world controlled by Long Chen. On this day, Long Chen appeared above the sky-burying coffin after digesting the rules of the world of life's killing tribulation. The creation heroic spirit of the sky-burying coffin was a mass of chaos. It had no form and was hidden within the sky-burying coffin. Submit, or be destroyed. Long Chen asked. You still can't destroy me. The sky-burying coffin said coldly. However, his voice wasn't confident. He knew that the two chaos fiendish demons had died in battle and Long Chen had advanced another realm. Then I'll give it a try. Long Chen sneered. These heroic spirits were all stubborn. If he didn't show them some face, they wouldn't submit. He held the heaven-offering spear in his hand and rushed down. The tip of the spear glowed with a dark green light. A fortune divine artifact also had its own vitality. If their life force was taken away, they would also wither away. After all, to a certain degree, they were also a kind of life. Moreover, their life force was very limited. Once their life force was taken away, the fortune divine artifact's power wouldn't be greatly affected, but the good fortune heroic spirits would be finished. Ding! The sky-burying coffin shook. I admit defeat. Long Chen's powerful attack made this process extremely easy. The heaven-burying coffin, which had once posed a huge threat to Long Chen, had become Long Chen's third eternal-grade fortune divine artifact. The ghost blood curse and the heaven sacrificial spear could be used with both hands. Just like the demon-suppressing pagoda, the sky-burying coffin could be used at the most crucial moment. Long Chen kept the creation divine weapon that was carved with skeletons. Now that the sea of blood was roiling, Mo Xiaolang was fighting against the Chaos Demon Saber on the other side. The heaven-burying coffin submission had perhaps dealt a huge blow to the Chaos Demon Saber. In addition to Mo Xiaolang's identity as a member of the Sky-Devouring clan, not long after Long Chen kept the sky-burying coffin, Mo Xiaolang actually controlled the Chaos Demon Saber. He stepped over the waves of blood and arrived in front of Long Chen. The Chaos Demon Saber's demonic aura soared into the sky, and it was very suitable for him. Big brother, take this. Mo Xiaolang smiled excitedly. He held the Chaos Demon Saber in his hand, and instantly, a three-colored flame was born. Under the control of his ancestral fire, the Chaos Demon Saber erupted with even greater power. The Chaos Demonic Aura and Ancestral Fire combined, and 4 terrifying powers were activated. Alright. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse with one hand, and the swastika symbol spread out. He swept his sword horizontally, and once again clashed with the Chaos Demon Saber. This time, the two collided, and huge waves rose up in the sky. In the end, it was still Long Chen who won. Mo Xiaolang was sent flying, and even the swastika ghost blood curse climbed onto Mo Xiaolang's body. Of course, it was not a hindrance. However, his 3 ancestral fires were rather difficult to deal with, and they also burned towards Long Chen. It had to be said that the ancestral fires were terrifying. If not for the death world, it would not be easy for Long Chen to extinguish them. Although Xiaolang is as weak as me in terms of power, and we both have weaknesses, the ancestral fires have the same advantage as my rules. As long as he catches up in terms of power, he will be a rather terrifying existence. Anyway, I do not want to be his opponent. Big brother, thank you. It was because Long Chen had gone through untold hardships to come to the realm of life, and because Long Chen had defeated the Chaos Demon and given him the Chaos Demon Saber, that he could reach his current cultivation realm. In fact, most of what he had was given to him by Long Chen. The brotherly relationship between them had long surpassed life and death. Mo Xiaolang was grateful, and of course, he wanted to repay. He and Long Chen viewed each other as true brothers. In fact, even true brothers might not have such a blood-related camaraderie. Right now, we both lack an eternal-level boundless divine technique, which is why we are weaker than the enemy in terms of power. If only we had this boundless divine technique. They were still cultivating the immemorial scripture, which was a 6th-grade immemorial technique, which was definitely not as good as Dijun. The top 10 of the Divine Emperor ranking all had the eternal-level boundless divine technique. Although it's a pity, we still have to stay here for the time being. Go familiarize yourself with the Chaos Demon Saber first. I will be of help in the battle with Dijun, big brother. Mo Xiaolang said firmly. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder. There was no need to say more. After Mo Xiaolang left, Long Chen picked up the ghost blood curse in his hand and looked at Gui Qi. This little beauty was beautiful, but her arrogance was not pleasing to the eye. However, Long Chen only treated her as a little girl. Why? Even now, do you still think that I am not worthy of using you? In fact, Long Chen had already proven that he was more suitable than anyone else for the ghost blood curse. He even had the sky-burying coffin and the sky-sacrificing spear at the same level. The sky-burying coffin had just been retrieved, while the sky-sacrificing spear was incomparably obedient to Long Chen, but it was not weaker than the ghost blood curse. Humph, I know you are powerful. You don't have to show off in front of me. Gui Qi said angrily with her hands on her hips. Long Chen did not argue with her. He said, I don't need it. Even if you are unhappy with me, I will still use you. So, you should wait until you defeat Dijun before you make me submit to you. I don't know if you are still alive or not. I don't want you to be finished just as I acknowledge you. It's better if I don't have any feelings for you. Gui Qi said coldly. Long Chen did not care what she said, but his voice became serious. He said, Gui Qi, I will stop fooling around with you. I know that this challenge is very important to me, but that is my own business. It is fate that we have come together. There is one thing that is very important to me, and I want to ask you. In fact, Gui Qi was probably joking with him. When she saw him become serious, she said lazily, What is it? You want something from me? Long Chen said, I heard that the ghost blood curse comes from a mysterious place called the Ancestral Star. I want to ask you if you know where it is. Ah. Gui Qi was shocked. She had never heard Long Chen mention this. Fear flashed across her eyes, and she quickly said, You can't go to the Ancestral Star. It's not a place you can go, and it's not a place I want to go either. I would rather die than go there, so don't ask. Long Chen understood. In fact, he just wanted to confirm whether such a place existed. He simply said, It's fine as long as you know where it is. Since Gui Qi said that, it was obvious that she knew where the Ancestral Star was. Long Chen was not in a hurry to go there. He only needed to confirm if she knew where it was. As for the real journey, that would be after the duel with Dijun. It was not too late to force her then. You can't go to the Ancestral Star. I will not lead the way for you. Gui Qi was still chattering. Long Chen could not be bothered with her. He returned to the realm of life and settled down. He practiced the various rules, familiarized himself with the sky-burying coffin, and adjusted his strength to its peak. Fighting with Dijun required a strong mentality. He was not completely confident yet, so there was a thorn in his heart that kept troubling him. The longer I stay in the realm of life, the more my fighting spirit will be worn down. However, if I stay here for too long, my chances of defeating him will be even lower. This time, he might not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Long Chen closed his eyes. Then I'll wait for Yen, to be born. If she's well, I'll go and welcome the duel to celebrate her birth. Long Chen clenched his fists and made his final decision. He could not delay any longer. Lingxi was sleeping peacefully in his arms. At this moment, Zhu Shi was playing in the realm of life. She suddenly ran over and pulled Kitten. She was very excited. Seeing that she was about to make a fuss, Long Chen brought them to another place. Zhu Shi laughed and said, "Boss, that immortal godly phoenix is talking to me. She told me something very interesting today." Kitten stretched and said, "Did she lay an egg? Look at how happy you are. When are you going to lay an egg for me? Get lost. I'll tell boss. If I don't tell you, don't cry and make me tell you later," Zhu Shi said angrily. "Spare me, queen." Kitten immediately put on a long face. "What is it?" Long Chen felt that it was not a small matter. As expected, Zhu Shi put her hands on her hips and said word by word, "It's a big matter. That old immortal godly phoenix knows of a very magical place. She has been to that place, but she doesn't dare to go deep. That place is called," at this point, Zhu Shi kept him in suspense. She glanced at Kitten and said, "It's related to you. Call me grandma and I'll tell you." Kitten's eyes lit up. In fact, he had already guessed it. But to confirm, he decisively called out, "Grandma." "Huh." Zhu Shi laughed loudly. When Long Chen glared at her, she coughed and said word by word, "That place has the power of time. It's like a tunnel, as magical as the realm of life and death. I think that's the time tunnel." Chapter 3003. Time Tunnel. Long Chen had a hunch, but when he heard it, he still found it hard to believe. Time tunnel. Kitten screamed, spread his arms, and hugged Zhu Shi tightly. Before Zhu Shi could react, he gave her a big kiss on the cheek. "My time tunnel. Is the heaven finally looking out for me? Help, boss." Just when he was at the peak of his success, Zhu Shi threw a ball of anger at him. One fled, and the other chased. It was a lively scene. "Get back here, you stinky cat. Help. Boss, help. This crazy woman is going to kill me." Kitten ran around Long Chen at the top of his voice. "All right, Zhu Shi, I have to talk to Immortal Divine Phoenix for a while." Long Chen took out the divine item that Zhu Shi had used to contact the Immortal Divine Phoenix. It was a feather of the Immortal Divine Phoenix. Through the feather, he could see the figure of the Immortal Divine Phoenix. "Senior, have you really been to that time tunnel?" Immortal Divine Phoenix said, "I don't know if it is the time tunnel you mentioned, but it is indeed a very large whirlpool, about half the size of Pangu continent. The flow of time is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and there is a tunnel in the center. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see it, and I can't go deep into it. After all, the flow of time in the tunnel is too fast, even tens of thousands of times faster. I suppose it is the time tunnel you mentioned." After hearing what she said, Long Chen was almost certain that it was the space left behind by the void cosmic dragon, the time tunnel. "How many people know the location of this place?" Long Chen asked first. "It seems that this place is very important to you," said Immortal Divine Phoenix. "I don't think there are many. There is no news about this place in the myriad worlds at present. It is very remote, and ordinary people will not come to such a place. It is the furthest edge of the myriad worlds. The fewer people knew about it, the better." Only then did Long Chen ask, "Senior, this place is very important to me. I hope you can give me the location." He looked at Immortal Divine Phoenix expectantly. The immortal divine phoenix was silent for a while. I can, but I have a condition. Senior, please speak. Personally, I think that place is very dangerous. Even I don't dare to enter that tunnel. It wasn't easy for me to find a divine phoenix with a bloodline similar to mine, so if you want to go in, please don't bring Zhu Shi along. At least let Zhu Shi stay with me while you are in the time tunnel. I heard that the ancient god gave you the realm of life. If she doesn't want to, she can stay in the realm of life. In other words, the immortal divine phoenix was completely concerned about Zhu Shi's safety. That was too simple. I'll stay in the realm of life. Zhu Shi was still unwilling to go to the immortal divine phoenix's side. After all, they were not familiar with each other. No problem. Long Chen answered her. Of course, he wouldn't let Zhu Shi take the risk. I will mark the location of the time tunnel on the star map and send it to Pangu's heart. As expected, a few days later, the immortal divine phoenix sent the location of the time tunnel to Long Chen. Long Chen took a look and found that it was actually at the edge of the eastern star sector, slightly closer to the southern star sector. It's quite a distance from here. Long Chen asked Ghost Blood Curse Ghost Qi, which star sector is the ancestral star in? I won't tell you to go there. I don't remember the past. Just tell me where it is. North. One was in the east, and the other was in the north. The time tunnel and the ancestral star were the two places that Long Chen had to go to. He thought about it. He wasn't very confident about the ancestral star. No matter how terrifying the time tunnel was, it was still on the same level as the realms of life and death. Thus, he decided, if I finish off June, I'll go to the time tunnel and help Kitten's main body. At the same time, it was the world that once belonged to the Void Aeon Dragon. The Void Aeon Dragon was the third ancestral dragon after the first and second ancestral dragons. Even Long Chen had been created by this third ancestral dragon. Boss, you're really too handsome, too confident, I love you so much, I really want to devote myself to you. You've made such a wise decision, I can't help but wish you a house full of grandchildren, a group of concubines. Kitten immediately hugged his thigh and grinned from ear to ear. He had chosen Kitten because he had been with him for too long. They were brothers, but Long Chen had given most of his things to Mo Xiaolang, so he didn't take much care of Kitten. On the other hand, Ghost Qi wasn't willing to cooperate. Long Chen also realized that the ancestral star would be more troublesome, so it was better to leave it for later. Don't talk so much nonsense. When you get your main body, you'll be the strongest. Our team still needs you to protect us. Kitten laughed. Don't worry, you little minions. As long as you follow me, I'm sure you'll have a good life. Stinky Kitten, look at how cocky you are. Do you want to die? I'll burn all your hair off. Zhu Shi was infuriated by his arrogance, and the two of them started fighting again in the realm of life. Even now, Kitten is still like a child. Mo Xiaolang watched him fight with a faint smile. However, he is indeed the one who hasn't panicked since the beginning. Among us, he is the calmest. It's about time for him to take charge, Long Chen said. Their next target had been confirmed to be the time tunnel. Their path to becoming stronger. The only one blocking their way was June. When everything quieted down, Long Chen listened to the movements in Lingxi's stomach. The little dragon's vitality was getting stronger, as if it was trying to communicate with Long Chen. At this moment, ancient god Savage Wilderness found Long Chen. Recently, June has been wandering around Pangu's heart, waiting for you. This person isn't simple. He might have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon, and it's fused with his body. That's why I'm warning you. Original incipient grade. Long Chen was shocked. Perhaps this was June's trump card. He had obtained it from the dragon sacrificial continent. To be honest, I'm tempted too. But that original incipient-grade creator divine weapon has a high compatibility with him. It seems that it belongs to the dragon sacrificial continent, and outsiders can't use it. Otherwise, I would have taken it, said ancient god Savage Wilderness. Thank you, Senior. His reminder had at least allowed Long Chen to be prepared. He would not force the wildlands ancient god to deal with Di Jun for him. On the journey, there were some enemies that he had to defeat himself. If he did not do so, there would always be imperfections in his heart, and it would affect his future cultivation. Di Jun was the one person in Long Chen's life who needed him to be defeated the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured until today. The dragon sacrificial continent used to be extremely powerful and vast. It's normal for it to have such a divine item. But you, if you don't have enough confidence, you'd better think twice. Long Chen knew what to do. Ancient God Savage Wilderness continued, in addition, although I'm not suitable to deal with Di Jun for you today, I can help you a little. I've accumulated many things over the years, some of which I can't use myself. For example, I gave the ghost blood curse to the three of you in the third heaven. Recently, when I saw that you only have the boundless divine technique at the primordial grade, I suddenly remembered that I also obtained a treasure from the dragon sacrificial continent. It's just that I don't have the divine dragon bloodline, so I can't use it. Today, I'll give it to you. I hope it'll be useful. Hearing this, Long Chen was looking forward to it. Thank you, Senior. How could something given by ancient god Savage Wilderness be simple? In fact, Long Chen was very grateful to ancient god Savage Wilderness. He didn't defeat Di Jun for him, but gave him the most precious thing. There was a saying that it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Whether it was the core of the realm of life or the thing that ancient god Savage Wilderness was about to give, it should be considered fishing. He wanted Long Chen to become stronger, not just to deal with Long Chen's opponents. The former was to help Long Chen fundamentally. It's this thing. An invisible object appeared in ancient god Savage Wilderness's hand. It seemed to be a pearl, but it couldn't be seen or touched. However, Long Chen could clearly feel its existence. From it, Long Chen could feel a dense divine dragon aura. It was indeed something from the dragon sacrificial continent. Actually, this thing was found in the realm of life. I once pondered it, and there should be a boundless divine technique hidden inside. It should be at the eternal level. Because you don't have a divine dragon bloodline, you can't activate it. Just take a look for yourself. Ancient god Savage Wilderness placed the invisible object in Long Chen's hand. An ice-cold aura melted into Long Chen's hand. It was a refreshing feeling, as if a divine dragon had drilled into his body. I can only help you to this point. You still have a long way to go. You have to rely on yourself to take the most important step. My cultivation is also limited, so I can't help you complete everything. However, I really hope that you can obtain victory in this decisive battle. Long Chen will naturally do his best. I can't let Senior down. Long Chen bowed deeply to him. I'll be leaving first. Ancient god Savage Wilderness left the realm of life once again, leaving this place to Long Chen. He gave Long Chen what he needed the most. After ancient god Savage Wilderness left, he began to study this invisible object. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. In his hand, there seemed to be billions of divine dragons galloping around the invisible ball. In Long Chen's hand, 5 types of ancestral dragon blood essence appeared and fused into the small ball. The small ball suddenly trembled and turned into liquid, fusing into Long Chen's arm. Then, it spread to his limbs and bones, covering his entire body. Chapter 3004. There were some bloodline advantages that couldn't be made up for with other methods. For example, this boundless divine technique from the dragon sacrificial continent. Even the Wildlands ancient god couldn't use it. However, once it fell into Long Chen's hands, it instantly became Long Chen's. Of course, even after the transformation of the boundless divine technique, Long Chen's understanding of this new power was still very limited. He didn't even know the name of this boundless divine technique. Trillion Shrine Palace. Chaos Origin Divine Power. Under the first transformation of the boundless divine technique, it became an invisible power as if it had completely disappeared. However, Long Chen could still feel its existence. He could even feel that this new power was more solid, magnificent, and majestic than the Chaos Origin Divine Power. It's definitely the eternal divine power. Even though only a small portion of the boundless divine art's power had reached this level, Long Chen could roughly guess that the value of an eternal grade boundless divine art would not be lower than an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. The Wildlands ancient god had given him another big gift. This colorless pearl made Long Chen feel very relaxed. He didn't even need to spend too much effort cultivating. The power in his body was automatically transforming. It was as if this divine object had been waiting for him for a long time and finally met him today. Of course, it was also because of his bloodline. His bloodline, which had inherited 5 kinds of ancestral dragon's blood essence, was a kind of suppression to anything from the dragon sacrificial continent. He was waiting for the transformation of all his power to complete. That would be the time when he would be unprecedentedly powerful. He was also waiting for the birth of Long Yen. This was also the final moment. Now, Yang Yu and the others were watching Lingxi at all times. After all, the birth of Long Yen might be in the next moment. This was something that couldn't be predicted. Another 10 days passed. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He finally managed to transform all the divine power to the eternal divine power before the birth of Long Yen. It was only after attaining the eternal divine power that he realized the gap between the primordial chaos realm and the eternal divine power. It was no wonder that Di Jun and the others could have the power to crush him. The power of the eternal divine power was too huge. It could probably destroy even a primordial chaos realm. In fact, only ultimate gods deserve to possess such power. Now, Long Chen's god's spiritual source energy had transformed into an invisible force. This made him look like an ordinary person without any god power. He didn't even look like a god king. But in reality, the invisible god's spiritual energy was like an endless ocean, surging within his body. Long Chen didn't know the name of this boundless god technique, so he casually named it, Invisible Dragon Essence. Actually, he knows that the reason why he doesn't know the true name of the infinite divine technique is because he hasn't fully activated it yet. As soon as I touched it, it melted into my power and helped me reach Eternal Realm. Besides that, I don't know anything else. The only possibility is that I haven't fully understood this thing yet. It should have a higher level that I need to cultivate to activate. It should be an original incipient grade boundless divine technique. This was obtained by the ancient god of the wilderness in the world of life. Moreover, the ancient god of the wilderness had said that this was at least an eternal realm boundless divine technique. In other words, it could be an original incipient grade 1. Long Chen had only activated a small part of it, but he had already achieved the eternal realm boundless divine technique. Therefore, his guess was quite possible. If it really is an original incipient grade boundless divine technique, then this gift is very precious. Items of original incipient grade are all precious treasures to the supreme god spirits. Even in the entire universe, they are top-notch treasures. I don't think there is an origin-level boundless divine technique in the universe. This is the highest level of power. In the current universe, besides the Origin Dragon Palace, there should be no other items of origin. Original incipient grade. The first original incipient grade item that Long Chen knew about was the one that Di Jun had. And now, it could be an original incipient grade boundless divine technique on him. No wonder the ancient god didn't give it to me the first time. He didn't want to give it to me at first. After all, he hadn't studied it thoroughly. But then he was willing to give it to me. This is a great help to me. Long Chen understood this kindness. Ancient god Savage Wilderness was still on his side. However, I still don't have the ability to stimulate the deeper things in this colorless bead. The eternal realm power is enough for me to perform to the extreme. Starting from the death world, he had the heart of great void, and the life world. Then his realm rose. Now, he had the eternal realm power. After continuous rapid progress, Long Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting the chaos demons. I just don't know if I am qualified to compete with the Divine Lord now. Di Jun could make the domain master of the Dark Heaven domain helpless. If I want to defeat Di Jun, I think I have to have the same ability. So, unknowingly, I have become the top existence in the universe. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot blood. Since he had just left the dragon sacrificial continent, he hadn't experienced many things, but his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. From the demon god Buzhou mountain to the Pangu continent, he was already comparable to the supreme god spirits. He had become one of the supreme beings in the universe. In that case, why can't I kill the sky-devouring clan in the end and restore peace to the universe? Long Chen's eyes were full of hatred and hot blood. Today, he had more confidence in himself. It seems that you have succeeded. Ancient god Savage Wilderness had been watching him. At this time, he was outside the realm of life. Long Chen opened the realm of life and let him in. You must have felt that there are 2 layers in this colorless bead. You have opened the first layer and achieved the eternal realm power. I think if you can open the second layer, you should be able to achieve the original incipient realm power. That should be the case. Senior has given me such a precious treasure. Long Chen will never forget it. In the future, I will remember today's kindness, Long Chen said solemnly. This is not a big deal. If you can save the universe in the future, then you will be my benefactor. Ancient god Savage Wilderness paused, studying Long Chen. Suddenly, he said, seeing your continuous growth, your power has reached the sky, but it seems that you are still not confident in fighting Di Jun. In terms of realm and principles, my disciple is stronger than Di Jun. Except for the original incipient realm creator divine weapon, he should be more terrifying than Di Jun. You can try fighting him first, and then you will have some idea. His disciple was the current master of the Savage Wilderness, Divine Reverend Savage Wilderness. Can he come and teach me? Long Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, he was lacking a standard. He wasn't sure how strong he was, so he didn't know if he could defeat Di Jun. It would be great if Hierarch Manhuang could come and spar with him for a bit. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, no problem. I will let him in. Ancient god Savage Wilderness's wrinkled face smiled. After Long Chen thanked him, he turned around. Lingxi had many people to take care of her, so it wasn't a big problem. The fight would only last for a while. If she came back, he could just stop it. It wouldn't be a problem. Not long after, the Wildlands sect leader arrived. He stood respectfully behind the Wildlands ancient god. With his tall stature, the Wildlands ancient god, who was also from the barbarian race, was only equivalent to one of his arms. Master, I'm ready. I heard that Long Chen has made rapid progress recently. I can't wait to see if you have the power to resist Divine Reverend. If you do, you will be a super genius that has never been born in the past millions of years. Savage Wilderness sect master's eyes were filled with battle intent. He was an existence stronger than Di Jun. Since that's the case, let's go to the death world. Please follow me. There were many people in the life world. The death world was more like a battlefield and was more suitable for combat. He opened the door and entered with ancient god Savage Wilderness and sect master. Not long after, ancient god Savage Wilderness disappeared into the darkness, leaving Long Chen and Savage Wilderness Sect Master facing each other. Savage Wilderness Sect Master looked around and smiled. This place is advantageous to you. I can't use Pangu's possession here, so my combat strength will be greatly reduced. However, if you just want to test your level, I only need to use one move. If you can receive it, it means that you have the power to resist divine reverence. You should be around the same level as Di Jun, alright. Long Chen's fighting spirit surged. Savage Wilderness Sect Master didn't waste any time. He stretched his arms and legs. His tyrannical muscles were full of impact power. His physical strength was beyond ordinary people, and the most violent part was his eternal level power. In terms of strength, barbarians generally surpassed their opponents. Although Long Chen had eternal level power, it only shortened the distance between him and Savage Wilderness Sect Master. Get ready. Suddenly, Savage Wilderness Sect Master appeared in the distance. Boom. With a tremor, his power exploded. With him as the center, the earth-shattering blood sea rushed towards Long Chen, forming an incomparably terrifying first wave of attack. Under his aura, the entire death world was stirred up. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the Wildlands sect leader moved his muscles and bones, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. Right now, his entire body was covered by an earthen yellow energy. Under that energy, the surrounding blood sea was changing, turning from liquid to solid, turning into an endless land. Take this. Before attacking, Savage Wilderness Sect Master didn't forget to remind Long Chen. He roared and decisively attacked. It was a very simple punch. His attack should be a well-controlled attack. It was a kind of test. As long as Long Chen could receive it, it would be a symbol of strength. After all, he was a true supreme deity, and his realm far surpassed Long Chen's. Desolate God Fist. One punch. Chapter 3005. The Attack of a Supreme Deity. Long Chen squinted his eyes, trying to feel the power. Not to mention the majestic attack, just the rules of the god of Tai realm, although simple, had undoubtedly pushed the power of the Wildlands sect leader to the extreme. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a desolate world. Everywhere was barren, and a destructive force was rushing towards Long Chen. That was the suppression of countless worlds on Long Chen's body. Destruction. Within the rules of the attack, the Wildlands sect leader could vaguely be seen. However, his face was as huge as the entire continent. Boom. Boundless divine might. The might of a supreme deity had already activated Long Chen's death rain. He used his own strength to control the death rain, making it impossible for Long Chen to draw the power and help he needed from the death rain. How do you deal with it? The voice of the Wildlands sect leader covered the sky and earth, rumbling loudly. This was a spiritual attack, targeting the primordial spirit. Under such an attack, the opponent of the Wildlands sect leader might be mentally crushed before he could be defeated. It was time to counterattack. Ding! At this moment, Long Chen was very decisive. He directly took out the sacrificial spear. The silver spear spun in front of him, letting out a sharp screech. Thousands of sharp lights exploded, piercing through the surrounding desolate power. In the raging wind of the desolate world, Long Chen was incomparably calm. At this moment, he held the sacrificial spear with one hand. Suddenly, his forehead split open, and a green eye appeared. At the same time, there were not pupils in his eyes, but an endless sea of life. It was exactly the same as when he used the death rain. The difference was that it was the realm of life that was tumbling. On the other side of the realm of life, other than where Lingxi and the others were, the entire realm of life had once again turned into an ocean of life, forming a huge, heaven-defying whirlpool, forming a terrifying suction force. On the other side of Long Chen, the sacrificial spear was completely green. There were countless green lines on it that were rotating, condensing at the tip of the spear, forming a green light dot. Death Rain. The power of the realm of life appeared in the realm of death. The Wildlands sect master couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although Long Chen was currently in the death world, there was a boundless dark green vortex behind him. This was a vortex of life energy, incomparably majestic and boundless. Long Chen was in the center of this vortex of life, and his heaven sacrificial spear was the core of this vortex of life. The moment the desolate god fist descended, Long Chen completed the life realm killing tribulation and violently stabbed out. The heaven sacrificing spear was like a snake coming out of its hole. Swoosh. The charge of the heaven sacrificial spear triggered a change in the whirlpool of life. The whirlpool spun at a terrifying speed. Wherever the heaven sacrificial spear went, the entire great desolate world was destroyed and swallowed by the heaven sacrificial spear into the world of life. This was a contest between rules and rules, between strength and strength. In terms of rules, the Wildlands sect master was still weaker than Long Chen even though he was at the godly venerate level. In terms of strength, even though Long Chen had attained the eternal rank, he was still inferior to the Wildlands sect master. Of course, if he had still been at the primordial chaos realm, the difference would have been even greater. Fortunately, Long Chen used the heaven sacrificial spear. The heaven sacrificial spear's divine power of creation became the key to Long Chen's victory. He relied on the heaven sacrificial spear to move forward and the life realm killing tribulation to absorb life. No matter how powerful the Wildlands sect master was, he still couldn't stop Long Chen from robbing his life. Bang! The heaven sacrificing spear and the Wildlands sect master's fist were inches apart. The laws and power between the two collided. The impact Long Chen had to endure was too terrifying. He had no choice but to ignite the flames of his life in order to prevent himself from being sent flying. This was the absolute superiority of his opponent in terms of power. However, the life realm killing tribulation was also a huge problem for the Wildlands sect master. Although he was confident that he could suppress Long Chen, at this moment, his arm withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. His vigorous blood chi and life force were all crazily swallowed by the heaven sacrificial spear. The Wildlands sect master's expression changed. Enough. He suddenly laughed, retracted his fist, and retreated, leaving Long Chen's attack range. His laws were also retracted, and he stopped attacking. The death rain, which had turned into a primordial world, reappeared in front of Long Chen. All right. Long Chen understood what the Wildlands sect master meant. When the Wildlands sect master retracted his hand, Long Chen also hurriedly retracted his attack, withdrawing the heaven sacrificial spear and the life realm killing tribulation. Under his control, the eye between his eyebrows first disappeared. Then, the entire life realm returned to normal. From the sea of life, it once again became a complete world, as if nothing had happened. In an instant, the death realm became quiet. The Wildlands sect master still had a surprised look on his face. He said somewhat helplessly, "It's about time. Based on the situation where you broke my move, he can probably face Hierarch and not be defeated. He can also contend with supreme deities. Dijun is roughly at this level. It can be said that the current you is already one of the top dozens of top experts in the myriad worlds. The God Kings were considered emperors in the myriad worlds, the level of experts. Divine Kings were considered ordinary experts. As for supreme deities, they were the emperors of the emperors, the experts of the experts, the supreme figures of the entire myriad worlds. Long Chen had now officially stepped into this level. From the battle with the Wildlands sect master, Long Chen had gained some confidence and experience. At least now, when facing Dijun, he clearly did not need to flee and be passive anymore. He had almost been killed by Di Jun in the Blood Spirit Abyss, and had been forced to flee to the Death Realm twice on Pangu continent. He remembered all of these in his heart. But now, there was a huge gap between him and the last time. The ancient god of the Wildlands sect appeared again. He smiled and said, "The most important thing this time is that the power of the eternal level has come into play. Otherwise, there would be a huge gap between your strength and the enemy's." Long Chen was well aware of this, so he had to thank the ancient god even more. "To be honest, you can challenge Di Jun at any time. We'll wait and see. Of course, you can decide when you want to do it yourself. Anyway, with the life and death realms, Di Jun won't be able to defeat you. You have countless chances to make a comeback. It would be difficult for Di Jun to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace." In contrast, Long Chen was very curious about the original incipient grade Creator Divine artifact he had. Perhaps, he could snatch it. Compared to the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen might be able to use the original incipient grade item. Then, the ancient god of the Wildlands and the Wildlands sect master left first. Long Chen returned to the life realm. As soon as he returned, he couldn't wait to come to Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi was in a strange state. She was shrouded in a white halo, which made it hard for people to see her clearly. In the light, there was a vague red color of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Yang Yu, Divine Emperor Yu Hua, and the other dragon emperors were nearby. At this moment, they were surrounding Lingxi, waiting for the birth of a new life. "Chen, it should be today." Seeing him, Lingxi's bright eyes brightened. To her, Long Chen was the absolute backbone. Relax a little." Although Long Chen told her to relax, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, this was his first child. He discovered that when he looked at Lingxi's lower abdomen, looking at the little fellow that alternated between a baby girl and a little red dragon, he couldn't help but feel a sweetness in his heart. He really wanted to give birth immediately. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for that moment to come. The whole realm of life was silent. Even Kitten and Zhu Shi, who were usually noisy, were quiet at this time. They hid at the side and watched stealthily. Because of her parents, Long Yen was destined to be a little princess the moment she was born. Not far away, Li Xuanji also stood at the side and watched in a daze. She didn't come out for a long time, but when she heard about Long Yen, she couldn't help but come out. It seemed that the time had come. Lingxi seemed to be a little confused. She spoke like she was talking in her sleep. At this time, she leaned against Long Chen. Long Chen held her palm tightly. It was a little warm, but it felt cold. "Everyone, move away. Don't look." Yang Yu was going to have a baby granddaughter soon. He was more excited than anyone else. After a while, everyone waited in the distance. Under Long Chen's control, many trees appeared, surrounding him and Lingxi. Although it was not suitable for him to be here, Long Chen was still worried. After all, this child had been born for too long. His eyes were fixed on the child who had his eyes closed at all times. Suddenly, Lingxi let out a painful sound. Long Chen also became nervous, but he soon found that the situation was wrong. The vitality of Lingxi in his arms was rapidly declining, and the little girl's vitality was becoming more and more vigorous. She was actually devouring Lingxi's life. Chen. Lingxi could sense it as well. In fact, she could even see that her body was withering away, and the child in her womb was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring and cleansing, as though it was preparing for her birth. If this went on, Lingxi would die directly. Long Chen was shocked. He didn't know what was going on, but he had a choice in his heart. If he had to choose one, he couldn't let Lingxi die for this child. But if he didn't stop this situation, in his eyes, this child was indeed like a bottomless pit. Even if it completely devoured Lingxi's vitality, it would still be difficult to fill her up. This sudden situation had already extinguished the joy and nervousness in Long Chen's heart. Don't be afraid. He held Lingxi's hands tightly. No matter what, he wouldn't let anything happen to Lingxi. Chapter 3000. Recently, my writing hasn't been very smooth, but after some adjustments, I will give everyone the best climax tomorrow. The strongest and most beautiful part of the Dragon's Blood, the last chapter of the Myriad Worlds, which is also the final chapter, I will definitely do my best to finish it. Thanks so many readers for following me along the way. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.